Um, Hello. Ji sir, good morning.
Morning, KV. Good morning. I'm
Uh,
testing whether I am audible or not.
no, sir. Sir, your session is from 10 to 11:15, sir.
Yes.
One hour 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right, sir. Um, so participants, actually there are only 24 participants joined it, sir.
Okay. We will wait.
So I will wait for another 5 minutes so that I can
Okay.
quickly revise yesterday's recap session, and then
Okay.
I'll get back to you, sir. So, dear participants and our dear speaker of the day and coordinators and fellow faculty from the fellow staff from the NCIPM. Good morning, one and all. Welcome to today's session. That is technical session 3B. So, to run with like a recap session, this is a recap session of yesterday's lectures. So, yesterday the first lecture was by Dr. H.B. Singh on role of microbial pesticides in IPM. So, as we all know, H.B. Singh sir exclusively and extensively discussed with role of microbials with special reference to trichoderma, as the trichoderma is his expertise and his master in trichoderma. So, along with the trichoderma, he has also discussed on various aspects of regulation, registration, production, and its marketing. So these were the aspects which were flagged by Dr. H.B. Singh sir in the first lecture. Then thereafter, Dr. N.A. Shakil uh, who's a principal scientist exclusively, who's an expert working on nano formulations of pesticides, dealt with role of nano formulations of pesticides in IPM. So in his lecture, he discussed on various aspects like how the formulations are prepared and what is their role and how it is being utilized and to what extent we can rely upon the nano formulations of pesticides in the coming near future. Then thereafter we had a very important session dealt by Dr. S.K. Singh sir, who exclusively delivered his lecture on IPM tools and gadgets for monitoring of insect pests with and to the greater extent he has discussed about the very importantly on light traps, which he has an around 5 to 6 patents of his own on light traps. He discussed on the importance and how it works and what is the impact of use of light traps in plant protection. Thereafter, thereafter in the afternoon session, Dr. Mukesh Segal, who is our course director or course our local coordinator, discussed upon role of ICTs, role of role of ICTs in IPM, integrated pest management. So in this, Dr. Segal sir discussed regarding the ICT's information communication technology, which is being used in monitoring, forecasting, surveillance of pest incidents, and he also discussed on various case studies which we have done from our institute, and also he has discussed upon the various case studies which was already in success in many crops and many localities. Then after, there was an important session which was a need of an hour, that is invasive pests in India, current scenario and future perspectives, which was a lecture, a wonderful lecture, I hope so, which was delivered by Dr. Krishna Kumar, ex DDG Horticulture, who is a pioneer researcher, worked in the field of pest management in horticultural crosses with special reference. So this was all for yesterday's lectures, and if anything quickly one or two participants would like to have a clarification regarding the yesterday's session, we welcome them, and thereafter we will start our today's actual lecture sessions. Participants, please.
Any reaction from participants? Ahi.
Sir?
Right. Any reaction from the participants? Today we may hold the panel discussion for in the afternoon. I hope because yesterday we could not hold it because of the we have a problem in because many of our experts were the busy in SRB exam, just there is a emergency arises. So, and moreover, it is 4:30 also there, and majority of the I find the people are requesting to have panel discussion at just after the lunch. So we may have after just after the lunch we will have today, where we merge maybe two sessions together. That is the IPM and role of ICT and IPM we merge together. So I hope at 2 o'clock we'll have this. But meanwhile, if you have some other suggestion, interactions before, I request our next speaker to share your experience with you. Please go ahead. Prajapati, anything you want to say?
सर एक्चुअली कल की ट्रेनिंग्स के बाद पहले तो गुड मॉर्निंग सर सभी
Unmute,
को
unmute yourself.
या
Unmute yourself.
यस सर अनम्यूटेड एक्चुअली सर
No,
गुड
you are
मॉर्निंग
not here.
नॉट हियर सर एक्चुअली
अरे
Can you
यार,
unmute yourself?
सर
आवाज आ रही है
Okay,
डॉक्टर।
Prajapati, please go ahead.
यस सर गुड मॉर्निंग ऑडिबल सर
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
यस,
Go ahead.
यू आर ऑडिबल।
गुड मॉर्निंग सर जैसे कल आप लोगों ने जो इंटरेक्शन जो स्पीकर्स के साथ मुझे बहुत कुछ कल मतलब न्यू नॉलेज मिली अपडेटेड और बहुत कुछ सीखने को भी मिला। और उसके बाद मैंने जैसे कल बताया था कि डॉक्टर एच बी सिंह सर से मैं कल शाम को ही करीबन 5 बजे हमारी ट्रेनिंग ओवर हुई थी, होते ही मैं सर के पास गया मिलने भी और डिस्कस भी किया और बहुत सारी चीजें निकल के भी आई। और जो आपके साथ कल डिस्कस भी किया था कि जो उन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी बनाई है और हम लोग को जितने भी साइंटिस्ट या स्टूडेंट्स जो अभी हमारे पैनल में अभी हैं उनको इस चीज पे भी सोचना चाहिए और डिस्कस करना चाहिए। जो ट्राइकोडर्मा है जो क्वालिटी प्रोडक्ट फार्मर को अवेलेबल नहीं है उसको जो उन्होंने एक टेक्नोलॉजी के तरह बोला जाए या उन्होंने एक प्रोसेस करके कि काउडंग केक में काउडंग से हम लोग कैसे कर सकते हैं। तो मैं यही चाहता हूँ कि जो भी आज अभी हम इसमें ऑनलाइन माध्यम से जुड़े हैं प्लीज एटलीस्ट आप अपने नियर बाय किसी फार्मर के फील्ड पे एक बार इसको बना के करके देखिए, क्योंकि फार्मर एक दूसरे को देख के बहुत ज्यादा सीखता है। तो मुझे भी कल वहां से सर से नॉलेज मिली और वो इसका जो सबसे बड़ा माध्यम था कि कल ऑनलाइन डिस्कशन इस पे हुआ था और कल उसको मैंने डीपली जाके सर के साथ डिस्कस भी किया वहां। तो ये चीज आपसे रिक्वेस्ट है कि इस चीज को। और दूसरी बात जो सर से डिस्कस की कल मैंने पर्सनली और यहाँ पे भी कि जो भी हमारे आईपीएम प्रैक्टिसेस है उसको हमें फार्मर के फील्ड पे जितना ज्यादा हो सके उसको एक्सटेंशन पे काम करना है। मतलब जो रिजल्ट मिला है उसको रिजल्ट को अपने पास ना रख के अदर फार्मर्स को भी सर्कुलेट करना है और बताना भी है। नहीं तो अभी क्या होता है कि हम लोग कोई भी आईपीएम चीज अपने खेत में लगा तो लेते हैं लेकिन दूसरा किसान देखते हैं यार ये क्या चीज लगी है, वो पूछ नहीं पाता किसी कारणवश से। तो हमें ये है कि जो भी चीज है उसका जैसा भी रिजल्ट है अच्छा बुरा जैसा भी आपका अनुभव रहा है उसको शेयर करना है जरूर। और आप जितने अभी इस पैनलिस्ट में हैं सबसे निवेदन है एटलीस्ट आप ज्यादा नहीं 5 फार्मर को आईपीएम पूरी प्रैक्टिसेस आपको समझानी है, ये मेरा निवेदन है। जितने अभी करीबन 100% इसमें जुड़े हुए होंगे जो कल से जुड़े हुए 100% मतलब कम से कम 500 फार्मर, हमें 500 फार्मर को पूरा आई क्योंकि इस ट्रेनिंग का तभी फायदा है जब हम हर पर्सन 5-5 फार्मर्स को पूरा आईपीएम प्रैक्टिस बता पाए। नहीं तो अन्यथा कोई मतलब नहीं है इस ट्रेनिंग का करने का, एक सर्टिफिकेट लेने से आईपीएम प्रैक्टिस नहीं हो पाएगी फील्ड में। ये मेरा अनुभव है सर।
Yeah, you're correct, very correct. I do agree on your point. Uh, let's see what I don't know. What are your routes now available? Where are कि आपने कहाँ का भी ट्रैवल कर लिया और कहाँ का भी अपने और ट्रैवल करना है हमें मालूम नहीं है। नहीं तो हम कोशिश करेंगे कहीं कहीं फार्मर के साथ में आप भी
सर मैं आपको अभी रूट चार्ट दे दूंगा, आपको मैं व्हाट्सएप पे या अपने ग्रुप में रूट चार्ट डाल दूंगा अपकमिंग। जो मैं अभी 16 को दिल्ली से लखनऊ टू दिल्ली, दिल्ली टू मैं हैदराबाद और हैदराबाद की पूरा साउथर्न पार्ट कवर करूंगा मैं। मैं
Okay.
ग्रुप में रूट चार्ट डाल दूंगा कि जो भी इस रूट में पर्सन है या आपके कोई कांटेक्ट में फार्मर है या कोई साइंटिस्ट या रिसर्चर या स्टूडेंट्स है, मैं कोशिश करता हूँ मैं सभी से मिलने की। तो मैं अभी रूट चार्ट डाल दूंगा ग्रुप में।
Okay.
थैंक यू सर।
That's good. So that's very good point you have raised. That is correct. हमें भी ये लगता है कि हर एक आदमी को 5 अगर जो है हम तो कोशिश ये कर रहे हैं कि हर केवी के मतलब 5 अगर गांव अडॉप्ट कर ले तो काफ़ी हमारे पास में आने वाले दिनों में काफ़ी आईपीएम का स्प्रेड हो जाएगा।
सर मैं
हालांकि हमारे हमारे जैसे हमारे ट्राइबल फार्मर अब कर्नाटका में जाएंगे तो सिरसी में आप देखेंगे कि हमारे पास में हमारे पास में 40 ट्राइबल फार्मर हैं और इसमें 2 लेडी फार्मर हैं। जो लेडी फार्मर अलग अलग गांव में जाती हैं और IPM का संदेश पहुंचाती हैं और IPM के बारे में वो अपने लैंग्वेज में Siddhis, they are Siddhis, basically tribes is Siddhis, and they are in Yelapura is a place in Karnataka, Sirsi district है वहाँ पर they keep, you can find a very wonderful story they will
सर
say.
मैं एक चीज और इसमें अभी मैं पहले कुछ फार्मर्स को जैसे आईपीएम के बारे में बताता था तो किसान थोड़ा समझ के फिर थोड़ा सा सोचता था, लेकिन अभी जैसे मैंने लास्ट ईयर हमारे मैंने कुछ दिन अभी कल ही मैंने ग्रुप में अपना जो व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप है उसमें एक वीडियो भी डाली थी जो मेरे यूट्यूब चैनल पे कि एक सुमित भाई हैं उनको मैं पहले बताता था, लेकिन इस बार जब उनको पूरा मोटिवेट कर दिया तो मतलब यह खुशी की बात है उन्होंने मुझसे ये नहीं पूछा कि कहाँ से खरीदनी है, सिर्फ मैंने उनको इन्फॉर्मेशन दी थी, उन्होंने खुद ढूंढी पानीपत सोनीपत रोहतक घूम घूम के और आईपीएम प्रैक्टिस पूरी यूज की और उसकी वीडियो मैंने खुद ग्रुप में डाली हुई है कि कैसे किसान खुद अपनी भाषा में खुद अपने तरीके से बता रहे कि मैंने केमिकल का कैसे यूज कम किया। तो मैं यही चाहता हूँ कि हम लोग उसको समझाएं और जो कर रहा है उसको हमारे मैं वही बात बार बार कह रहा हूँ हमारे देश में रिसर्च बहुत हुआ है उसको एक्सटेंशन करना है और जो सक्सेस है उसको स्प्रेड करना है जितनी ज्यादा उसकी।
Yeah, sure, हम कोशिश करेंगे. So anyhow, we'll start with today's session, and today we have a very important session in the morning itself. Today morning we have the session with the IPM in protected cultivation, and this lecture, I hope you know, protected cultivation is very very important nowadays because after Israel and other countries, India adopted also wanted to adopt the protected cultivation. But what I saw in 2013-14 in Israel, I was there for 28 days. We could not find till we could able to achieve it because of the again same awareness amongst the farmer, and the we are trying our level best, but our resources are very limited. Our scientists are putting best effort so that the message will be spread, because IPM protected cultivation give you unseasonal income also, means the you are getting the first of all you're getting the crop throughout the uh, year, just like capsicum, okra, I find, and so many flowers also, gladulus and others I saw. They have the farmer can grow and have lot of income available with them for. And certain governments like Rajasthan, where I was the earlier consultant, also in protected cultivation, they also trying level best to spread the protected cultivation, because you know what, I don't comment here about the administration part in Rajasthan and other places we find, but still is low. And Uttarakhand is still better, and Karnataka, if you go, I saw is much better. So, but in our Haryana, Sonipat also we have certain farmers are very. If the farmer see, and nowadays it come hydroponics also. Hydroponics is also a technique coming up. We are popularizing the hydroponics also. We have started with one farmer at Bulandshahr with the hydroponics, and we try to cultivate or inculcate the habit to the other farmers also. But still, I say NCIPM have only 20 scientists, and we are taking care of the many IPM in many part of the agroclimatic zone of India. And today lecture will be delivered by an eminent nematologist, because in plant protection the main constraint is nematodes. Nematodes are the main constraint, but it's not that he's going to talk about or he's working only on nematode. He's a leader for the protected cultivation in IPM and at NCIPM, and he has a team of entomology, pathology, nematology, other sciences also. So they are taking care of much of things by Dr. Satinder Singh. Dr. Satinder Singh is the principal scientist and team leader for protected cultivation at NCIPM. Dr. Satinder Singh did his botany from the Uttar Pradesh, and then he joined IRI and ICR services, and uh, then he joined, while working, he started his career as a nematologist, and while working for a long, and he also did his PhD from IRI in nematology, and then he got selected as a senior scientist at Indian Institute of Varanasi, where also he performed an excellent work while working in vegetable crops, especially seed I hope in grown seedlings or seeds grown in the season in, you can say, vector free area is Kashipur, a very difficult area. And then he joined NCIPM, and when he joined NCIPM, he started working in rice, but his main concentrate is on protected cultivation. And we have another campus at Mehroli, where he was the nodal officer for communication for NCIPM at Mehroli, where we are going to shift in soon time, maybe in 6 months or less than 6 months. We are going to shift to the whole NCIPM shift from from Pusa to that place. And Dr. Satinder Singh working in a protected cultivation in Haryana, Sonipat, Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and many other places. Has a good experience in Rajasthan also. So this time we have normally we, because of the time constraint, we missed this lecture, but this time we see that because you are joining from all part of the country, so we have requested Dr. Satinder Singh to deliver a talk on the IPM in protected cultivation. I don't take much time and request Dr. Satinder Singh to initiate his lecture. Dr. Satinder Singh, please.
Thank you, Dr. And good morning to all. Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible. Right.
Then I am going to share my
Yeah.
screen.
Also, present. You can
Today
share
we
your
will
slide.
discuss. Hello? Have you seen my slides?
No, sir. No, sir.
No,
Please
no,
share.
no.
Please share. Yes.
Now,
Yeah, it's taking.
Yeah,
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 it's okay.
yeah. Now it's visible.
I think now it is visible.
Yeah, it's very correct. Very correct.
Okay. Then we will discuss today integrated pest management under protected cultivation. What is protected cultivation? It is a technique wherein the microclimate around the plants controlled fully, partially, or modified to protect the crop from diverse weather, basically. To protect crop from biotic and abiotic stresses, it can be climate control structures, semi-climate control structures, or naturally ventilated structures. In India, there are plenty of naturally ventilated polyhouses for which government is subsidize the cost to farmers up to 75 or 80%. It is the technology to ensure profitability of the grower and overall sustainability of the production system. Under protected cultivation, easier to follow good agricultural practices for better yield, quality, and acceptability. Why this protected cultivation system? With globalization of markets, shrinking land, and climate change, the PCS of high value crop have emerged as the single most important technology for ensuring controlled environment, assured high productivity or yield, improved quality and quantity, and year round cultivation, profitable high return due to off season production, easier plant production with least pesticide residue, and generate self assessment. It also helps to generate self assessment. The horticultural crops grown under protected cultivation, the vegetables and fruits, some flowers, and many of the farmers are preparing seedlings and nurseries under polyhouses. What are good agricultural practices? Those practices which are environmentally safe and sustainable, comply with food and safety measures, socially acceptable, and economically viable. Is the problems Why biotic and abiotic stresses we face in the PCS? Improper site selection. It is most important thing. When you going to install a polyhouse, it's very important to select a site which is particularly nematode free. Substandard construction number 2, the non-availability of planting material, lack of quality inputs, and all this happened due to lack of knowledge. The cultivars developed for growing PCS, various agencies, some private players and public and private sectors developed some cultivars to grow under PCS. The control measures adopted by farmers or growers to encounter the pathogens under a protected cultivation system, farmers are applying chemical pesticides repeatedly, which are insufficient and difficult to apply. Involvement in the contamination, they are associated with phytotoxicity and human health issues, produce resistant in target pest, and moreover, the rampant use of these chemicals under the AIDs, if little is good, a lot more will be better, destroy our ecosystem completely. As per an estimate, around 0.1% of these chemicals reach the target pest and the rest cause damage to the environment. Why IPM is necessary? The controversy is about the use or abuse. I think I the slide. Okay. The controversies about the use or abuse of the chemical pesticides, the need of the hour is to require safe, durable and sustainable management technologies. And it is the IPM which serve the purpose. IPM is defined as a system approach to pest management based on an understanding of pest ecology. First, accurately diagnose the nature and source of pest problem. Relies on a range of preventive tactics. You must consider cultural, biological, and at a last option, chemical measures. Biological control to keep pest population within acceptable limits, as you are well aware. Reduced risk pesticides are used if other tactics have not been adequately effective as a last resort and with care to minimize risks. Why IPM? You are well aware about the fact that global population is on rise and therefore so is food demand increases. Our growers or farmers have a pressure to grow more crop and increase the yield on existing land and limited resources. When we go for a grow of crop, we face so many hurdles while protecting biodiversity and looking after the environment. Then IPM is the strategy which provides with tools and strategies to sustainable maximize production and minimize losses due to pest and diseases. Then components, it is very important that what we are using for IPM. First, we recommend soil solarization. It is a prerequisite. And footestment with minimum cloudy weather is the best time. Polyhouse field thoroughly leveled, irrigation prior to laying of plastic film. For medium textured soil, single pre-mulch irrigation is adequate. High transparent polythene sheet of 25 to 50 micron thickness preferably. Polyvinyl chloride seeds are more suitable and effective. You just seal the polythene joints with a tape. पहले हम क्या करते थे कि सोयल से ही इसको दबाते थे, लेकिन पॉली हाउस में वो थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट होता था. नाउ वी स्टैंडर्डाइज दिस टेक्निक and the joints of polythenes and around the pillars which are we found in polyhouses, you just airtight. And you can see here full polyhouse is under polythene coverage. Then you know the basic principle of soil solarization. There are two types of waves, long wavelength and short wavelength. Some rays, when put on this polythene sheet, they reflect, and some enter into the soil, and the temperature of soil may increase, and it goes up to 50 to 55 centigrade. And comparison soil solarization between open air and greenhouse, इसमें आप देखेंगे जो विंड है वो हीट को एब्जॉर्ब करके इसका इफेक्ट कम कर देती है इन ओपन एयर, बट अंडर पॉली हाउसेस इट गोन और हीट लॉस जो है वो मैक्सिमम ग्राउंड को होता है. दिस में इंक्रीज द टेम्परेचर ऑफ 10 to 12 centimeter, or you can say 8 to 10 centimeter layer of soil up to that level where maximum pests and other pathogens including nematodes destroy, or even seeds of weeds also. The nursery management is the most important part when you are going to IPM under protected cultivation. Here you can use artificial soil-less media which is free from soil-borne diseases and protect from pests, soil-borne diseases and nematodes. Minimum weed interference. It is low cost, high germination is there, minimize the cost of pesticides, it is economical, high earning. It includes cocoa peat dust in plastic plug tray. Can use FYM vermicompost with neem cake or nursery treatment with trichoderma plus bacillus plus pseudomonas culture, the rate of 2%. Seedlings treatment with trichoderma culture at 10% for 15 minutes. Give you the soil-borne diseases free seedlings. Here are the list of pests which we encounter under protected cultivation. The insects, whitefly, thrips, mites, leaf miner, cutworms, etc. And other pathogens, tamping of wilt, mildew, blights, mosaic virus, bacterial rot, etc. And the most important and the number one enemy of the protected crop is nematodes. And in nematodes, among nematodes, the root knot nematode is very, very important. It is endoparasite. Then these are some insects we encounter under polyhouses. These are some other diseased plant photographs caused by insect pests. You can see here the thrips and red spider mite, Spodoptera action, leaf miner, whitefly, etc. Here you can go for pathogens. This is tamping of Rhizoctonia and Fusarium Fusarium oxysporum. You can see here the wilting, the leaf curl mosaic virus, mildew. And these are the symptoms of nematode infestation. Here are some more photographs. It shows the disease under protected cultivation. Here you can see in trap, you can see the adult of moth of Spodoptera. Then again, there are some cultural practices. They install the traps, yellow sticky trap, blue sticky trap, and pheromone traps. And the fortification of bioagents. The chemical control is the most acceptable method and most common method, either kill pest or inhibit their development. That's why it is more in demand. But pesticides are often classified. They are herbicide, they can be fungicide, rodenticide, bactericide. All you know that what is the mode of action of chemicals, chemostimulants or growth regulators they may be. They interfere normal reproduction or development of the pest. And after the Second World War, the use of true chemical pesticide started. And nowadays there are hundreds of chemical pesticides available in the market for use in agriculture and horticulture. The drawbacks, there are several drawbacks of these. First, chemical pesticides offer not just toxic to the organism for which they were intended, but also to other organisms. The most important. Second, pesticides are often effective for only a short period on a particular organism. It can become immune to a substance or they no longer have an effect, or the pests get resistant. Third is the accumulation. If sprayed plants are eaten by an organism and that organism is then eaten by another, the chemical can be passed up the food chain. The last and most significant threat relates to the remain or residue of pesticides which are left behind on the crops. Residue may be consumed on fruits or vegetables or through contaminated ground water. When we come to the biological control, its technology has received much attention in recent years due to awareness, use and abuse of chemical pesticides. The pesticides biological control involves the use of one living organism to control other organism, that may be beneficial organism to harmful or you can say pest. There are three different types. There will be microbials. Example here, you can see the photograph. Microbials, they include bacteria or fungi. And you hear the name of very important bioagents of fungi origin, Trichoderma, Bacillomyces, Pochenia, Bavaria, Metarhizium, etc. And bacteria, this is the Bacillus and Pseudomonas. They are used to control pests and diseases by competing for space, nutrients, can produce antibiotics, etc. And they are helping to improve plant health and can be used as preventive measures. There are so many reports that they prevent from pests and diseases. Then biochemical pheromones and other natural origin substances, plant extracts, vitamins, plant hormones, lure of bats into a trap, sex and segregating pheromone and sticky traps, etc. Mechanism biological control. Here you can see a healthy plant. Healthy plant biocontrol agents induce resistance and growth enhance. But when pathogen comes, the infection resulted in diseased plants. Then the bioagents were competition for space and nutrients, and mycoparasitism, antibiosis oblique secretion of metabolites, that will be hydrolyzed enzymes, inhibitory toxic metabolites, biocontrol agents, dead pathogens and pathogens all in the soil. Another one is the secretion of extracellular hydrolytic enzymes, and they act on pest and diseases in various ways. There are lot of mode of actions involved in this. And how we start. The important thing is isolation, subculturing, identification, and testing of biocontrol agents. What we did, we take a sample from affected soil and then isolate. There are so many microorganisms. Then we subculture it. Then purification is done. Then identification. After identification, the testing against nematodes, or you can say pathogenic fungi, and then the antagonistic characters will come over. Isolation from rhizosphere and phlosphere, colony detection by dilution plating technique. You are well aware about these techniques. Incubation for optimum temperature in a BOD incubator, then purification by repeated subculturing, identification by standard protocols, in vitro testing for antagonism followed by in vivo and fin trials, and again re-isolation for confirmation of their potentiality. Then we come to the next point, the in vitro testing of biocontrol potential. There are siderophore production test, chitinase, salinity, gram reaction, which we have did in our labs. Dr. Rekha Balodi is expert in this all biochemical tests. Phosphate solubilization is there, molecular characterization using primers and PCRs, HCN, IAA, and fluorescent pigment production. If more than one BCA is used, test their compatibility to each other also. It is very important whether the group of bioagents or consortia you are going to use, whether they are compatible to each other or not. You can see here that slates of trichoderma and their pictures, the different type of trichoderma, which we identify the basis of molecular basis. Then Pseudomonas fluorescens give gram-negative reaction, and Bacillus subtilis shows gram-positive. Here, these are some other characteristics. These are fluorescence production under UV light. When amplification of bacterial isolates, you can see here, I'm not going to details. Compatibility between trichoderma, Pseudomonas and Bacillus. सिंपल मेथड है कि पैट्री प्लेट मीडिया के साथ पैट्री प्लेट लीजिए, उसमें 3 पोर्शन करके नहीं भी आपके पास बायोजेंट्स हैं उनको इनोकुलेट कर दीजिए. I can show the growth after 10 days, 1 week or 15 days. You can see here all 3 are flourishes very outstandingly. And here, as you see here, the trichoderma masks the bacillus. We again isolate bacillus from this petri plate, and it is here. An antagonism showed by biocontrol agents under in vitro, or you can see the confrontation assay with bioagents, trichoderma, Pseudomonas bacillus, with Fusarium oxysporum, Rhizoctonia solani. Then the effect of culture and culture filtrates of biocontrol agents of egg infection, egg hatching, mobility and mortality of root knot nematode under in vitro conditions. All 3 were prepared, their culture for culture filtrate. We see that 89.3% egg infection was there. This particular isolate, which we isolate from protected cultivation soil. And egg hatching, 25% egg hatching was there. It means it inhibits the egg hatching up to 75%. And number of immobile juveniles were 82.3%. And when we go for revival test, you see the DAD number of nematodes are 100% for that under the culture filtrates. That is standard extract of trichoderma or genome. And likewise, Pseudomonas and Bacillus also gave good results. They are 65% inhibition in both the cases and 99 or 96% immobility is there. And 100% these DAD nematodes were found after revival of 24 hours in water. It all compared with control. Then in vivo trials and methodology under protected cultivation. Basically, we take 6 treatments. This control untreated, then Harzinum alone, subtilis alone, Bacillus subtilis, and Pseudomonas alone. And then one treatment we take all 3 in combined application. And it's compare with some chemicals treatment. This is fluent sulfur, a new nematicide, azoxystrobin plus diphenocyanazole, that is a fungicide. The doses were calculated on the basis of standard doses. For soil application, well-decomposed farmyard manure and monkey post were fortified with first half dose of all bioagents before amending the pots, and rest half dose of T-Harginum was applied manually in 3 equal doses directly to root system in soil or by drenching. Actually, we drench this bacterial biocontrol agents aerial on aerial parts after 10-15 days of transplanting at 15 days or 10 days interval. All treatments were repeated in second season and different observations on these parameters were acted. The in vivo testing of BC and cucumber under planted crop. Then see here, we just put our pots in a randomized design in between the main crop. Likewise, the capsicum, color capsicum, we just put all our pots in between main crops under protected cultivation system. And these are the observations. When we go for shoot length, in case of first season, in case of cucumber, the shoot length was increased to 26%, whereas in chemical treated, the shoot length was 18.2%. Likewise, shoot weight, you can see the data. And here, the effect is additive more in subsequent second season. 42.4% increase in shoot length and 47.8% increase in shoot weight in comparison to chemical treated plants where shoot weight was 32.8% and shoot length was 32.5%. Here you can say root weight. This is figure in minus. Actually, when we compare it with control, untreated control, the root weight was higher than these treated ones because the root galls were there, numerous root galls were there, and you know the galls how it formed by the hypertrophy and hyperplasia of cells, which increase the weight of root. Then in capsicum also, the results were almost same. The effect in subsequent second season was more and statistically higher. And again, the nematode multiplication on cucumber. Here you can see the biocontrol agents treated during first season is 57% less galls were recorded and 83.3% nematode juveniles J2 per 100 was less. Whereas in chemical treated plant, it is reduction is more, there is no doubt. 97.5%, 93.6% number of galls were less, and 92.6% nematode population in soil with 0.2, this is the reproductive factor, and here 0.3 reproductive factor. But when we see the results of second year, here you can see that number of galls decreased 72.7%, whereas in case of chemical treated plant, number of galls per root was 88.6%. Here first season it was goes up to 93.6. It means some revival is there of nematodes in chemical treated plant in second season, subsequently second season plant. और अगर हम बात करें निमेटोड पॉपुलेशन की सोयल में, जुवेनाइल्स जो थे वो बायोकंट्रोल ट्रीटेड प्लांट्स में सोयल में 95.9% कम थे, जो ऑलमोस्ट इक्वल थे केमिकल ट्रीटेड प्लांट्स के. यहाँ पे 96.6 था. Apparently it is more, but significantly they are at par. Then similar results were recorded on capsicum crop. Here also number of galls in chemical treated plants were more than 90%, but in second season they are less in comparison to first season. The similar results we obtained in case of capsicum. The Fusarium oxysporum and Rhizoctonia solani is infesting tucker are also disease severity are also recorded. So here you can see Fusarium oxysporum root disease was reduced 84.9%, whereas root disease was reduced 63.3%, and Rhizoctonia solani disease was minus 68.6%. Here you can see the chemical treated. The Fusarium oxy root disease was almost similar. There is no significant difference. And here shoot disease was very low in comparison to biological control agents. And there is a difference between colony root disease during first season. And when we come to the second season, you can see here the Fusarium oxysporum root disease was 100% control, whereas in case of chemical treated it was reduced by 81.8%. Root disease 98%. In chemical treated root disease was 68%, and here root disease also you can see the difference in the subsequent second season. This is the comparison of capsicum, biocontrol agents versus chemical treatment. Here also somewhat same. However, in this case, the disease was significantly, there is no difference in case of, however, apparently it is more in biocontrol agents in subsequent second season. When the soil population of Fusarium oxysporum and Rhizoctonia solani in terms of colony forming units per gram soil, and in case of Fusarium this Rhizoctonia solani, the colony forming unit of propagules per 50 cc soil. So here you can see that chemical treated plants there are 11 colony forming units, whereas under biocontrol agent treated plant only 3 colonies were found or recorded. Likewise, in second season it increased up to 13, but it was little bit same, and here no Fusarium oxysporum colony was detected. Here in case of cucumber, the results, this is the बायो एजेंट्स रीआइसोलेशन जब हमने किया, उनको फिर से काउंट किया, तो इनिशियल जो पॉपुलेशन थी बायो कंट्रोल एजेंट्स ट्रीटमेंट में, जब हमने इसको ट्रीटमेंट दिया, उसके जस्ट आफ्टर, दिस इज द सिनेरियो, एंड आफ्टर हार्वेस्ट ऑफ फर्स्ट क्रॉप, that is 120 days or so, it was increased up to 96.2%, 97, 97. Here there is no colony was detected. The egg infection by Trichoderma harginum was 75%, but an egg inhibition, not infection, egg inhibition, whereas egg inhibition was reported 5.7% under chemical treated plants. Here in second season, again the picture was same. It means that biocontrol agents, if they are compatible to each other, they establish in the soil and grow well under the soil. In case of capsicum also, the results were same. And after establishment of biocontrol potential of Trichoderma, Bacillus and Pseudomonas against these three soil-borne pathogens, the root knot nematode, wilt fungus, and root rot fungus, under in vitro and in vivo, repeated field trials were conducted at field under protected cultivation. This is the methodology. The treatments were same. The area of each greenhouse under experiment was 3,750 square meter. A total of 42 beds were prepared. And this is the standard distance between plant to plant and row to row. Initially 300 seedlings per bed were transplanted. For each treatment, 7 beds were maintained. Finally, BCA's centric IPM module was developed based on the results of this. We will discuss later on. And that module was well compared with non-IPM, that's IPM versus non-IPM, on both the crops under protected cultivation system. Here you can see the mortality of seedlings, cucumber and cucumber. This is the second year, this is first year. Untreated check, the mortality was 18.6%, whereas it increased up to 31.1% because we did not disturb the soil and transplant again as farmers' practices, whichever farmers did in their polyhouse. This will increase 31.1%. Whereas in capsicum, 15.6% was first year and it increased up to 26.5%. These three treatments were individual bioagents application, but we will discuss the combined application of bioagents and compare with chemical pesticides. Here you can see only 3.5% mortality was recorded, whereas in case of chemicals this was 9% in comparison to 18.6 in control. In second, it reduced up to 2.6, and here in case of chemicals is 5.9. Capsicum की अगर हम बात करें तो 1.9% mortality was there in first season and 1.4% mortality was in second season. Nematode multiplication की अगर हम बात करें, क्योंकि समय कम है इसलिए हम थोड़ा जल्दी चलेंगे, तो हम बात करेंगे यहाँ पे नंबर ऑफ galls per root cucumber में. You can see here the significant difference between these two. The maximum is reduction in chemical pesticides during first season. Likewise in J2, the reduction is biocontrol agent 75, chemical pesticide is 88%. Now we can go to second season trial. It was 64.5%, but in case of this chemical pesticides, 82.6%. Here 88 था, यहाँ पे भी कम हुआ, यहाँ पे वो दोनों में कम हुआ है, लेकिन जब हम बात करते हैं यहाँ पे सोयल पॉपुलेशन की, तो बायोकंट्रोल एजेंट ट्रीटमेंट decrease the soil population of nematode is 91%, and here in pesticides it's 88.7%. Likewise in capsicum there is significant difference between those two parameters, but at the time of second season, at the end of second season, there was no significant difference. This is here D, D, C, C. This is the beauty of biocontrol agents when we compared with chemical pesticides. Then whitefly is another important insect pest of polyhouses. Here you can see in first season there is no significant difference after 8 weeks, and in second season there is no significant difference after 8 weeks. बीच का डाटा मैंने हटा दिया है क्योंकि वो स्लाइड में दिखा नहीं पाता. But in case of untreated check, it increased 5.2 to 59.2, 2.5 to 48.2, 60, 42. And here you can see the last one is there is no significant difference statistically at the time of harvest of the experiment. Then mites में you can also see the non-significant था after 8 week में यहाँ पे there is no significant difference, but apparently difference is there because chemical pesticides kill all the spider mites. Here also the same results, and in case of capsicum there is no significant difference between these two treatments, the 99.6% reduction in biocontrol agents and 100% reduction when we terminate the experiment. And likewise in second crop. The thrips multiplication also recorded. Here you can see all are significantly similar or at par. Initial is at par, final is at par. In case of capsicum also same results. It means biocontrol agents are working at par with chemical pesticides. Okay, under thrip infestation. Then cutworms also recorded, and here also results are very encouraging. In capsicum second week there is non-significant second week, and after 8th week it increased up to 18.7 and it is 16.1, and here you can see the population is a little bit low than chemical pesticides in case of capsicum. Here 4.5, here 4.1, and after second week the scenario was also the same. In case of first year 4.8, 2.8. So this is the picture when we compare this combined biocontrol agents application with chemical pesticides. Then wilt disease, the number of plants and disease incidence we recorded. You can see here the first season cucumber No wilting was observed.
सारे मर तो गए, बस अंडे हैं तो हो गए survive।
Whereas in chemical pesticides 3.7. In case of capsicum also, you can see the data. Here is 9 plants, it is 29 plants showed the symptoms. Second season, 11 plants, and here is 87 plants, and disease incidence on 0.7%, 5.8%. Likewise, in second year capsicum, there is no plant was recorded having wilt symptom. Whereas in case of chemical pesticides, plants were there 0.9%. Hello, somebody is. Hello? Hello? Then effect of treatments on leaf curl mosaic virus. It is very important disease under protected cultivation. Without the mites and whitefly and thrips are vectors of these diseases. Number of plant 57 here in this first season. 5.2% was disease index, intensity, and finally they reach up to 90. A recovery is 3%, 3 plants बढ़ गए जो diseased थे. Likewise in capsicum here 102 plants freeze हुए. Cucumber here 22% in second season, and in capsicum here you can see the 96 plants जो है वो पड़े untreated check. और जब हम बात करते हैं ट्रीटमेंट्स की, here 20 प्लांट्स में रिकवरी हमने रिकॉर्ड किया. ये 32 से 12 हो गए, यहाँ पे 54 से 16 हो गए, यहाँ 38 प्लांट्स में रिकवरी था जो 70.4% थी इस कुकुम्बर फर्स्ट सीजन. और अगर हम इसकी बात करें कुकुम्बर में सेकेंड ईयर की, तो यहाँ पे ये 48.8% था. जबकि जो बायो कंट्रोल एजेंट्स ट्रीटेड प्लांट्स थे उनमें आप देखेंगे कि 20 से यहाँ पे ये 12 प्लांट हुए 48%, क्योंकि नंबर ऑफ प्लांट्स जो है वो इन्फेक्टेड ही कम थे और उनमें से भी रिकवरी हो गई ऑलमोस्ट 50% की. लाइकवाइज इन कैप्सिकम ड्यूरिंग सेकेंड सीजन 40 plants were recovered in case of biocontrol agents and 50 plants were recovered from. But you can see here the number of plants were 57, and here the number of plants was 128 out of 128, 78 were ordered to be recovered. Here you can see through the photographs, you can see here the leaf curl mosaic virus in almost every plant, and after giving treatment, the foliar application of all these things, including a cow urine based preparation, was also drenched on these plants, and you can see that this type of recovery was there and all plants were healthy. Here you can see. And now comes to the what is the cow urine based preparation, that is Zivamrit and Jevik Pras. We just tried 2 types of this. 10 kg desi cow dung, 10 liter desi cow urine, 2 kg basil, 2 kg jaggery, 2 kg soil from root zone of Ficus religiosa, that is people, and 250 gram soil from root zone of Ficus indica, and 177 pound liter drink of water. This is the method how we prepare it. And other is Jevik Pras. It is very good for controlling the white fly or other aerial insects. Neem is there, Calotropis, then Datura, hot green chili, and urine of vesica. And what is the effect on plant health and yield? Plant health increase in all cases. We discuss here the yield per plant. You can see here the maximum yield among all treatments was in biocontrol agents, जहां हमने combined application किया था वहाँ 3.19 kg per plant था, and 51.7% increased when compared with untreated check, and here in chemical pesticides it was 38.8%. And you can see here the alone Trichoderma harzianum also increased the yield, that is more than chemical pesticides. However, in another tests were less and significantly different. It is a first year cucumber scenario, and in second year this increase in yield was 64.8% compared to 51% in earlier, and here also in increased 38 से 53% बढ़ गया कुकुम्बर में सेकेंड ईयर में, पेस्टिसाइड्स में भी. But the maximum increase or maximum yield per plant was recorded under combined bioagents application. Likewise, in capsicum, is also recorded the data for 2 years consecutive, 2 experiments. Here you can see 3.75 kilogram and 2.98, and here the yield was higher than chemical pesticides in individual trichoderma applications with 3.24, and in bacillus, in case of bacillus also, it is higher than chemical pesticides. When we come to the second years, it is 3.35 in case of trichoderma, whereas it was less in chemical pesticides. However, it increased 3.12, but maximum again in the biocontrol agent 3.81, 67.4%. Then we come to the IPM versus non-IPM. On the basis of these results, we developed this IPM module, in which these are the components: the soil solarization with 25 micron polythene seed during summer months, followed by light irrigation. Before solarization, we go for light irrigation, seed treatment with biopesticides or directly seeded, as well as sown in coco pit based potting trays, plus seedling root dip with Pseudomonas and Bacillus at the rate of 5 ml per liter water, and soil application of FYM, vermicompost, neem cake, fortified with bioagents, all bioagents, and WAM. We also use WAM 25 kg per hectare, and carbon. Basically, the growth of these bioagents need carbon source. तो आपको ये ध्यान रखना होगा कि उनको वो या तो ऑर्गेनिक मैटर आपकी सॉइल में अच्छा हो, या फिर आपको कार्बन के थ्रू देना पड़ेगा, प्लस मल्चिंग. Then fourth is drenching of seedlings with copper oxychloride. There is one spray we did before transplantation, a spray of neem. What we did this? The nursery came from a nursery growing this particular factory is there. They grow nursery, and from where the nursery was taken. So as a precautionary measure, we drench with copper oxychloride as preventive measure, and spray of neem oil 300 pp at the rate of 7.5 liter per hectare after 1 week of transplantation. Then drenching of seedlings with freshly prepared Pseudomonas and Bacillus and Trichoderma harzianum through drip irrigation. ये याद रखना है आपको कि ट्राइकोडर्मा हार्जियनम को ट्रेंच नहीं करना है, ये सोयल में जाना चाहिए at fortnightly intervals. Standard agronomical good agriculture practices like NPK fertilizer, irrigation, weeding, pruning, recommendation for greenhouse crops, micronutrients. It is also necessary boron, zinc, calcium, nitrate, magnesium, etc. as per requirement of the crop. The regular interval pe you have to apply these things. Then installation of yellow, blue sticky traps, pheromone traps to monitor the insect pest activity, and use of proper shade nets to prevent sun scalding, and need-based application of pesticides if needed. We recommend only need-based, not as preventive or just to take care of. And you see the picture of the IPM and non-IPM in cucumber. Here effect of module or mortality of plants, you can see here in the first year 1%. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. The message has flashed that co-host is muted you. Anyway, this is the mortality under IPM during first year, 2.31% in IPM and 5.04% in NIPM. Likewise in capsicum it is 3% and in IPM 17.1%. Then when it goes to second season, here you can see the cucumber in IPM reduced from 2.31 to 1.8%, and it increased up to 17.6% from 5.01%. Likewise in capsicum, it reduced to 0.9% and increased up to 22.5%. And you know that under protected cultivation, the yield is dependent upon the number of plants. It is very important कि आप कितने नंबर ऑफ प्लांट्स मेंटेन करके रख सकते हैं, आपका यील्ड जो है वो उतना ही इंक्रीज करेगा. द निमेटोड और बीसी मल्टीप्लिकेशन पे इफेक्ट क्या रहा आईपीएम नॉन आईपीएम में? Here number of galls per root system was reduced 69.4%, which reached up to 70.9% during second season. Number of packs, number of pack masses and nematode population की अगर हम बात करें तो ये 94.8% रिडक्शन था फर्स्ट ईयर में, जो बढ़ के 96.4% हुआ सेकेंड ईयर में. Likewise, the population of bioagents which we applied, ट्राइकोडर्मा हार्जियनम 1.89 से बढ़ के 2.09 हुआ, यहाँ पे भी इंक्रीज है, यहाँ पे भी इंक्रीज है. So this shows that establishment of biocontrol agents is very important factor to reduce pest and increase yield. Here the effect of module on insect pest multiplication is the white fly. This is number 6.8, 11.4. Here 67.6, 90.6. Spider mite. This is the scenario of insect pests, and it is significantly difference when we go for students t-test. This figure in this bracket is a range of number of insect pests. Then on diseases, the dumping off, the number of plants shows symptoms 260, whereas in an IPM 567, second season also. This increased up to 1980. Likewise, wilt disease, downy mildew, and leaf curl mosaic virus. Here you can see the number of plants, and in case of NIPM, where every possible chemical measure was taken by farmer. We did not interfere here. Whichever farmer wants to spray or apply, he apply. And economics, we go for economics. Then this plant health, we will go directly to economics. The gross expenditure was 10.5 lakhs per hectare in IPM, whereas in case of NIPM, during our first year trial is 9.5. It means there is 50-60,000 more, and it is because of this polythene purchase or some bioagents, no, not bioagents, some VAM, carbon, vermicompost, etc., which in farmers' practices they did not apply. So it is only 50-60,000 cost was increased, and gross income was 20 lakhs per hectare. Here 17 lakhs per hectare. Then we come to second year. Second year the cost was reduced because हमें दोबारा उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ी सॉइल सोलराइजेशन की सेकंड क्रॉप में, और कुछ दूसरी चीज़ें भी हमें इसमें इनपुट नहीं देने पड़े. Whereas the cost was similar to first year crop, and here the gross income was 30.3 lakhs in second year, and you can see here 18.68, which is a little bit more because of rate of produce is increased. Then to next, IPM versus NIPM in capsicum. Here you can see the similar results were there. In IPM, it increased mortality and nematode multiplication also. The similar results as you see the in case of cucumber. Then whitefly, spider mites, Spodoptera, all were monitored, and you can see the range 2 to 12% first season, 9 to 13% only, and here 58 to 70 whitefly and 79 to 105. Likewise, spider mite and Spodoptera infestation. On diseases, you can see here ramping off first year में NIPM के मुकाबले 54% कम था, जो कि 91% कम हो गया सेकेंड सीजन में. Likewise, wilt disease, we did not detect even wilt disease in second season of capsicum crop. Downy mildew, IPM में no, not traceable, not detected, whereas in NIPM there is 33 plants in first season and 47 plants in second season. Likewise, the leaf curl mosaic virus, you can see here the number of plants and their revival. Here revival 63.6% in IPM, and here then second season the revival goes up to 63.2%. प्लांट हेल्थ एंड इकोनॉमिक्स की अगर हम बात करें तो जो यील्ड थी वो आईपीएम में हमें मिली 347 क्विंटल पर हेक्टेयर, whereas in case of NIPM it was 298 क्विंटल per hectare, and in second season Under IPM, it increased 453 quintal per hectare, and in case of NIPM, it reduced from 298 to 280. 18 quintal कम हो गई यहाँ पे. The gross expenditure was a little bit same with as in case of cucumber, but in case of gross income or return, net return, here net return was 9.7 lakh, but in second year, subsequent second year, the net return was 21.2%, which was 56.6% higher than your this NIPM. It is 9.2%. In conclusion, we can say that select pest, particularly nematode-free location, adopt good agricultural or agronomical practices, quality inputs, that is seed, planting material, to be disease-free, prefer local strains of biocontrol agents because they establish well and earlier than exotic ones. The use of compatible combinations of biocontrol agents having different mode of action over individual biocontrol agents application, and is depend upon the life cycle of a pest. Just in case of nematodes, there are two stages are vulnerable. One is eggs and one is larva. So some bioagents are egg parasitic, while others are toxic, toxin producing. So you just select which biocontrol agent is better at what stage. But its combination is better, always better than individual application. The BCH preparation should be fresh and rich in colony forming units, as you are well aware about this. And lastly, the results suggest that bioagents may persist in the soil for years, which could be an advantage over the pesticides. And their presence in the rhizosphere creates the first line of defense against the attack of the soil-borne pathogens. So we recommend on the basis of these our results that we go for biocontrol agents applications. And thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Hello.
Thank you, sir. Now the lecture is open for discussion. Participants, you may ask any questions.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir, for this exemplified session on biocontrol agents. So my name is Kishan Misala, working as an agricultural researcher at the Watershed Innovation Trust from Hyderabad. So here I would like to ask a question, which is, when we perform the compatibility test under the field conditions for Trichoderma strains against Rhizoctonia solum, so what is the best temperature or the optimum temperature and the soil pH for the growth of Trichoderma strains irrespective of isolation?
Which is best for pathogen proliferation or bioagent proliferation? The pH, because in soil will be the same, and that is around 7. That will be best.
Okay. So what about temperature, sir?
Temperature, actually you are going to manage the temperature. The crop temperature, it is around 30 degrees centigrade is better, 25 to 30 डिग्री, क्योंकि सोयल में 25 के आसपास होगा, अगर आपके प्रोटेक्टेड कल्टीवेशन में 30 प्लस -2 है तो.
Okay. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Hello, sir.
Yeah.
Myself, Girish KS from Directorate of Floriculture Research, Pune.
Girish.
Sir, you have shown that the biocontrol agent used, like the Bacillus and the Trichoderma, were effective in even managing thrips and mites.
Yeah,
So
aerial pests.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What may be the mechanism of control, sir, there?
Actually, it seems that they make a film on the outer part, and systemic resistance, you already known about that. There is systemic resistance used in the system of plant, and they make a film around the plant's leaves or other parts, and less preferred by these insect pests.
No, if we see the behavior of these pests, sir, because the mites, they will web the silken webbings in the on the undersurface of the leaves, and they will feed on the plants. And the thrips live in the cracks and crevices where it is difficult even control with the synthetic insecticides. But
Yes,
your
yes, definitely.
is showing that the biocontrol agents, which are intended to control the diseases, are giving good results to even the thrips and mites. That's why I'm interested, sir.
Actually, if you go on through the literature, you will find that there is a formation of biofilms by these biopesticides, which is less preferred by these insects. These are the reports. And it seems that one thing is that this biofilm, which keep away or the pests, chewing and cutting pests. Second is the systemic this resistance, which induced by these bioagents, which is keep away the pests, particularly these aerial pests. And so many mechanisms are there, and we will do work on this also.
But you have not presented any work on the biocontrol agents which are intended for exclusively for mites or thrips or even any other insects, sir. Because you have told only biocontrol agents.
Actually our aim was not those जो आप कह रहे हैं, हमारा वो नहीं
Yes,
था.
sir.
हमारा था कि IPM इंटीग्रेटेड पेस्ट मैनेजमेंट जो पेस्ट अवेलेबल हैं जो आते हैं उसमें उनको हम उन पे क्या इम्पैक्ट है इस चीज का. Basically our aim was that.
Under polio's condition, the major problem is caused by the thrips and mites, sir.
Definitely.
In addition to
in
disease.
addition to nematodes.
तो पॉलियोस में तो होना ही चाहिए, वो ऐसे नहीं बोल सकते कि नहीं आ रहा है
एक्चुअली
करके.
वो कुछ बायोकेमिकल्स पे जाना पड़ेगा ना टेस्ट पे, वो थोड़ा सा डिफिकल्ट है कि भाई आप क्यों नहीं पेस्ट गया उस प्लांट में, क्या चेंजेस हुए बायोकेमिकली. If time will permit us, we will do that also.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Welcome.
Hello.
Yeah.
Good afternoon, sir. सर एक क्वेश्चन मेरा ये है कि जो मैंने अभी कुछ फार्मर से सोनीपत हरियाणा का एक्सपीरियंस है, जो कुकुम्बर की क्रॉप थी उसमें मैंने अभी रिसेंटली व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में फोटो भेजे हैं, स्नैप्स, और बाकी मैं आपसे पर्सनली पूछना भी चाहता हूँ इसमें कि एक स्लग जैसे लीच टाइप की जोक टाइप का एक कीड़ा था, तो वो बहुत परेशान किया था हमें. तो उसको लेकर IPM पे क्या आपका राय है, मतलब उसको कैसे हम कंट्रोल कर सकते हैं? एक
पॉली हाउस में था
जी,
पॉली हाउस में था,
नेट हाउस के अंदर था.
एक्चुअली ये जो स्नेल है ना, एक्चुअली ये स्नेल होता है
जी.
ये स्नेल पॉली हाउस में हमने कभी एनकाउंटर नहीं किया. वी आर आल्सो डूइंग वर्क ऑन इन सोनीपत एंड नियर बाय एरियाज, तो इसलिए हमने इस पे कुछ रिजल्ट्स देख भी नहीं पाए कि इस पे क्या इम्पैक्ट होगा.
सर अगर मेरे को आप अपना नंबर दे दे तो मैं आपको नंबर फोटो फॉरवर्ड कर दूँ. इवन पर नाइट, मतलब एक बेड पे बोला जाए पर नाइट 10 to 20 प्लांट्स डेली रात में कटिंग होते थे. उससे इतना परेशान हो गए थे, हमने सब कुछ करके देख लिया. लास्ट में फिर मुझे एक आइडिया आया, क्योंकि मैं इतने साइंटिस्ट से मिलता रहता, तो रात को मैंने करीबन 12 बजे वो कीड़े निकलते हैं स्नेल, 12 से लेकर सुबह 3 बजे तक एक एक पकड़ पकड़ के इकट्ठा किया था. करीबन 5 kg हमने इकट्ठा किया था. मैं आपको फोटो भी सेंड कर सकता हूँ, अभी रिसेंटली मैंने व्हाट्सएप ग्रुप में भी सेंड किया. अगर सर मेरे को आप अपना नंबर दे दे तो सर.
अब नंबर नोट करिए.
जी.
9873
9873
527
527
883.
883. ओके सर, मैं आपको
And if we
सेंड करता हूँ,
counter this
प्लीज देखिए.
problem, we will definitely take care of this.
ये गोहाना तहसील है, जिस जो मेरा होम टाउन है, और सोनीपत डिस्ट्रिक्ट में बहुत बड़ा मेरे को मिला और बहुत ज्यादा क्रॉप इससे डैमेज हो गया था। मैं आपको भेज देता हूँ फोटो, पूरा कटिंग होके प्लांट मतलब ऊपर से एकदम कट होके मिलता था सुबह तक।
नहीं, वो there are reports in open field the snails are damaging the crops and in this Haryana and Gurgaon area we also find in this cabbage there is a damage, sometimes damage of these snails are doing. Anyway, we will take care.
I am sending you on WhatsApp, sir. Okay, sir. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, sir.
Yes.
Actually, in regard to cutworm, sir, you were telling that trichoderma is controlling cutworm.
Okay.
Anything is there, sir? Cutworm, how it's managing, sir?
Basically Spodoptera, tobacco जैसे क्या बोलते हैं उसको,
Spodoptera litura, sir.
tobacco caterpillar.
So these are all the fungicide, sir. Trichoderma and bacillus, these are all the majorly fungicide. It has the fungicide.
एक्चुअली जब तक आपने इनके बारे में पढ़ा है ये फंजीसाइड हैं, जब आप इनके बारे में पढ़ोगे ये निमेटिसाइड भी हैं एंड दे आर इंसेक्टिसाइड्स आल्सो.
Okay.
रिसर्च इज गोइंग ऑन और हमने तो ये एक इम्पैक्ट देखा है कि बायो कंट्रोल एजेंट्स का इम्पैक्ट पेस्ट पे क्या है. हमने उसमें कुछ नहीं किया. कट वर्म्स अगर हमारे आईपीएम में कम आ रहा था इन कंपैरिजन टू नॉन आईपीएम, इट मींस बायो एजेंट्स आर डूइंग समथिंग देयर, whether it is systemic resistance or whether it is the plants are less preferable by the insect pests.
ओके, आप ओनली नंबर ऑफ इंसेक्ट्स को काउंट किए, इसके ऊपर अलग से कुछ बायोस वगैरह ऐसे
अलग से हमने बायोस वगैरह नहीं किया.
ओके,
टाइम परमिट्स वी विल डू दैट.
ओके, थैंक यू सर.
So one more thing. Yes, sir. So yeah, Kishan here, sir, again. So one more thing, when you're talking about the biofilm formation, is there anything work that we have been doing at the moment on inter-kingdom communications, especially the kingdom communications?
Yes, definitely reports are there. लेकिन हम चूंकि उस लेवल के वर्क पे जा नहीं पाए हैं अभी तक, या इंडिया में ये वर्क नहीं हुआ है, बाहर के लेकिन कई पेपर्स हैं. साइंस रिपोर्ट में एक पेपर छपा है, मैं आपको उसका रेफरेंस दे सकता हूँ. उन्होंने काफ़ी काम किया है इस पे कि अगर प्लांट ग्रोथ प्रमोटिंग बैक्टीरिया है तो वो ट्राइकोडर्मा के लिए क्या फ़ायदा करता है सेम राइजोस्फीयर में या सेम नीची में. एंड दे मेक ए बायोफिल्म इन विच बैक्टीरिया को लिए भी वो एक पैसेज बनाता है. तो देयर आर सम रिपोर्ट्स लाइक दैट, बट वो काम इतना मॉलिक्यूलर लेवल का है कि हम फील्ड में नहीं कर सकते उसको फिर कंट्रोल कंडीशन में लाना पड़ेगा.
ओके, ओके सर.
मेरा एक और क्वेश्चन है, मैं पूछ सकता हूँ क्या?
हाँ बताइए.
सर जैसे हम केमिकल में सोलराइजेशन में कुछ केमिकल यूज करते हैं फिल्म लगा के प्लास्टिक की, ऐसे ही अगर हम ऑर्गेनिक या फिर हम उसमें करके देखें तो उसमें क्या चीज आप रिकमेंड करेंगे उसमें? तो क्योंकि आप जो सोलर सोलराइजेशन जो प्रोसेस है सोलराइजेशन का उसमें आप केमिकल यूज कर रहे हैं, तो अदर
नहीं केमिकल कहाँ यूज कर रहे हैं? सोलराइजेशन में हमने केमिकल कहाँ यूज किया?
नहीं, जो नॉर्मल यूज कर रहे हैं उसमें पन्नी डाल के नीचे से केमिकल कुछ इंसर्ट करके फ्यूम्स का
नो केमिकल, ओनली ए लाइट इरिगेशन इज रिक्वायर्ड सो दैट जो लेटेंट हीट है वो थोड़ी सी एक्युमुलेट हो जाए मॉइस्चर के कारण. वी नेवर यूज एनी केमिकल बीनीथ द पॉलीथीन और लाइक दिस.
ओके.
एंड देयर इज नो नीड टू केमिकल अंडर दिस. वो फ्यूमिगेंट्स बहुत पहले हुआ करते थे, वो तो कब के बंद हो चुके हैं.
थैंक यू सर.
मिथाइल ब्रोमाइड वगैरह जो थे उनके लिए करते थे ये काम कि हम केमिकल नीचे डालते थे, बट वो तो सेकंड वर्ल्ड वॉर के बाद यूज ही नहीं हुए, बैन हो गए थे.
Thank you very much. I hope, Dr. Agminder.
Yes, sir.
Those participants have more questions. Please write in the chat box. We pass on to Dr. Satyendra Singh and we get a reply from him and pass on to you. Definitely. I thank Dr. Satyendra Singh for sparing the time and sharing his experience. And It's a real experience he had shown to you in how we are performing in the actually we are doing in the our particular area. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank
We
you,
will
sir.
bank
Thank
upon
you.
in the future also. Now I request Dr. Raghavendra to introduce the next speaker, please.
Right.
Dr. Raghavendra, please.
Yes, thank you, sir. Thank you. So, participants, the next lecture is on good agriculture practices and IPM in storage for management of storage pests. So, that will be covered under the topic gap for post harvest by our one of the eminent scientist, eminent speaker, Mr. Dr. Revana Siddha. To introduce you to with Revana Siddha. Revana Siddha is basically native to Karnataka. He completed his undergraduation from US Raichuru and MSc PhD from US Bangalore GKVK, and he is a gold medalist in his undergraduation and post graduation. And in the year 2017, he has cleared Agriculture Research Service of ICAR and joined at Indian Institute of Pulse Research. He is continuing his work in the field of storage entomology with special reference to screening of germplasm for insect resistance, especially with reference to bruchids. And is also working on phosphine resistance in bruchids. So without wasting much time, I request Dr. Revan Siddha to please go ahead and deliver his lecture to the participants. Revan Siddha, please.
Thank you, sir. Sir, am I audible, sir?
Yes, yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the coordinators of this program, co-coordinators, and also Dr. Raghavendra sir for inviting me to deliver lecture on GAP on post-harvest technology. As I am working specifically on pulses, so I just decided to deliver talk on good management practices for post-harvest management of food grains. So are my slides are visible, sir?
Yes. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I have very less experience when compared to the eminent speaker, which I am listening from almost a couple of days. But anyhow, the topic which is given to me is like good management practices in this. So I cannot go specifically with case studies or success stories, but I will try my level best to cover what are the good practices which we can follow so that we can store food grains for longer periods without losing significantly. And in this lecture, I will be speaking most on which is related to food grains, storage of food grains, not like fruits or vegetables and other products. So we know that. So let me start with core issues. We always speak with about many issues in Indian agriculture. So I will not go through one by one. I am just listing for your information. And many times we speak about these issues like food and nutritional security, profitability, employment, low production or productivity, and biotic and abiotic stresses. Like this, there are many issues every year, every moment people discuss and government intervene to handle these issues. But I feel like post-harvest management, which is also a core issue. So because apart from producing a significant production, we are achieving records in production of many food grains. So we are not able to protect them for longer time under storage conditions. So hence this post-harvest management is a very big issue which we should think and we have to concentrate it upon. So as I already told, the issue of post-harvest management should be concerned in India. So when we compare our Indian scenario to other countries, so in our India, so the post-harvest losses of food grains is estimated up to like it accounts to the losses up to 44,000 crore. And there are several issues behind this, like there are like inadequate livelihood opportunities in the production catchment sectors and the production sectors, and there are high level of food wastage problems due to shortage of storage spaces, storage infrastructures, and other facilities. And there is a mismatch between agri exports and agri imports, which in turn creates a lot of problems in storing like food grains in million tons without and in certain cases, if the proper management is not followed, there are reports of losses in like thousands of tons. And so there are like low levels of agro processing and value addition infrastructures are available in India, which is also adding losses of food grains before processing. As I already told, poor infrastructures and logistic supports and unscientific and unorganized handling and storage are the other issues uh, which are prevalent in India. And apart from this, very important thing is we see research diversion or the interest of research works in different fields, but and for my surprise, like there is only 5% of research funding has been diverted to address the issues which are facing under storage, which came in the recent report, in one of the report. So when we compare Indian scenario to developed countries, they have very good value addition facilities for post harvest. When they feel that the stored grains or other products are facing threats, biotic or abiotic, they immediately shift them to post value addition, and they have high income. They are high income countries. For example, like about 180 US million dollars worth of value. Means $180. They add value of $180 to 1 ton of agriculture produce when they store, and if they don't feel like they are not safe for longer period. So 98% of the agriculture produce in high income countries undergoes industrial processing, whereas in developing countries like India only 30% is processed. The average value added per ton when compared to other countries in India or in other developed countries, it is just 40 US dollars. So as I already told, post-harvest processing and value addition is about only 1.5% in India as against 30% in developed countries. So let me start with the famous quote and book by a renowned storage entomologist, Dr. S. Mohan sir. So with that, the title of the book is A Grain Saved is Grain Produced. So he addressed these issues in very interesting way in his whole career. Like he divides concerns in post-harvest management into two groups, that is pre-harvest concerns and post-harvest concerns. Though we call it as a post-harvest, but we have to we have to take care of certain issues before harvest of the crops also, if you want to store grains for longer period. So when it comes to storage, we know that food grains, they are rich source of carbohydrates, proteins, and other nutrients. They certainly attract a lot of insects and other pests when we store for longer period. And also they undergo a lot of losses if we don't store them properly without concerning certain abiotic factors also. And we know that we store food grains for several purposes, which I listed here. So when it comes to storage of food grains in India, so most of the food grains farmers are storing at farm level, and we do store grains in our household levels also, starting from kitchen. And in general, if you think about large scale, so warehousing is the major practice in India where food grains are being stored at larger scales. Agriculture warehousing accounts for 15% of warehousing market in India. In that, FCI, central warehousing and state warehousing, they contribute up to 40% of the food grain storage, whereas unorganized sectors contribute up to 30%. And apart from this, a large part of professionally run warehouses also available. They are running in India, like I listed here. These are the emerging partners. So they are entering the field of food grain storage and at large scales for long-term period. So when we think about storage of food grains, for example, safe storage of food grains for longer period, so we have to understand the chain that the food grains undergo starting from harvesting up to the consumption by the end user. So there are several steps. So if we list a major steps, so it starts from harvesting. As I already told the concerns from Dr. S. Mohan, there are certain pre-harvesting factors also. So in general, it starts from harvesting and transportation within farm or between farms or to home. And there are certain homestead operations which we call like drying of grains, threshing or shelling in case of certain like groundnut and other crops, cleaning, winnowing, storage, processing, and transportation. So during these operations, food grains there are several factors food grains undergo, and there are chances of losing grains in each and every step if we don't follow these operations without much care. So there are two models developed by Manandar et al. And also Kumar and Kalita very recently in 2020. So they divided entire chain of food grain supply into major operation, and also they indicated what are the activities which are to be taken care and what are the losses if we fail to take care these activities, like starting from harvesting to transportation. So for example, during harvesting, if there is a lack of mechanization and if there is an untimely harvesting, like we can call like too early harvesting or too late harvesting, or like if there are bad weather conditions during drying or during transportation, how it affects. These are the several problems which arises during these operations, and these are the negative impacts in terms of food grain which contribute for food grain losses. Like for example, I'm just quoting one or two so that we can proceed further, and you can refer this paper. This is very interesting paper to understand how these food grains undergo through several factors during supply of food chain. Like for example, during harvesting, if there is a lack of mechanization or untimely harvesting practices are followed, there will be high shattering loss, or there will be attack of insects and rodents, and there will be a problem of broken grains. Like for example, if you harvest too early, there will be higher moisture in grain, or if you harvest too late, if they are over dried, there will be problem of broken grains during milling of those grains. And if the edible crops are left in field, they undergoes other direct exposing factors. Like this in every step. For example, in case of storage also, if there are inadequate facilities, and if there are poor handling conditions, and if there are poor road conditions also, you can see like insect infestation, mycotoxin production due to mold formation, nutrient losses, discoloration, and also attack of other rodent pests also. Like this, these are the important factors. Just I am briefly telling. You can go through this paper to understand in detail. So coming to losses of food grains, different types of losses, we can categorize these losses into two major terms, like quantitative loss and qualitative loss. So you know that quantitative loss is the direct loss in the food grain, like due to eating of a part of grains by insects or other organisms. There will be loss of weight, which is reflected after certain amount of time. That is also called as quantitative loss. And apart from this, due to infestation of these insect pests and other factors, there will be loss in quality, which is most important, and which is actually reflected once the impact has happened. Negative impacts have occurred under storage conditions. And these quantitative losses, they can be identified with well-defined standards. So you cannot notice it directly like qualitative losses. And this include like loss in quality of grains. So you cannot make out loss in quality of grains by just looking at grains. So there are certain parameters. So you can test what is the change in quality of grains due to certain factors like biotic or abiotic factors. There will be nutrition loss in certain food grains, and loss of seed viability also. For example, if we consider abiotic factors, if there is a mismatch in congenial conditions with respect to temperature or humidity, there will be loss of viability also for when you store these crops as for seed purpose. So if you consider post-harvest losses of food grains as a whole, so there are different extent of losses reported during each operation, as I already mentioned in these chain of operations in food supply chain. Like starting from harvesting, these are the reports which says that during harvest there will be 1 to 2% loss. During handling of these harvested produce, there will be loss of 0.4 to 0.8, like threshing, transport, processing. And you can see that the major significant part of grain loss is occurring during storage only. It depends on the duration of storage and the condition and type, the management practices which are followed during storage of certain food grains. And if you total it, including milling loss, which is mostly ignored in many cases, during milling due to poor infrastructure or milling facilities, in India there is a significant report losses of food grains during milling also. So total, the post-harvest losses of food grains ranges from 24 to 34%. And you can see that if India is the major producer and consumer of major food grains, you just imagine there is a loss. This is the reported loss. We don't know what is the practical or the actual losses. which are available in godowns, and you know that there are certain factors which prevent many people to report what is the exact losses which are occurring in storage conditions. So, as I mentioned, different kinds of losses during storage or post-harvest management of food grains. There are several factors which are to be considered at every time, at every condition during this food supply chain. And these factors include biotic threats, abiotic or physical threats, and other threats. So if you speak about biotic threats, so you know that a lot of insect and mite species, they attack stored food grains. There are certain mold forming fungi and other microbes which attack stored grains when there is a high moisture or relatively high humidity conditions, ambient humidity conditions. And there are several rodent species, including squirrels, which attack stored grains if infrastructure is not properly closed. And there are certain bird species, majorly like rock pigeon and other birds, which attack grains depending upon the infrastructure quality of the stored house. And coming to abiotic or physical threats, these are the three important factors, like temperature, humidity, and aeration. And there are certain set of standards which are recommended for storage of food grains when it comes to combination of this temperature, humidity, and aeration, which I will discuss in the subsequent slides. And coming to other factors like infrastructure, as I already told, infrastructure is very important. The quality of infrastructure is very important, which decides the quality of food grains when it comes to attack of insect, pests, birds, and rodents. And the quality of storage receptacles. Receptacles means the bags which we use for storage of grains, like gunneys, gangways, and other equipments which we use while handling stored grains under storage conditions. And apart from that, there are a lot of socio-economic factors which affect the quality and storage or the maintenance of food grains for longer time or short duration. Since biotic factors are the major one, which are what I can say that they are the repeating factors even after ensuring proper management condition, even after ensuring lot of preventing measures and curative measures, they keep on occurring because you know that insects and microorganisms or birds, they are present everywhere. They are available at any part or any place. It is our duty to protect our grains. We cannot eliminate these organisms from nature. So that is why I'm going in detail. Just briefly, I will tell what are these biotic factors. And these biotic factors, you can, when it comes to insect, you can classify them in different groups like internal, external, and external feeders, and secondary pests or scavengers. So I will just briefly go very quickly. What are all the insects which infest stored grains? So, and I will be just going through the important stored grains first, which are commonly occurring and which are creating a positive and significant impact in terms of losses of stored grains. So to start with, the first insect is rice weevil. You know that this weevil infest stored cereals and other cereal products. And this is the example for direct feeding insect or internal borer. It will cause direct quantitative losses for grains and associated qualitative losses. And this insect usually infests rice, wheat, maize, and jawar, and co-occurrence is common in this insect. However, if you consider these three rice weevil species, Cytophilus varajae is very common in Indian storage conditions, and typical damaging symptoms includes hollowing grains due to feeding of internal content, and kernels will be reduced to powder and heating spots. And the second important one is lesser grain borer. It attack unhusked paddy, wheat, maize, barley, dried potato. And the typical symptoms you can see, you can remember, is irregular, messy waste floors and kernels reduced to like shells-like structures. They will be reduced in case of rice or other products. And if there is severe infestation, there will be a problem of heating of grain. There will be a rise in temperature. There is one case which reported due to severe infestation of this grain. There was a incident of catching a fire from these food grains due to increasing temperature inside the stored lots. And other important pest is broochids. So when you discuss about storage of pulses, these are the dominant and most abundant insect, and they commonly occur across major stored pulses. And there are several species of broochids which are commonly distributed in India, and among them there are 3 species which are commonly occurring across India, and there is one species that is Calosobruchus theobrome, which you see in Western Ghats and other parts of India, other southern parts of India. And these insects, they usually preferably they attack stored pulses, and in this insect, grub is the only damaging stage. And the typical symptoms, you all are familiar that there will be a circular hole on grains once this insect emerges out after damaging of grain. Coming to other insect pests, that is tamarind beetle or groundnut beetle. This insect usually attacks stored tamarind pods, and it also causes significant losses in stored groundnut also. And this looks similar to Bruchid, as this species also belongs to the family Bruchinae, but it is a comparatively larger insect. So for example, if you see like this is the largest Bruchid species within a commonly occurring Bruchid species. So it is like almost, you can see this will be 2 to 3 times larger than this Bruchid species. And coming to the other insect pests, so which you can classify them as a secondary pest, as I already shown in one slide, cigarette beetle, Lasioderma sericarne. And this insect preferably they attack stored tobacco products like cigarette, cheroots, and they also attack stored dried tobacco leaves also. And these insects are also reported to cause damage to certain furnitures. The next one is drugstore beetle, that is Stegobium panaceum. It attacks turmeric, stored turmeric powder or whole turmeric or coriander whole. It attacks both whole and powdered products like turmeric, coriander, ginger, dry vegetable products, and dried animal meat products. Coming to some of the moth species which are which attacks stored grains. The first one is grain moth, or it is popularly called as Angmois grain moth. This moth species attack paddy, maize, jawar, barley, wheat, and it will not attack milled rice and other cereal products. And you can see the hibernated pupal stages in stored godowns. If you see the godowns which are infested with this insect severely, you can see lot of pupal stages. They are hibernating on several structures, cracks, crevices, bags, everywhere you can notice the pupa of this insect. And it usually damages by boring into the grain. It almost feeds off of the grain. In certain conditions, sometimes whole grains will be damaged. And the typical character or behavior to remember about this insect is most of the insect are superficial in nature. Like if they attack very severely, also if there are very large stored lots, they attack peripherally. They don't go in depth into the stored lots unless these stacks are given with a wide space, wide interbag space. Otherwise, they cause peripheral infestation. But this insect goes up to 30 centimeter depth in storage condition, and in under certain condition you can see very unpleasant smell coming out from infested grains. And coming to two important floor beetle, so many people they call it as popularly called as red rust floor beetle or red floor beetles. There are two species which are prevailing in Indian condition, and these two species attack wheat flour, and they also feed on broken grains, milled products, dried fruits, pulses, corn flakes. So you can see this insect in many stored products. So they usually act as secondary pests. Whenever you see, for example, if I take pulses, if there is a initial infestation of broochids, once bruchid damage is over, there will be a powder formation in stored pulses, and on that powder formulation, this insect starts appearing. And apart from this, the other moth is the Carcera cephalonica. And this moth usually attack rice, gram, sorghum, maize, and this is also very important insect. And apart from infesting these products, it usually survives on powder materials. That is the reason this insect is majorly used in laboratory conditions to use it as host for many biological control programs. And coming to other beetle, Kafra beetle. So as I already told, for red rust floor beetle, this is also kind of insect which acts as a secondary pest, which attacks stored grains once there will be powder formation due to infestation of primary insects. And this insect usually infests majorly wheat. They also infest maize, jawar, rice, pulses, dried fruits, oil seeds, and their cakes also. And this insect is very typical in terms of occurrence. You can easily notice that in case of severe infestation, you can see a large amount of cat skins, frogs, and ants present over gunny bags and infested grains. And you can see this kind of larva, which looks very like many people don't like the way it infests or the situation it creates under storage conditions. And the damage of this insect is also confined to peripheral layers. So in case of bulk storage, this insect is reported to go up to 30 to 45 centimeter in depth. The next insect is Indian meal moth. It infests maize, cereals, dry fruits, groundnuts, cereal products, and they usually damage ear and grain of maize. And the typical symptom is they contaminate grains with the large amount of webbings. You can see a lot of constructed galleries on the infested grains. And the other minor pests include sawtooth grain beetle. They occasionally attain a severe level in certain storage conditions. These are the important insects, and they are minute in nature. So they are not completely severe, but in certain conditions they also reach a severe stage. And coming to long-headed floor beetles, also it also occurs very occasionally with a severe infestation for many store products. This is in brief about different insect. You know that there are other insects, but these are the commonly occurring insect species under stored grain conditions in Indian scenario. And when it comes to infestation, there are several types of infestation caused by these insects. So in general, you can differentiate it into two types. The first one includes hidden infestation. As I already told, many insects they act as a internal borer. So in many species like bruchids and other insects, the adults are not feeding stage. The grub is the only feeding stage. So the adult lay egg on grains. So the hatched grub enters inside and it remain inside in a hidden manner until it emerges out as an adult. So unless and until it emerges out, you cannot notice the infestation unless you are expert to see the egg laying points on the grains. Otherwise, you can only notice the infestation of this insect when the grains are damaged. And other infestation is cross infestation, which is very important. And this is it is actually the issue which is much ignored under several storage conditions. Cross infestation usually occurs from old stocks, like from the hibernating stages, which are hibernating in cracks and crevices in godowns. There will be certain infestation hiding in infrastructures or milling equipments. And these cross infestation are very important. For example, if you are storing a lot of grains previously, and if you are liquidating it, we have to ensure that there will be a proper cleaning of stored houses. Many times we see like a certain amount of old grain debris falling around the corner or in certain places. These even a small amount, like you can say even a 50 gram of grain debris which is left over in the corners will harbor like 10 to 100 insects depending on the species, and that will be enough to act as an initial source. And because these insects they eventually multiply later. There are several ways these stored grain insect uses to enter the stored grain condition, because most of the stored insects they complete major part of their life cycle or major part of damage to stored grains under storage only. But due to avoid competition, many insects they evolved to use different routes to enter storage. Like a few species like bruchids, rice weevil, they start their infestation from field, and they while harvesting they enter as a egg stage or developing grub stage inside the grain. And as I already told, like the previous the milling infrastructure which is available, there will be a small amount of grains left over inside the milling equipments. And if you are yes sir, okay. And when if you are starting a storage a lot freshly in a godown, a large scale or small scale godown, so you have to ensure about the neighboring sources. So if there are like stored godowns or even a half kilo or 100 gram of infested grains in a neighboring kitchen, that will be enough to attract the insect infestation. And as I already told, cracks and crevices and previous storing receptacles. In general, these are the different sources of infestation which insect use to enter the storage, like field infestation, migration from neighboring sources, wooden and bamboo granaries, floor cracks, crevices, bins, old gunnies with grains, nearness to feed rooms or other stock feed, seeds received from infested sources, waste grain or seed left over in the storage area or surrounding, temporary storage in village, grain stored in openly or poured in constructed infrastructures also attract the insect from open conditions, and there will be infestation chances during transportation of grains also. And these are the ways which one has to remember. So insect can use any one or combination of these routes. So we have to ensure that we have knowledge of these problems while starting a long-term storage of food grains. And just to quote one example, as I already told, there will be field infestation. We see in pulses also, there are a lot of field infestation in different pulses. So you can see here in copy, there will be egg laying, and preferably if there are varieties with shattering issues, they lay eggs more on exposed seeds than pods. Like in case of pigeon pea also, they lay eggs on pods, and in case of mung bean also, they lay eggs on pods. Urd bean also, they lay eggs on pods, but the stage of the pod is very important. You have to remember, usually these insects, they don't prefer completely dried or like the pods which turn dark or dark brown or black color. So the critical stage which we identified is like when the pod completely matures, when the seed attains the complete shape in pod, when it starts turning from a green to brown or yellowish. During that stage, it usually lays eggs and it enters inside. And if you delay harvesting by 1 or 2 weeks, you can notice emergence of adult beetles in fields only. And if you delay by like 10 days, there will be emergence of beetles, and the initial infestation and emergence pod damage will be like 1 to 5%, less than 5%, I can say. But the emerging beetles, if you delay further, they cause infestation in field up to 10 to 15%. And if that infestation enters storage, and if you don't manage grains properly, and you have to forget that within like 6 or 1 year, they feed entire grains. And just to show a case study, to study the impact of field carryover infestation under storage, we studied under field condition for different pulses. I am just presenting for one pulses. We saw like in case of cowpea and mung bean, the infestation started from 4th week after flowering. So once flowering started, the reproductive period we categorized into different week after flowering initiation, and there will be initiation of infestation typically during 4th weeks after flowering, and it increases towards flag end of the crop. If you delay, there will be increased emergence of beetles. They again infest on pods, and this infestation will be carried over to field. We compared with open plants also, though open plants initially they don't get infestation. During last week, like 4th or 5th week after intervals, on all the open plants we saw a significant amount of infestation. Though you can see that the percent infestation is very less. If we convert this into percent, like we saw in case of cowpea, not more than 3%, in case of mung bean, not more than 5%, in case of pigeon pea, not more than 10% infestation. Though this infestation is very less, but if it enters storage within, depending upon the storage period, the entire grain will be damaged by these insects. And thus, we also tested what is the impact of field carryover. You can see here like the grains which are harvested from the plants from like 4th and 5th week after flowering, they suffered maximum 100% damage within 12 months after storage, if we don't care them, or if you don't eliminate these infestation through certain preventive measures. And apart from this, why I am covering more about field infestation, because many people, they usually ignore field infestation in case of these 3 or 4 species, which are actually very destructive in nature when it comes to stored food grains under stored conditions. Just I took one example. In case of pulses, we have to differentiate damage caused by these insects in field also while harvesting. If you take example of pigeon pea, there will be pod damage, means bored hole on pods by several insects. To compare between the common and most destructive field pest Helicoverpa armigera, pod fly, and bruchid. So if you consider Helicoverpa armigera, the bored hole on pod will be very big and it will be irregular in shape. If you see pod fly damage, the hole will be like pinhole sized and it is circular and the size of the hole will be very small. And if you see bruchid damage, so if there is a delay in harvest, you can see damaged pods 1 to 10 damaged pods per plant in the field also. And damaged pods will, the size of the bored hole will be between the hole size caused by Helicoverpa armigera and pod fly. But the typical symptom are to notice here is the damaged hole will be exactly circular in nature. In certain condition, you can see a flap attached to it. Many people, they call it as a emergence window, pod bruchid emergence window. So as I said, field infestation, though it is very smaller, if you ignore, so these insects can multiply at faster rate under congenial conditions under storage. So it is very important to consider field infestation as a major factor for safe storage of food grains. Apart from these insects, there are other pests which are attacking stored grains, are like rodent. There are several species of rats and mice, they attack stored grains. Birds, there are several species of birds, they attack stored grains. And I forgot to mention that there are 3 to 4 species of mites, like you know that grain mite, Acarus species. There are other mites, they attack stored grains under depending upon the congenial abiotic conditions. So this is in brief about the scenario of food grains, what are the different operations and what are the different insect pests which usually occur under food grain storage system. And coming to the actual topic which is allotted to me, that is what are the good management practices for safe storage of pulses for longer period. When it comes to stored pest management, we have to divide it into pre-harvest and pre-storage management and post-harvest management. And in all these operations to maintain insect or other organisms below economic threshold level, prevention is very important. This is the main mantra to ensure proper storage or safe storage of pulses. Because as I already said, insects and these rodents or other organisms, they are everywhere. So it is our duty to protect grains. So we have to follow certain practices which can prevent our grains as much as possible and which can prevent exposure of these grains. As I said, during pre-harvest operations and pre-storage operations, the management or good practices starts with harvesting of the crop only. So it is very important to decide when to harvest. So as I already said, we have to consider different factors like grain moisture or moisture of pod or weather conditions. When to harvest? If you harvest very early, there will be issue of higher moisture and there will be infestation of molds and insects. There will be issue of milling problems also. If you delay your harvesting for longer time, and the producers will be exposed to insects or outside external environmental factors like there might be rainfall, high temperature or hailstorm, anything. So any one or combination of these factors, they affect these grains if you harvest crops very in delayed manner. After harvesting, in many conditions, we see here these harvested heaps will be retained in field for longer time. Many people, they does to ensure proper extra drying of grains, or due to labor problems, in certain times there will be delay in collecting these harvested heaps. In these conditions, again there will be infestation of grains or exposure of these crop food grains to other factors. And if there are varieties with shattered or shattering problems, there will be a splitting of grains here, spillage of grains here. The infestation will occur on these grains, and many times on pods also they will occur. And once they enter, you know that as I mentioned, there are different bruchid species. Even though pods are dried, they are black. Certain species they have adapted to lay eggs on the ground. Once the grub hatches, it will enter the exposed grain. So you can see that if there is a harvested heap present over field, if that species is it doesn't prefer completely dried pods, but it will lay eggs on pods. Once during in that course, if that insect enters along with pod to storage, if you thresh and store grains, if that egg survives and hatches, it enter grain also. For example, there is one species called Acanthocylus subtectus. It is monophagous on rajma crop, and this insect has a habit of laying eggs on the ground, more on the ground or storage structures or rearing bottles than on grain. So the grub, after hatching, it reaches the grain, it decides the quality for survival, and it lays eggs and enters inside. And apart from this, dampness of night prevent shattering losses. Many reports says that the harvesting or threshing should be done during dampness to avoid shattering losses. But this factor has negative impact in terms of infestation. You know that during hotter conditions, insect will not be active, but during dampness, during cooler hours, there will be chances of exposure of these grains while threshing to insects. If you see infestation at field level during harvest or post harvest, because these insects are very much susceptible to many insecticide, a simple spray with NSK 10% NSKE will ensure. Like if you feel that there is a initiation of field infestation at field level during flaggant of the crop, a spray with 10% NSKE will prevent these crops from bruchid or other insect infestation, because many stored insect they repel to this insecticide. And after harvesting, before storage, the next important management practices to consider is grain moisture. So while harvesting, there are several reports of like the moisture content in the grain during right harvesting time will ranges from 15 to anywhere between up to 30%. So it is very important to bring this moisture level to 8 to 10%. So which is usually not congenial for most of the insects and molds. So this you can see here. If there is a higher moisture, there will be shattering of grains, attack of insects and rodents. And if you retain grains in field for longer times, again, if there is a higher moisture, there will be infestation of molds, insects, there will be loss of germination also. So moisture is very important factor to decide several aspects in quality of food grains during storage. And once the moisture is taken care of, while drying to reduce moisture to a considerable level, so it is very important to follow certain practices while drying also. So there are different methods. Many people they follow like natural drying and artificial drying. Like in developing countries, majorly people follow natural drying, open drying, and in certain like godowns in Indian conditions which are owned by a private agency, they do adopt this practice of artificial drying using a natural energy or generated heat also. And during drying, the number of hours during that time grains exposed to sunlight is also very important. You know, usually we see that people they spread grains in the drying ads in the early morning hours only, and they will again collect it back during late evening, like after 6:30, depending on the natural light available. It is very important to consider these times also. You know, like the ideal time for drying will be like you have to decide there should be a significant rise in ambient temperature. So the preferable time depending upon the area, and the ambient temperature should be more than 32 or 35 degrees Celsius. So ideally like after 10 a.m. or 11 a.m. you have to spread the grains. And it is very important to close the grains before 4 or 5 p.m. Before the temperature drops again below 30 to 35 degrees Celsius. Because why I am telling this, because during morning and evening cooler hours, these insect will become stored insect will become active. As I already told, they will be present everywhere in any of the neighboring source. If they see that there is a fall in temperature, congenial temperature, and their grains are available openly, they surely infest these grains. So it is very important to consider hotter hours during the day for natural drying. For artificial drying, there are standard methods to eliminate these stages of insects or microorganisms. And apart from this, these methods they try to save seed viability or food quality, nutritional parameters also. Coming to good management practices, if we discuss here in terms of small scale storage conditions and large scale storage conditions, as I already said, the main important thing is prevention of exposure. So if you are storing food grain, like if it is 100 gram or 1 kg or up to 1 quintal, 2 quintal, you have to ensure no infestation during storage. It comes by practice. You have to be familiar with what are the storage insects which attack the stored grains, how it looks, how they lay eggs, how they start infestation. So if you ensure that there is no infestation, or if there is infestation, if you eliminate this infestation before packing, and that will handle your storage problem. You can store these food grains safely for like as much as you want, depending upon the purpose you are storing, whether it is for food grains or for seed purpose. This point why I am stressing, because in many species living like rice weevil and other species which they do physically damage bags, but there are certain species like broochids, they don't pierce and they don't physically damage bags and enters. They use natural openings. So if you store grains in gunny bags, they enter gunny bags. Or if you storing grains in PPW or other plastic bags, if you eliminate initial infestation and cover it, so your grains will be free. The brookid will not enter. And apart from this, during small scale condition, I'm just briefly mentioned that there are certain natural products that people they do use, like mixing of ash or dung powder, and it is ideal for the conditions where you store these grains for seed purpose. Like there are other plant products, many times they use for food grains also, like neem powder or turmeric powder or basil powders. And there are commercial inert dusts available like diatomaceous earth, which is available with many trade names, which is commonly used to protect these food grains from infestation. And the principle behind using this inert dust is desiccation. These dusts, they actually absorb moisture from the insect body. They die because of desiccation. And it is ideal when you store grains for seed purpose. When it comes to large scale conditions, again the mantras remain same. Prevention of exposure is very important. Before storage, you have to ensure there is no infestation in the food grains which you are planning to store, and there is no infestation in the surrounding or previous receptacles or previous stored grain products. And proper packaging and closing is also equally important aspect to ensure long-term safety in stored food grains. And many times under large scale condition, the concept of first in first out is normally practiced, like when if there are grains which are stored previously, you have to remove it first, or you have to disinfect first, and you have to ensure there is no infestation in these slots and also neighboring, apart from ensuring infestation free in the stores which you are planning, in the grains which you are planning to store. So after certain precaution measures, so before storing grains, there are certain precautions which are very important to follow under stored grain storage conditions. Like sanitation is the first important thing, starting from go downs. There should be rigorous monitoring about the existing infestation stages of insects, or even infection source for these molds in walls, cracks, crevices, doors surrounding also. Once if you find there are certain infestations or infection by microbes, so you have to take convenient or applicable chemical management practices or other practices to eliminate these structures. If you are using bags, there are methods to disinfect bags using neem or malathion. So usually ideal recommendation is use of 10% neem kernel solution or malathion 50 in the dilution ratio of 1:100. Or in certain cases, many people they recommend even delta methrine also at concentration of 40 gram per liter for disinfestation of bags or covering materials like tarpaulin and other things. Coming to other precautions, so ensuring grains free from husks, spots, broken grains, and other admixtures will help to maintain the quality of grains under stored condition. It will help to avoid infestation due to microbes if there is a moisture along with these admixtures. And the stored grain should be free from initial infestation and infections. And threshing floor, threshing machines, storage structure should be clean and free. And information about neighboring sources of infestation is very important before initiating the actual storage. Some food grains can be stored in other milled or processed forms if there is a problem of severe insect problem in that prevailing in that area. For example, in case of pulses, these pulse beetles, they usually prefer whole grains. In rare cases, they infest the split dal, because the split dal for normal grains like urd bean, mung bean will not support the complete development of insect stage. It needs whole grain to develop its stage completely. So in many times, if you process it into dal and store, and you can prevent bruchid, you can overcome bruchid menace. And after ensuring certain precautions, there are two important abiotic factors to consider, that is ventilation, temperature, and humidity. So regarding ventilation, the time bound and the condition based ventilation ensuring is very much necessary in storage conditions. So for example, under dry and sunny days, there should be adequate ventilation. So it will help to even maintain insects and other organisms at certain level, and also to ensure proper seed viability or even nutrition quality in case of food grains. In case of humid or wet days, minimum ventilation is recommended, because if there is a higher ventilation grain, there will be increase in ambient related humidity, which in turn rises grain moisture because of imbibition. When it comes to temperature, the ideal condition for most of the insects or microbes will be like 20 to 30 degrees Celsius. So if there is a temperature of standard recommended is 40, but in many cases, like if you maintain temperature of more than 36 or 37 degrees Celsius, it will be, or the temperature of below 15 degrees Celsius. These two conditions will usually be not ideal to insects for survival and development. In case of relative humidity, the common recommended percent of relative humidity for safe storage is less than 20%. But if you not ensure the proper humidity, if there is a higher humidity content, there will be a problem of mold growth and multiplication of certain insect species. And apart from these abiotic factors, there are certain factors which you have to ensure during storage receptacles also. While storing for large scale under large scale condition, if when you are storing grains in tag concept, you should not store the floor and bags, which usually causes problems of moisture and other issues like infestation, and even also kind of some aeration problems, which raises temperature in the middle of stacks, that in turn causes increase in temperature and catching of fire incidents. And apart from this, in go down condition, a proper checking, proper regular monitoring for leakage of rainwater and sufficient drainage facilities are also advisable. And when it comes to large scale stacking of stored grains in bags, so there are different methods of stacking, and the selection of this method is very important depending upon the type of food grain stored for seed purpose or for food grain purpose, to ensure proper viability or nutritional factors. This is the simple method where overlapping of bags will be done. There is a cross method, or there will be block method, and block method is most recommended, which is because it ensures proper aeration between stacks, and also it is ideal for to adopt fumigation practices. It will ensure the reaching of the commercially available fumigant to each and every bag, so that you can eliminate insect stages. Improper stacking many times creates poor aeration. Again, I already told, if there are stacks of like thousands or 10,000 tons, there will be increase in temperature in the mid heart of the stack. You can call it as heart of the stacks. There are many incidents which are reported that catching of fire occurs when there is a significant increase in temperature of over and above 50 to 60 degrees Celsius, up to 70 degrees Celsius in the heart of stacks. So once you store the grains, the regular monitoring and inspection of grains for which IGSRMI recommends. So more the points, more the accuracy of detection of infestation. And if you want to come up with and indicate based on the number of insect trap, you can decide the management practices. And there was earlier commercially available TNU two in one trap, which is applicable when on it grains. But overall problem, they have developed this. These commercially available, Dr. S. Mohan, there is a separate website in his name. And apart from that, there are certain private companies, they developed many traps based on light, based on pheromone, and based on other concepts to monitor for early detection and monitoring of stored insect pests. When it comes to pheromone, these commercially available traps are available with PCI. There is one website that is storedgrain.in. There also there are certain products they are available to monitor moth species. Traps which you face in storage condition. Apart from this, there are commercially available light traps available for lesser grain borer, red floor, and cigarette beetles. The commercial available traps are based like species like Cytodroga, Corsair, and FSTA. Green light based traps are available nowadays. And you can visit, as I already told, you can visit grainstorage.in or safe storage of grain.in or PCI or TNU website for these commercial traps. The other depends of these traps should be considered based on their success rate. During monitoring in Indian storage conditions, there is a serious problem of serious this is a question. You can again eliminate ignore, or if you cannot track exactly where egg laying is you can just randomly take on the there are other there are which are recommended by occurs insect, and the dose identification when it comes to uh, uh, prophylactic method of used to infect and the frequency recommended is 40 milligrams when you expose in the lungs of is a tablet based in large those godowns where most of uh, 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 very less very able to do make the tablet there is some information internet ಸರ್ ಅದು ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಯಾಕೋ ಸರ್ ಅದೇನೋ ಡಿಸ್ಕನೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಯ್ತು ಸ್ಲೈಡ್ಸ್.
Hello. Hello. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Can you
Audible,
hear me?
sir. Yes, sir.
Hello, sir.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
is some issue.
Yeah.
डिस्कनेक्ट हो गया मैं दोबारा शेयर कर रहा हूँ. आई थिंक इट इज सेइंग दैट you can't share
Okay,
content
fine,
unless
fine.
the host or host. Yes, sir. Please.
Please.
Thank you. Now I'll tell. You can see slides now. Hello, sir.
Can you share it again, please? Whether देखते नहीं.
Can you see now, sir?
Yeah. Now it's visible. Too much. Correct.
Okay. I will continue.
Please.
Thank you. Sorry for the there is some issue in internet.
No worries.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a technical fault. Don't worry.
Yeah.
Carry on, please.
So there are certain mechanical devices which are available to remove eggs from infested grains. These are not uh, uh, patients. Next is medication. So you follow done medication, and these irradiation and the lot of research is soil seeds, mainly considering infestation parameters, ability. In condition, in most of the cases, the commonly used bags are gunny bags. Jute bag, and I think many of you know that there will
Dr.
be
Revansidha? Hello? Hello, Revansidha? Revansidha,
yes sir,
your voice is not audible.
yes sir, tell.
Your voice is not audible in between. Your voice is just like breaking.
Okay.
Can you just reconnect? Can you just reconnect?
Sir, hello, am I
Yes,
audible
please.
now?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as I am mentioning, there are commercial available bags are even a for even large scale storage conditions. There is a hermetic concept based coverings are available from PCI, and also as I already mentioned, there is a website called Save Grain Bags in, but we do not know the uh, uh, what you can say the evaluation data or success of these bags, but the products which are commercialized by PCI are based on the successful tests across several places, and they do sell lot of these aromatic bags or tarpaul based coverings for safe storage of pulses. These can be used for to create airtight conditions also, and they are available for fumigation also, to maintain airtight condition for fumigation also. And apart from this, there are other solutions available to manage insect pests in storage condition. There are insect growth regulator based products are available like Dicon 2, which is based on methoprin and storage set 2, which is based on Reldan and delta methrin, which is nowadays it is available under market also. And for the management of insect pests and under storage, there are several reports of insect parasitoids and predators attacking these stored grain insects. Like there are certain species of egg parasitoids like Uscana, in case of bruchids, Trichoderma pretiosim. For most of the stored grain insect, on stored grain insect, it acts as egg parasitoid. There is a larval parasitoid, which is generalistic parasitoid, which also attack larval stages of many stored grain pests under storage, food grain storage also. And there is one larval pupal parasitoid like Dinormus basalis and bruchids. Like this, there are several even pupal based parasitoids are also available. And there are certain reports of predators attacking stored grains like redivid predators, anthochorid predators. If you can see anthochorid predators, if you notice a field infestation of bruchid or pod damage in bruchid, you commonly see this insect which is hovering over pods and flowers, which usually attack the different stages of bruchids. And apart from this insect also attacks in larval stage or egg stages of other stored products, which starts infestation from field also. But though there are many species of biocontrol agents available or reported, there is no report of commercial uses of these. There is no reports of commercial uses of these parasitoids under storage conditions, and also there are no doses or commercial products as of now. As per my knowledge, we don't see the commercial recommendation of any one of these biocontrol agents to manage stored pests. As I already said, these stored products are not, in many cases, they are not completely eliminating the stored product. They are actually co-occurring with insects, and they are both insects and parasitoids are surviving. To quote one example, in our laboratory in bruchid cultures, we do see a lot of Uscana dinormus infestations. Many times we face difficulty, but we never saw these parasitoids completely eliminating insect cultures. So, like in my 6 years experience, they are co-occurring, and even after following so many methods, I cannot eliminate these parasitoids. But I never faced a problem of complete culture elimination due to these parasitoids. And apart from this, there are a lot of difficulties with respect to mass culturing and rearing of these parasitoids. That might be the reason I think it takes some more time to someone to come out with a proper recommendation to use these biological control agents in stored conditions. And coming to good agriculture management practices to control stored other, there is some issue. Yeah. Coming to good agriculture practices to manage rodent control, there are a lot of preventive measures are available. And for rodents, it is very important to be cautious while during storage, before storage, during storage, even after storage for the entire storage period. Storage facility as well as surrounding areas must be very clean, and there should not be any spillage of grains. They do act as a trap or attracting point for inviting these rodents. Storage facility must be properly maintained, like holes and cracks in the walls, floors, roofs must be closed properly in order to prevent entry of these rodents. Granaries and platforms should be reinforced with conical rat guards. There are different kinds of rat guards are available which you can use to prevent grains. And rodents must be prevented from climbing along posts. There will be certain structures in storage godowns which actually act as a supporting agents for movement or climbing or escaping of these rodents. These should be taken care of. And if there are trees and branches close to granaries, they should be cut, or there should be a proper practice. There should be you can wrap those branches just to create a slippery nature so that these rodents cannot use that route to enter your godowns. And there are active methods for rodent control by using mechanical or physical based traps are also available. And you can also trap these rodents using local trap or sticky or glue based traps, which are as I already mentioned, if you go to PCI website or other website, there are several glue based traps are available which you can use to trap these rodents. And if you see rodents in burrows and in other concealed places where you cannot physically reach to catch and kill them, you can use flushing methods or smoking method, or you can flood those burrows using water just to kill or remove those rodents. And apart from these, there are curative measures like use of rodenticides of botanical origins. There are two botanical origin rodenticides are available. One is red squill and strychnine. These are plant-based products. And there are certain commercially available rat chemostimulants available like furodin or colchicines. And with respect to Dr. Vijay Tokre, sir, please mute. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah. So with respect to curative measures using chemical as an option, so many times aluminum phosphate fumigation itself will ensure elimination of these rodents. Or if you see that even aluminum phosphate is not taking care, you can use commercially available rodenticides which are zinc based on zinc phosphide or warfarin or bromodiolane, and they are available with certain formulation and with certain ratio to be used while applying them. And to overcome the menace, there are good management practices you can follow, like you can simply avoid or prevent these birds by entering your storage conditions by constructing storages, and you can create no spaces, like there will be gaps between walls, windows, there will be breakage in window glasses. So you have to ensure that these things are very close. And apart from ensuring ventilation, so it is better to cover these ventilation points with wire mesh, and you can also close other openings through which birds can enter. You have to check all the points in the entrance and surrounding of the godowns, and you have to ensure there will not be any entry points for birds. Just to conclude this topic overall, since good agriculture practices for post-harvest is a very generalized topic to speak in front of you, you all, but these practices are very important, like so these practices you can classify them in terms of like physical, biocontrol or mechanical methods, but I somehow try to link these practices in the eventual activity wise, like if you start from harvesting up to end use, there are eventual chain of operations. I try to orient these management practices in these activities wise so that it will be easy to remember. And to conclude, we know that India is major food grain producing and consuming country. We do produce food grains in large quantities. We do achieve a lot of records, but we fail to protect these grains under storage conditions where significant amount of grains are being lost. And these high post-harvest losses are further lowering availability of food grains to many people. And there is a need for scientific storage practices and infrastructures. And there is a need for large-scale awareness about good agriculture practices for post-harvest management of food grains. And minimizing post-harvest losses is key factor. And as for that, you can follow any there are a lot of practices are available. It is up to us to decide which is most convenient method or management practices to be used at the right point or at that moment. And in many cases, you can also adapt value addition option just to save your grains, as I already mentioned for brew kits. Thank you.
Thank you, Ravan Siddha. Now, audience, participants, please. Anyone, if you would like to have any query with to be clarified from our speaker. कुछ पूछना चाहते हैं तो so
Hello.
actually yes please.
Good afternoon, sir. Sir, मैं ये एक्चुअली आई एम आस्किंग अ क्वेश्चन टू रविंद्र सर। एक्चुअली जो आपने एस मोहन सर का जो टेक्नोलॉजी बताया कि पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट को लेके, एक्चुअली वो मैं भी यूज कर रहा हूँ। रिसेंटली मैंने उनसे टीएनयू की जो टेक्नोलॉजी है सर, आपने उसको पर्सनली हैंड पे यूज करके देखा क्या? उसका क्या रिजल्ट आया है? जो फनल टाइप का था और वो मेरे पास ऑलरेडी है, मैं यूज कर रहा हूँ।
हाँ, एक्चुअली वो जो डिवाइस है ना, वो मैनेजमेंट के लिए नहीं है एक्चुअली।
No, wait. Wait. Please tell your experience of using this trap.
Yes.
सर एक्चुअली मुझे जो मिला, मैंने उसमें किया, मुझे उसका थोड़ा रिजल्ट मिला, लेकिन उसमें थोड़ा सा जो मेरे को देखा, जैसे मान लीजिए कुछ जो छोटे से ग्रेन है, हो सकता है साइज का कोई इश्यू रहा हो, तो उसमें क्या ग्रेन ऑलरेडी भर गया, वो मेरे को जो फील हुआ। और एक तो साइज को लेके था कि इसको मैंने जब मतलब उसके जो छेद हैं उससे बड़े ग्रेन, जो उसका साइज का होल है उससे बड़े साइज की ग्रेन में पुट करना होगा, इसीलिए वो क्या होगा, उससे ज्यादा कीड़े से ज्यादा वो मेरा चावल ही उसके अंदर चला गया।
अच्छा, ओके रेवना प्लीज।
यस, आपने ये जो प्रैक्टिकल प्रॉब्लम है आपने सही नोटिस किया। एक्चुअली ये जो इश्यू है बहुत बार बहुत लोग एक्चुअली लिखा है डॉक्टर मोहन सर को एंड द अदर टीम व्हिच इज लुकिंग आफ्टर दैट। ग्रेन साइज इज द मेजर इश्यू। जब वो लोग पहली बार कमर्शियलाइज किया, एक ही स्टैंडर्ड बोल साइज का था, दे कॉल इट एज मैश साइज। yes, so that is mesh size. And this trap was faced practical problem in case of moth bean। आपको मॉथ बीन पता है ना, मॉथ बीन है, कुछ मूंग बीन ऐसे होते हैं, बहुत छोटा होता है। और जब कुछ ब्रोकन ग्रेन्स में लोग यूज करना शुरू किए, उसमें क्या हुआ, ये जो हम लोग ये जो बोलते हैं ना, जो ब्रोकन ग्रेन्स हम यूज करते हैं ना, वो अंदर जाना और चावल अंदर चला जाता है, ब्रोकन चावल है। तो ये लोग मतलब ये तो इश्यूज बहुत बार वो लोगों को नोटिस किया है एंड दे सेड दैट दे आर वर्किंग ऑन डिफरेंट साइजेस, बट कमर्शियल बेस्ड में अभी तो अवेलेबल नहीं है, कोई उनका वेबसाइट में अभी तो वो लोग रिलीज नहीं किया है। बट तो ये इश्यू छोड़ के दूसरा इश्यू जो था, वो ट्रैप मैंने बताया था ना, बैग के अंदर दिखने के लिए ये ट्रैप सुटेबल नहीं था पहले, तो उसको कंसीडर करके वो लोग एक स्टैक प्रोब ट्रैप ऑलरेडी वो कमर्शियली रिलीज किया। बट इसके बारे में तो हम भी बहुत बार पूछे, एक्चुअली वी फेस्ड प्रॉब्लम इन केस ऑफ दाल टू मॉनिटर। हमने जो बताया ना सेकेंडरी इंसेक्ट पेस्ट, रेड फ्लोर बीटल, एंड वो जो मॉनिटर करने के लिए कभी कभी दाल में फ्लोर में हमने आप यूज नहीं कर सकते उसमें, ये थोड़ा
सेम। सर एक्चुअली क्या था, ये देखिए मेरे पास तीनों फनल थे, मैंने इनको इंसर्ट किया तो क्योंकि अब इसमें हमारे पास साइज सर, क्योंकि जो इनके जो मोहन सर उनसे मेरा रेगुलर कांटेक्ट है, वो यूएसए में भी, और उनके जो एंटरप्रेन्योर है जिन्होंने टेक्नोलॉजी ली है तमिलनाडु में, उनसे भी मेरा कांटेक्ट है। तो उन्होंने मेरे को ये साइज 3 दिए थे, इनसे एक बड़े साइज के बता। लेकिन दिक्कत यही है कि सबसे ज्यादा आटे में लग रहा है, या गेहूं में, या चावल में, या दाल में, या फिर अपना छोटा हम बोला जाए सरसों में, या किसी भी चीज में। तो मैं इंसर्ट कर रहा हूँ तो पता चल रहा है जो ये नीचे का हिस्सा है इसमें 3-4 तो कीड़े और बाकी में वो चावल ही भर गया। तो उल्टा
नहीं नहीं,
उसमें
आप ये मेस
पॉपुलेशन
साइज
इंक्रीज
से
हो जा
जो
रही है
भी
अंदर।
छोटा ग्रेन होता है उस पे आप यूज नहीं कर सकते, वो तो प्रैक्टिकल
जी।
प्रॉब्लम है। आप इसको यूज कर सकते हो मतलब होल गेहूं में और
बड़ी
पैडी
साइज
और
दाना में।
राइस में।
बड़े
इवन
साइज इशू।
पल्सेस जो है बड़ा साइज बड़ा ग्रेन साइज है उसमें आप यूज कर सकते हो।
नहीं
एंड
वैसे
प्रजापति
अच्छी
जी,
चीज है, वैसे मैंने यूज किया, रिजल्ट है, लेकिन साइज को लेके बस थोड़ा सा उसमें इशू है बस।
and Prajapati ji, these gadgets what you are having in your hands, it's only for monitoring, okay?
या
Even आपको आप उसका नंबर भी इंक्रीज ज्यादा करके अगर आप रखते हैं, you cannot manage. It is not
यस,
for mass trapping. It is only for monitoring.
मॉनिटरिंग।
यही है कि मतलब सेकेंडरी पेस्ट का जैसे हम रेवन सीधा बोल रहा है, सेकेंडरी पेस्ट कहाँ पे आता है? जो ऑलरेडी पिसल के हुआ है दाल में या आटे में आता है, जो इंसेक्ट स्टोरेज पेस्ट, उसमें तो ये काम नहीं कर पाएंगे। दिस इज ओनली यूजफुल टू मॉनिटर इन द होल ग्रेन विच इज हैविंग अ बिगर साइज in its size, bigger in its size compared to this holes of this trap.
या
So like
एक्चुअली उन लोगों का टेक्निकल स्पेसिफिकेशन में वो लोग मेंशन भी किया है ग्रेन साइज का जो पॉइंट है। तो जब वो
अगर
लोग कमर्शियल कर रहे थे उसमें वो लोग मेंशन किया है
मान
किसमें
लीजिए
ये
यही
एडवाइजेबल
ट्रैप,
है किसमें नहीं है।
यस यस, मान लीजिए यही ट्रैप, यही जो मॉनिटरिंग ट्रैप यू कैन यूज इन पल्सेस, होल ग्रेन पल्सेस,
यस यस
like chana dal, green gram, black gram, like
या
and whole wheat, whole paddy की जो विदाउट de-husking जो आता है ना, राइस की जो पैडी जो आता है, तो उसमें यूज कर सकते हैं। So likewise, okay, anyways, and any other participants?
Sir, do we have any storage mites? Mites related to storage?
मैडम आई एम
Please repeat it.
Do we have mites, storage mite?
Yeah,
Like
there
we
is
have phytophthora mite. Do we have any storage mites in the storage room? Have you come across? Have you experienced it?
there are lot of there are 4 species are available, madam.
yes,
Actually, like you there are 3 species which usually occur in stored grains under different humidity condition. The one common is grain mite. So it is called as ICAR-NRIIPM, which usually occurs under many storage condition. The condition for this mite is very important thing is we know like we try to maintain low humidity condition. So that low humidity condition handle the problem of other insects and mold, but under low humidity conditions, in many times mite multiplication increases. These mites even occurs under laboratory also when we multiply these insects on stored grains.
That is what is my question, sir. When there is a humidity problem and there is an increase in relative humidity, how can we manage the mites?
During increased humidity condition, they usually not occur, madam. Actually, they need lower humidity condition. So in that condition, there are I'm not sure about any commercial miticides recommended for storage condition. There are commercial acaricides available for field condition. So I will clarify you anyway. I will clarify you.
Thank you, sir.
Even there are reports of effectiveness of phosphine against mites even.
Mites also, yes.
So the phosphine which we use for management of other secondary pests can take care of this mites even.
Yeah, mites, rodents also.
Rodents even, right?
Is there any scope for botanicals in large godowns? Is there any scope? Do we have any botanical that can be used in large storage capacity?
Actually, there are a lot of botanicals recommended, madam, based on like for mixing with grains. Also, there are leaves or powders they recommend. Or there are botanical based plant essential oils. Many people they evaluate to control these insects. But practically, under large scale condition, I don't see anywhere it is being used. For small scale conditions, specifically when you use food grains for seed purpose, there are certain plant-based oils they smear on grains just to repel insect from egg laying.
For
Under large
household
scale
purpose.
condition, yes, household purposes there are. Practically under large scale condition, there is no, I don't see any such success stories using plant products under stored conditions.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Sir. Shivakumar, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Dr. Revsida, I am Dr. B.G. Shivkumar calling from IGFR Research Station, Dharwad. I have
Yes,
been
sir.
attending this training forum to get the latest information on integrated pest management. In fact, I did not take pre or post evaluation courses. My purpose was only to hear from the experts the latest things happening in integrated pest management.
Okay.
You covered various aspects of processing after harvest and safe storage. But I'm practically facing one difficulty with regard to fodder cowpea seed storing. It
Okay.
gets affected within 15 days of harvest. Many a time you are
Okay.
not able to store properly for 1 month. That's how you are facing acute shortage of seeds of fodder cowpea. Although there is huge demand, neither farmers are producing nor are research institutes like ours is able to produce and store it properly. Is there any
Yes.
specific storage practice that can ensure quality seeds even after storing 3 months or 4 months?
Sir, I think the insect which is causing problem to your stored grains will be bruchid, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, bruchid, sir, as I already said, you have to be careful at field level only. Within pulses, cowpea is the most preferred crop.
Yeah.
If you provide options, it will prefer cowpea. You can rank cowpea as number one. And the reason you are seeing significant damage in grains after 15 days of harvest, that means the infestation coming either from field or from your where you are storing, sir. You might be storing under some storage rooms.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We are going to
Sir,
separate
sir,
the storage room.
yeah, simple thing, sir. I think you might be handling small quantity of grains. I think it will
No,
be
no,
in,
we will be handling at times 5 to 10 quintals.
yeah, 5 to 10 quintals also it is very small, sir, if we compare to
Small.
large scale.
Yeah.
I think my advice or request to you is after harvest, please monitor grains for egg stages, bruchid
Okay.
egg stages. And before, in which bags you are storing? Cloth bags or polythene bags, gunny bags?
So most of the times it's cloth bags.
Cloth
Cloth
bags.
bags and
Yeah,
the gunny
cloth
bags
bags
also.
is also very it will be advisable for bruchids, like as I already told, they don't puncture and enter unless your cloth bag is intact.
Yeah.
So while putting in bag, you simply do one thing, you just fumigate those grains under airtight barrels. So if you have a barrels or like containers, plastic containers of 5 quintals or 1 quintal, you can use 4 to 5 of these. You just fumigate them for 7 days. And once fumigating, so many people, they try to relax barrels just to remove phosphine gas. During that time, what they will do is they simply open and leave it. So this phosphine is, as I already told, whatever traces left is just come out of that barrel, because outside oxygen is very high. It just come out. And if you leave that barrel in open condition for a few more hours, that will be enough to again attract other insects, because there might be other sources of infestation. So while relaxing also, what we use is we cover cloth bag. So after opening cap, airtight cap, we cover cloth bag, we put that rings, so that phosphine will be removed. There will not be entry of insect from outside. And you can store them in cloth bag. You try to tie it very tightly. Many people, they just tie, they use that minor holes which is available. If you are not sieving the bags, many people, they tie with the thread. So
Yeah.
proper tightening is also very important. So instead of tying at one point, you just fold it once again and you tie it for 2 to 3 times. And as I already told you, try to avoid exposure. You try to ensure that there is no infestation. You can store, sir. You can store for many days, no issue.
Okay. One small session. Can we store it in poly bags so that there won't be any air circulation, or there is no scope for insect coming from outside when it is fumigated and stored?
Yeah, poly bags you can use. Even a simple LDP bag you can use, sir. If the viability is concerned for your seeds, if you are using for future sowing purpose,
Yeah.
I don't advise much thicker HDPE bags. They have a disadvantage of viability. You can use simple a polypropylene or a LDPE bag. So like there is a certain microns available. I will share. And if you ensure no initial infestation before storing in them, you can pack it. You can store it for many days. So no issue. We will store. We store. Many breeders, they face these same issues. In our institute, I do handle these issues all the year. We have like 50 to 60 breeders. Many breeders, they face the same issue. They fail to prevent their germ plants because they store in lifafa, that paper lifafa. Yes.
Thank you,
I to have the
Dr.
same.
Roshan. Thank you so
I
much.
to have the same doubt, sir. For the polythene bags. If you have any information on the polythene bags or polythene lined gunny bags, also you can share with us, sir.
Yes, madam. There are means there is no specific a company branded plastic materials. We simply go for polypropylene bags of quantity 50 kg, 25 kg. We simply purchase from market, we store, and we successfully store them for 6 months, 1 year also without any infestation.
So one thing for
Yes, sir.
to add with the Revanshida to Shivakumar sir. Sir, please kindly, if possible, before storing your grains, you go for fumigating your storage room or storage
Okay, room also.
storage storeroom. And
Okay.
also we suggest you to treat the bags before storing. You treat the bags with the other any insecticides. Okay.
Same fumigate.
You just dip the bag in a chemical treated solution and dry it in a shade or dry it in sunlight, and then you can store it such that if there is any already the inoculum exists in that, that will be killed, sir.
Oh. Dr. Anand, I just would like to have one information. When you fumigate, whether the insects are killed or they are just what is that? They are put into some now inactive condition.
No, they will be killed, sir.
They will be killed, sir. That depends on the air tightness condition. You have to ensure complete air tightness, and if you expose, it is recommended is 7 days. You know, like since adults are active outside, they will be killed in first day only during fumigation. But there will be other stages which are residing inside the grain. To kill those stages, the fumigation time is recommended for 7 days. 7 days will eliminate most of the stages.
Eggs also will be
Yeah.
killed.
There are reports they phosphine affect even insect eggs also, because eggs carry europyl. Phosphine principle behind phosphine toxicity is oxygen, sir, respiration.
So
wherever oxygen activity is available, whether it is egg or grub, wherever respiration activity is there, it reaches there and it will kill.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, the audience, and on behalf of NCIPM Manage, we thank our honorable speaker, Dr. Revan Siddha, for sparing his precious time. He has extensively covered all the aspects of good agriculture practices and integrated pest management approaches in storage. And due to some technical glitch, his voice was breaking in between, but somehow he could able to manage to rejoin again. And thank you very much for fulfilling our requirement, Dr. Revan Siddha. And I look forward. We look forward for such a cooperation and involvement in coming trainings also. We'll be in touch with you, Revan Siddha, for upcoming trainings also even. Thank you. And convey our regards to your honorable directors.
Sure, sir. Sure. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. And dear participants, and after lunch, there's a slight change in the schedule. Immediately after lunch session, we'll be having a panel discussion, and we request all the speakers to be exactly present by 2:05 or 2:10, so that by sharply by 2:15 we'll be starting our panel discussion on IPM. Now it's a break for lunch. See you after lunch.
बेसलाइन इंफॉर्मेशन में हमें पता चलता है कौन कौन सी यहाँ प्रॉब्लम है। यहाँ पे मेनली जैसे बकानी का बहुत बड़ा इशू है, बकानी BLB ब्लास्ट, सीड ब्लाइट, येलो स्टेम बोरर और लीफ फोल्डर, ये प्रॉब्लम है। लेकिन किसानों को आइडेंटिफिकेशन सभी का नहीं है, किसान नहीं पहचान पाते सारी बीमारी या इवन पेस्ट को भी। तो हमारी टीम जाती है, जब उनसे इंटरेक्शन करते हैं तो एक दो किसानों को समझाने में सक्षम होते हैं। अभी एक दो किसान को जैसे हमने बता दिया, हमने फार्मर्स फील्ड स्कूल किए और हमने इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया। IPM में जो भी प्रिवेंटिव मेजर्स हैं वो जितने ज़्यादा हम पहले से कर लेते तो IPM में काफ़ी हद तक हमें सफलता मिलती है। लेकिन जैसे बेसिक है, राइस में हमने सीड ट्रीटमेंट करवाया क्योंकि बकानी डिजीज के लिए, और सीडलिंग रूट डिप ट्रीटमेंट इन स्यूडोमोनास फ्लोरेसेंस ये करवा दिया। उसके बाद क्या हुआ, ठीक है, हमारे फील्ड में डिजीज कम आई, बकानी डिजीज भी कम आई, और जैसे YSB के लिए हमने ट्राइको कार्ड भी लगवाए। अब प्रॉब्लम आती है कभी कि अब खेत में इन्फेस्टेशन स्टार्ट हो गया, YSB का ही स्टार्ट हो रहा है या प्ली फोल्डर का। अब हमारे किसानों के लिए क्या इंडिकेटर क्या हम लोग बताए, ईटीएल बताते हैं कि भाई 5% या 10% ईटीएल है, उसके ऊपर है तब हम पेस्टिसाइड के स्प्रे के लिए रिकमेंड करेंगे। अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव हमारे आईपीएम प्रोग्राम का है कि पेस्टिसाइड लोड कम करना, लेकिन यही सब कुछ क्रिटिकल खेल यहीं पे होता है। सारा आईपीएम इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया, सब कुछ किया, यहाँ पे ईटीएल की सही जानकारी, इवन टर्म पता है 5% 10%, लेकिन 2-4 कीड़े भी देखे। सपोज राइस में 1 स्क्वायर मीटर में 30 हिल्स हैं, 30 हिल्स हैं, 25 से 30 हिल्स, 25 to 30 हिल्स, और इन ईच हिल्स there are 15 to 18 tillers, means more than 350 tillers are there in 1 square meter. Whenever farmers find 2-3 plant per square meter, even 1 plant or 2 plant of this yellow stem borer, they remain in panic. वो पैनिक में आ जाते हैं, उनको डर लगता है कि बहुत नुकसान होने वाला है। अब आप यहाँ पे सबसे बड़ा है कि कॉन्फिडेंस उनमें कितना है कि 1-2 पेड़ भी अगर हर एक स्क्वायर मीटर पे दिखेगा किसी भी किसान को, इवन बहुत से वैज्ञानिक जो भी सजेस्ट कर देते हैं, अरे इस तरह की सिचुएशन देख के फील्ड में कि आप अप्लाई करिए, लेकिन हमारा ईटीएल क्या कह रहा है 5 to 10%। 5% मीन्स एक स्क्वायर मीटर में कम से कम 15 प्लांट होने चाहिए चलो स्टेम बोरर के, लेकिन फार्मर नहीं उस समय सुनता, क्योंकि कोई भी किसी को कॉन्फिडेंस ही नहीं है इतने, और इतना हमने छोड़ दिया सारा खत्म हो जाएगा, तो इमीडिएटली दे गो फॉर द एप्लीकेशन ऑफ इंसेक्टिसाइड। यहीं पे हमारा अल्टीमेट ऑब्जेक्टिव आईपीएम का फेल हो जाता है। आईपीएम में हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव था पेस्टिसाइड कम करना। कई बार जो हमने खुद अपने ट्रायल में भी फेस किया, पिछली बार हमने फेस किया 2020 में, हमने सारा आईपीएम में इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करवाया। अब कुछ किसानों ने देखा साहब आ गया येलो स्टेम बोरर आ गया, लेकिन डेंसिटी उसकी कितनी थी, कितने परसेंट था, और एक दो अब दिख रहा है दूर से, ज़्यादातर किसान बीच में ऑब्जर्वेशन लेते नहीं है, तो उन्होंने देखा तुरंत उन्होंने कोराजन किसी ने डाला, किसी ने क्लोरोपाइरिफॉस डाला, वो कोई ना कोई इंसेक्टिसाइड अप्लाई करते हैं। ये बहुत बड़ा चैलेंज है आईपीएम में। हम सारी आईपीएम में स्ट्रेटजी अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, लास्ट में फार्मर इंसेक्टिसाइड डाल दे रहा है कि वहाँ, क्योंकि चेक नहीं, रोक नहीं सकते ना किसी को। तो यहाँ पे कॉन्फिडेंस बिल्डअप करने के लिए हम लोगों को चाहिए कि हम ईटीएल को बहुत ही क्लियर कट करके समझाएं किसानों को। समझाने के बावजूद भी जब हम करके दिखाएं कुछ एक फील्ड में कैसे भी, तब किसान स्टार्ट करेंगे। कुछ किसान मान भी गए हैं। अब और एक और क्या होता है, जैसे हमने गांव में बहुत सारे किसान इकट्ठे हो गए, आईपीएम पहले साल किया, 2 हुए, फिर 10 हुए, 20 हुए, 20, 30, 40, 50 में भी क्या होगा, 1 या 2 किसान होंगे। अब आप गांव में बताने जाएंगे सब फॉर आइडेंटिफिकेशन इंसेक्ट पेस्ट या ईटीएल के बारे में, तो किसान के साहब इसे बता दो, बस इससे हम पूछ लेंगे, बस इसे बता दो, हम इससे पूछ लेंगे। मतलब सभी किसान राजी नहीं होते कि साहब हम भी इसको आइडेंटिफिकेशन कर लें, हम भी इसको समझ लें कि ये बीमारी है, तो हम भी ऐसे डिसीजन ले सकें। नहीं साहब इसको बता देना, हम इससे ही पूछ लेंगे। तो हर एक गाँव में हमें 1-2 किसान ही मिलेंगे तो जिन पे हमें ज़्यादा फोकस करना हो, ज़्यादा उनको ट्रेंड करना होगा। तो ज़्यादातर किसान 1-2 किसान से ही पूछते हैं, सभी किसान उसमें डिसीजन मेकिंग में शामिल नहीं होते। तो यहाँ पे थोड़ा सा एक्सटेंशन का कोई ना कोई एफर्ट करने की आवश्यकता है इस तरह का कि ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा किसान और ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा जुड़ जाएं उसमें, डिसीजन मेकिंग में इन्वॉल्व हों। डिसीजन मेकिंग में 1 या 2 किसान ही रहते हैं, लेकिन ये बता देगा वैसा हम कर देंगे। अब 1-2 किसान के यहाँ ही एटलीस्ट हमें ऐसा ट्रायल में दिखाना होगा कि भाई 5% मतलब 5% या 10%। वो 1-2 किसान भी है ना, कई बार वो भी घबरा जाते हैं, साहब ये तो बहुत दिख रहा है, 5% तो बहुत हो जाएगा। 5% मतलब 1 स्क्वायर मीटर में हमारा 15-20 पौधे हमें टेलर दिख जाएंगे, वाइट ईयर या डेड हर्ट राइस में। तो ये एक इशू है। ऐसे लीफ फोल्डर के केस में तो बहुत हाई ईटीएल है, लेकिन कुछ पत्तियों पे लीफ फोल्डर देख के किसान जो है इंसेक्टिसाइड स्प्रे कर देते हैं। तो ओवरऑल स्ट्रेटजी हमने आईपीएम की लगाई, बट अल्टीमेटली गोल है हमारा कि पेस्टिसाइड रिड्यूस करना। तो पेस्टिसाइड रिडक्शन क्यों नहीं होता कई बार, कि ये फियर कि भाई खत्म हो जाएगी। तो हमें ईटीएल पे भी कॉन्फिडेंस एक बिल्डअप करना है। ईटीएल के अलावा भी हमें इकोसिस्टम का फुल एनालिसिस की बात करते हैं, उस पर तो अभी हमें और एफर्ट करने की जरूरत है। जैसे प्रेडेटर की पॉपुलेशन क्या है, उनका क्या इंटरेक्शन है। भाई इतने प्रेडेटर है और इतना पेस्ट है, तो क्या जरूरी है कि ये पेस्ट पॉपुलेशन को कम कर सकता है? whether the population of predator is able to reduce the pest population। अब इस पे भी काफी फील्ड में वर्क करना जरूरी है, फील्ड में ऑब्जर्वेशन लेना कि इतने पॉपुलेशन पे ये हो रहा है। तो काफी काम इसमें बाकी है, ये चैलेंजेस है फार्मर्स फील्ड पे। बेसलाइन इंफॉर्मेशन को लेके लेकिन कंटिन्यूअस एफर्ट करना होगा एटलीस्ट पेस्टिसाइड रिडक्शन के लिए। ओवरऑल आईपीएम स्ट्रेटजी, आईपीएम इनपुट हमने अवेलेबल करवाया एनसीआईपीएम से, कुछ फार्मर्स ने अदर एजेंसी से भी खरीदे, क्योंकि हमने जितना यहाँ पे वर्क किया जैसे, तो बहुत से किसान मान गए कि स्यूडोमोनास फ्लोरेसेंस इज वर्किंग फॉर द मैनेजमेंट ऑफ बकानी डिजीज, ऑल मोस्ट ऑफ द डिजीज इन राइस। नाउ दे आर purchasing themselves from the market, but still there is scope of work to build up confidence in the farmers when not to apply insecticide, when not to apply any pesticide. Most important decision making in in IPM strategy is do nothing strategy. When to do nothing, that is important. So constant effort is required. So many things are there. Other expert may put light on this.
Thank you, Dr. Anu.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Anu. Dr. Anu, if I summarize, wish to tell you that the most important thing is we need to stress upon to the farmer, and how the farmers will be means how will be trained in natural enemies, pests and all. So you definitely were correct that we need to stress upon this. And now with this same effort, Dr. Adesh had done a wonderful job. I told you in chickpea as well as in many other crops. He replaced cabbage with broccoli and cucumbers and other things to enhance the farmer income. And how he able to convince the farmer? Let's listen from him in very brief, Dr. Adesh. Please, in 2-3 minutes, please give your idea. Dr. Adesh, please.
थैंक यू सर। सर आवाज आ रही है मेरी?
डॉक्टर आदेश म्यूट है आपका।
आवाज आ रही है सर?
कम आ रही, थोड़ी तेज करो।
जी सर, सभी को मेरा नमस्कार। सर वैसे तो सर ने बोला है कि काफ़ी हमारे पास सक्सेस स्टोरी है, चिकपी हो या कोई भी कुकुरबिट्स क्रॉप हो। तो सर मैं आज डिस्कस करना चाहूँगा जो कुकुम्बर क्रॉप है हमारे यहाँ पे। कुकुम्बर में सर हमारी जो सक्सेस स्टोरी है वो 60 किसानों के साथ है, और जो हमारे पास एरिया जो था हमारे पास 30 हेक्टेयर था सर, 30 हेक्टेयर हमारे पास। सर उसके लिए जैसा कि जानते हैं कि बुंदेलखंड में जो खीरा लगता है जायद क्रॉप, वो जनवरी के माह में लगता है सर। 5 से 15 जनवरी तक हमारे यहाँ पे सोइंग हो जाती है खीरे की, और वो जो खेती है किसान अप्रैल तक एंड हो जाता है, अप्रैल या मई के पहले हफ्ते में। अभी हमारे यहाँ पर जो खीरा है वो सर समाप्त हो चुका है। और सर यहाँ पे जो प्रॉब्लम की बात करें सर, हमारे यहाँ 2 इंसेक्ट मेजर प्रॉब्लम में, एक है फ्रूट फ्लाई सर और कुकुम्बर फ्लाई, और दूसरा है सर रेड पंकिन बीटल। सर डिजीज की बात करें तो पाउडरी मिल्ड्यू और डाउनी मिल्ड्यू सर, ये मेजर इशू सर डाउनी मिल्ड्यू का है, जो मार्च के महीने में हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत ही डोमिनेंट कंडीशन में किसानों के खेत में देखी गई है सर। सर जैसे हमने 2017-18 में स्टार्ट किया था अपना प्रोग्राम, तो हमने देखा कि किसान ने कुकुम्बर को एज ए ब्रिंजल से ब्रिंजल में स्प्रे करता है किसान, ऐसे ट्रीट किया है। क्योंकि कुकुरबिट्स में इतने स्प्रे की जरूरत नहीं होती सर, क्योंकि यदि फ्रूट फ्लाई की भी बात करें, अवेयरनेस की कमी के कारण वो फ्रूट फ्लाई के लिए भी किसान इंसेक्टिसाइड का स्प्रे कर रहा है सर, वो हमने नोटिस किया है। तो सर जैसे पहला स्प्रे किसान स्टार्ट करता है जनवरी के लास्ट वीक में, किसके लिए? रेड पंपकिन बीटल के लिए। जैसे ही सर वो स्प्रे करता है प्रोफेनोफोस प्लस साइपरमेथ्रिन का, तो प्लांट थोड़ी सी हैवी डोज लेता है, तो सर प्लांट क्या है, थोड़ा फाइटोटॉक्सिक इफेक्ट शो करता है, जो किनारे हैं लीव्स के वो बर्न होने स्टार्ट हो जाते हैं। और सर जो किसान है उसी को डिजीज काउंट करता आ रहा था सर, जिसके लिए दोबारा वो कार्बनडाजिम प्लस दोबारा दूसरा इंसेक्टिसाइड का मिश्रण बना के दोबारा स्प्रे कर रहा था, जिसमें सर वो लगभग 13 से लगाकर 16 स्प्रे 4 महीने की फसल में कर रहा था। ये हमने सर नोटिस किया जब हमने सर्वे किया सर। उसके बाद सर केवीके और ICAR-NRIIPM के माध्यम से एक सर कंपेनिंग चलाई गई कुकुम्बर में, कुकुरबिट्स क्रॉप में, जिसके द्वारा सर आज प्रेजेंट कंडीशन में सर मात्र 3 स्प्रे सर, 2 स्प्रे फंजीसाइड्स के हैं सर, 1 स्प्रे इंसेक्टिसाइड्स का है। 3 स्प्रे में सर हमने 13 स्प्रे को कम किया है। 3 स्प्रे के द्वारा हम कुकुम्बर की अच्छी खेती कर रहे हैं। होता क्या था सर, जो डाउनी मिल्ड्यू फंगस है वो लोअर फंजाई है सर, और यहाँ पे ना तो डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को पता था और ना ही फार्मर्स को इतना अवेयर था कि उसी के लिए भी कार्बन डाइजम यूज कर रहा था। हालांकि बहुत सारे मिश्रण मेटाल एक्जेल के साथ मैनकोजेब अवेलेबल था, लेकिन वो डाउनी मिल्ड्यू को भी उसी से कंट्रोल करना सोच रहा था किसान, उसे थोड़ा अवेयरनेस का कमी था सर। इसी के साथ सर जो फाइटोटॉक्सिक इफेक्ट आ रहा था सर इंसेक्टिसाइड का, उसी को वो जो डिजीज काउंट कर रहा था, वो यहाँ का एक मेजर इशू था सर। उसके लिए सर हमने रेड पंपकिन बीटल के लिए सर हमने क्योंकि येलो स्टिकी सर ट्रैप सर सकिंग पेस्ट पे तो काम करता ही है सर, लेकिन सर जो रेड पंपकिन बीटल है प्लस फ्रूट फ्लाई है, उनके लिए भी सर ये बहुत अच्छा काम करता है येलो स्टिकी ट्रैप। और सर फ्रूट फ्लाई ट्रैप के लिए हमने फ्रूट फ्लाई ट्रैप का हमने इंस्टॉलेशन करा। सभी 60 किसान थे हमारे पास सर प्रदर्शन में, तो सभी 60 किसानों को हमने फ्रूट फ्लाई ट्रैप इंस्टॉलेशन करा है। इसी के साथ सर मार्च के महीने में हमने डाउनी मिल्ड्यू के लिए मेटल एक्सिल प्लस मैनकोजेब का सिंगल डोज स्प्रे कराया सर 0.2% का। तो उससे क्या सर, क्योंकि सर सिस्टमिक इंसेक्ट फंजीसाइड्स हैं, तो 25 से 30 दिन का उसका प्लांट के अंदर रहता है रेजिड्यू, जिससे डिजीज कंट्रोल इजीली हो जाती है सर। लेकिन सर वो ब्रांड अच्छा होना चाहिए। और सर इसी के साथ सर, क्योंकि हमारे यहाँ जो खीरे का जो इस साल का जो वैल्यू था सर, थोक का जो रेट था 25 रुपये किलोग्राम था, मतलब 25 रुपये क्विंटल। लेकिन किसान उत्सुक था सर, मैं अपनी उपज कैसे बढ़ाऊं कैसे बढ़ाऊं, क्योंकि सर एक किसान यदि 1 बीघा खीरा बोया है सर, उसने नेट रिटर्न यहाँ का 1 लाख रुपया है इस साल का। इस इट मीन सर, क्योंकि यहाँ का सर बीघा जो है बड़ा है, यहाँ के जो हेक्टेयर में 6 बीघा काउंट करता है किसान, तो 1 बीघे में यहाँ का जो नेट रिटर्न है इस साल का 1 लाख रुपये है प्रति बीघा। और किसान जब मंडी में जाता था, क्योंकि सर लगभग 15 तोड़ किसान करता है सर, अल्टरनेट डे पे करता है कुकुम्बर की कुड़ाई। हर हर दिन वो, यदि उसका 4 क्विंटल भी हो गया तो सर वही लगभग 10,000 रुपये वो उधर से 1 बीघा से लेके आ रहा था। और जैसे ही गुजरता था मार्केट से, डिस्ट्रीब्यूटर को बोलता था कि मुझे और उपज बढ़ानी है, मुझे कुछ और दो। तो सर उसके लिए वो टोनिक दे देते थे, टोनिक के साथ सर कोई इंसेक्टिसाइड लगा देते थे, उसके साथ सर कोई फंगिसाइड लगा देते थे, जिससे जो plant था सर obviously सर फाइटोटॉक्सिक इफेक्ट्स कर रहा था। इस तो हमारी कंपनी पैसा भी हमें मिल रहा है प्रोजेक्ट के माध्यम से। उसके बाद सर जो आज का रिडक्शन हमारे द्वारा किया है, 60 किसानों से सर मैंने 7 से 8 लाख रुपए का जो पेस्टिसाइड यूज हो रहा था, पेस्टिसाइड वो कम किया है इन रिटर्न सर, जो मेरा डाटा लिया है किसानों से। तो सर ये हमारे दोनों इंस्टीट्यूट का सर ये बेस्ट अचीवमेंट
डॉक्टर
था
अजय,
कुकुम्बर क्रॉप में।
डॉक्टर अजय सुनिए,
जी सर।
मेरा एक क्वेश्चन है
जी सर। जी
कि क्या किसानों को वो पैसे मतलब कि इनकम ज़्यादा हो रही है, पैसा ज़्यादा मिल रहा है प्रोडक्ट का,
जी
ये
सर।
खेती ज़्यादा हो रही है?
सर क्योंकि सर जो फ्रूट फ्लाई का, यदि हम फ्रूट फ्लाई का एग्जांपल ले लेते हैं सर, यदि किसान का 1 बीघे में 4.5 क्विंटल निकल रहा है सर, फ्रूट फ्लाई कम से कम 80 किलोग्राम फ्रूट खराब कर देता है, डैमेज कर देता है सर। इतना ज्यादा यहाँ पे इन्फेस्टेशन था फ्रूट फ्लाई का। इसी के साथ सर डाउनी मिल्ड्यू की बात करें, क्योंकि यहाँ डाउनी मिल्ड्यू कंट्रोल नहीं हो पा रहा था सर, क्योंकि उन्हें पता ही नहीं था कि मेटल एक्जेल के साथ हम लोअर फंजाई को कंट्रोल करेंगे। और सर डाउनी मिल्ड्यू एक ऐसी प्रॉब्लम है सर, 70 से 80% रिडक्शन करता है यील्ड का। अभी किसान प्रति हेक्टर 500 क्विंटल प्लस ले रहा है यील्ड कुकुम्बर का, जहाँ पे सर हम 200-300 किसान। ऊपर से सर हमने जो इनपुट वैल्यू है वो घटा दिया है ना सर, 7 से 8 लाख का केमिकल 60 किसानों से कम किया है सर। तो ओबियसली सर नेट रिटर्न बढ़ा है किसानों का। ऐसे सर चिकपी में सर आपने एग्जांपल कोट किया था चिकपी के बारे में सर, हमने सर जो मास ट्रैपिंग की है चिकपी में, जो यहाँ पे सर मेजर इंसेक्ट पोड बोरर है,
नहीं,
उसमें सर
आप
23 विलेज में
डॉक्टर आदेश, चिकपी में आप बता सकते हैं कि व्हाट आर द मेन पॉइंट्स ऑफ द सक्सेस? ओनली 2-3 पॉइंट्स यू कैन टेल इन ब्रीफ।
जी सर। सर जो मेजर इश्यू था हमारे पास, जो विल्ट और पॉड बोरर, दो मेजर प्रॉब्लम हमारे डिस्ट्रिक्ट झांसी में देखी गई सर, जो सर्वे के द्वारा हमें मिला है डाटा। तो सर उसमें हमने विल्ट के लिए सर ट्राइकोडर्मा का सोल एप्लीकेशन करा है, प्लस सीड ट्रीटमेंट भी करा है ट्राइकोजल, जो ICAR-NRIIPM से मिला है। इसी के साथ सर पोर्ट बोरर के लिए सर हमने मास ट्रैपिंग कराई है सर। के पहले महीने में, पहले हफ्ते में हमने जितने भी ट्रैप थे हमारे फेरोमोन ट्रैप प्लस 1 सोलर लाइट ट्रैप, बोथ को सर इंस्टॉल किया है किसानों के खेत पे। और लगभग हमारे साथ 500 किसान हमारे पास थे सर। 500 एकड़ में हम गए हैं इस साल। और सर हमारी जो यील्ड है सर 25 से 28% तक यील्ड इंक्रीज हमें मिली है सर। और सर हमने नीम के ऑयल का भी स्प्रे नहीं किया, नीम ऑयल का भी स्प्रे नहीं किया। इतना अच्छा हमारी मास ट्रैपिंग हुई है, क्योंकि सर सोलर लाइट ट्रैप का भी बहुत अच्छा रिजल्ट हमें मिला है।
Do you agree that IBM will be work in the field, in a farmer field?
जी जी सर, जी सर, जी सर।
डॉक्टर आदेश, एक चीज पूछना चाहूंगा आपसे। आप अभी
सर।
बताया कि येलो स्टिकी ट्रैप रेड पंपकिन बीटल के अगेंस्ट भी काम कर रहे हैं।
जी सर, जी
सर
सर।
क्योंकि मैं भी लगाता हूँ, काफी बार लगाया
जी
मैंने,
सर।
ब्लू स्टिकी कार्ड लगाया, येलो स्टिकी कार्ड लगाए, बट कभी रेड पंपकिन बीटल का अडल्ट नहीं देखा उस पे। उसका कारण बता सकते हैं कि?
नहीं सर, मेरे पास फोटोग्राफ भी है सर। इस साल तो मैंने राघवेंद्र सर को भी भेजी है फल मक्खी की ट्रैप
नहीं,
हुई
मैं
है।
वो शक नहीं कर रहा, मैं बता रहा हूँ कि हो सकता है कोई कमी मेरी तरफ से रह गई हो, क्योंकि मैं पिछले 5 साल से ये इस्तेमाल कर रहा हूँ।
सर
हर जगह ही आप
ये मान लीजिए लगभग 25 से 30 अडल्ट चिपके हैं
अरे
सर।
वाह,
ये रियल डाटा है।
ये तो बड़ी अच्छी है, क्योंकि रेड पंपकिन बीटल ही सबसे बड़ा वो, क्या आपको पता ही है?
क्योंकि सर मैंने भी सर सकिंग पेस्ट के लिए लगाया था, लेकिन जब मुझे रिजल्ट मिला तो मैं तो बड़ी खुशी हुई है,
चलिए,
क्योंकि वो मेजर प्रॉब्लम होती है
मुझे
यहाँ पे।
भरोसा मिला कि मैं रेड पंपकिन बीटल को फिर से पकड़ने की कोशिश करूंगा येलो स्टिकी ट्रैप।
सर
नहीं
जो
नहीं
आप फ्रूट फ्लाई की बात करोगे सर, फ्रूट फ्लाई उससे भी ज्यादा
नहीं, फ्रूट फ्लाई तो
चिपकती
आती है
है
सर,
सर।
फ्रूट फ्लाई के तो हम फेरोमोन ट्रैप और क्या ये क्या आ जाती है, सिर्फ रेड पंप।
नहीं सर, येलो स्टिकी पे भी बहुत अच्छा आता है
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू।
सहगल सर, इसका एडिशन कर सकता हूँ क्या सर?
Yeah, please. This is a discussion only, right?
Yeah. Ankit sir, actually the attraction of red pumpkin beetles towards yellow sticky trap is a chance factor. Okay. As such, this yellow sticky trap doesn't attract any red pumpkin beetle or any coleoptera, this thing. But it might be a chance factor wherein Dr. Adesh has got a proof of trapping of a red pumpkin beetle in yellow sticky trap. Otherwise, it is not meant for trapping of red pumpkin beetle. It is only used for trapping of sucking insects like whiteflies, aphids, and fruit flies. Also, to the good extent, even fruit flies get attracted.
So that is why I was skeptical about that, because
No.
any red
It
pumpkin
is,
beetle.
yeah, it is only a chance factor. It's only a chance factor.
Okay,
Sir, can I say?
Thank you very much.
Sir, can I say something, sir?
Yeah, please. Dr. Nair, please.
सर एक्चुअली डॉक्टर आदेश जो बोल रहा है कि येलो स्टिकी ट्रैप, सर ये एक्चुअली सकिंग पेस्ट के लिए, नॉट ओनली फॉर सकिंग पेस्ट बट आल्सो many other pests are also attracted, like your coleoptera beetles, flea beetles. Numerous flea beetles are actually attracted in this yellow sticky trap, and red pumpkin beetles also, blue pumpkin beetles also, and several other beetles. Actually, the yellow color is not specific to any sucking pest. The yellow color is actually attractive to all the insects. So that's why yellow color is preferred for preparing this stick. And similarly, fruit flies are also attracted towards the yellow color.
Dr. Nair is a very eminent entomologist at Tripura. He is working with us in tribal, making training to a lot of tribal regions. Thank you, Dr. Nair, for supplements. And now,
Hello.
We have with us during COVID, we have done a lot of things. Now the required advisory. So we have with us Dr. Dandapani from NARM, Principal Scientist NARM. So we request him to share some of experiences that how ICT can be useful for advisories, quick advisories. Dr. Dandapani, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Sekhar, and good afternoon, everyone. You may be wondering why I am here, because I was part of NCIPM till 2009.
No, we told your introduction earlier.
Okay. So, I think many of you may be knowing that in this is an era of people call it as data science, big data, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. And if you see from the beginning at when NCIPM was established, one of the major mandate of NCIPM was to use ICT tools in IPM. That was the core mandate which was given to us way back in 1988 when the mandate was, when the institute was established. So from that time onwards, the reason is very simple, but IPM is different from other technologies. Say you say variety, or you talk about any process-oriented technology like spacing. You want to give it to field. You want to take that technology to the field. It is easier for everyone to know about the technology. Say, for example, you want to promote a variety, you give the seed. Farmers will see if it works, then they will start working on it. But IPM is not like that. IPM consists of several, you very well might have heard about from everyone, that you take different components and then bring it as a module and then work as a philosophy. When you are working like a technology like this, a knowledge management or knowledge sharing and knowledge management is very, very important. So once you talk about knowledge management, naturally the IT or ICT based tools are required. I was just, when I joined, Dr. Anup was mentioning about how do we convince farmers not to spray or not to take any action when it is not required. Because IPM always says that you take action whenever it is required. So long as you don't need to require any action, you don't have to do it. It's pesticide spray or whatever it is. So the one aspect is that so if you want to give that kind of advisory, and this advisory has to be at individual level. It cannot be at say a generic weather forecast are given by say IMD or any other, that in this location there could be rain. That kind of forecast are now nobody is interested. What everybody wants is that very individual advisories. So this is my field, this is my crop, this is the stage of my crop. This is the variety I may or I may not able to give that information. So now I have observed these symptoms, or I have observed these insect count, or maybe natural enemies. So what is my advice? That is what everybody wants. What I need to do it. What I need to do it. That is the kind of advice farmers are expecting, and that is the kind of advice IPM advisories also should be required to do that. How can we achieve that? How can we achieve that kind of things? So one thing is clear that see, in our research system, people are working on individual components. Some may be working on say the insecticide management, management of insect pests using some chemicals. Maybe somebody may be working with some other aspect, maybe using trap crop or any other, maybe changing the agronomic practices and other things. Some may be working on a release of predators or maybe pathogens or any other biocontrol agents. So how do we keep all these things in a centralized place, and how we can build that? So for that, knowledge management is must. And one aspect of knowledge management is that we always create several documents. But in these documents, what we try to do is that we try to communicate to a fellow scientist. But when you are doing like this, then what happens is when you try to create a tool, say I want to scan all the documents which are available, maybe in the website or maybe a technical bulletin or other things. Now, if you are not using a standard terms, if you are using very vaguely, or maybe it is not very well recognized terms, it becomes difficult when you are trying to build a tool which can scan and then which can give you this when somebody is searching. See, when you are searching Google, seems a miracle that it is able to pick up what you are requiring within 5 or 10 search results. You are able to get it. But how it is able to do it is it is able to analyze the documents, it is able to analyze the websites, and it is able to do it. Now, if our documents are not in that fashion, then it becomes difficult for managing this. The other aspect which everybody is trying, not only in India, but also in all other places, is that use of standard terms, because we are not very much if you see physics or any other sciences, everything is well defined, right? Terms, whatever terms they are using, there is a standard and everybody follows it. But in our agriculture system, even within, say, for example, breeding or any other, if you take, everybody uses I mean, they may not be, I cannot say that they are all too different, but there are some subtle differences are there. How do you make sure that everybody using, maybe if they use maybe two or three terms are used for the same thing, but when all get, I mean, it get confused when you are trying to understand it through a machine or through machine learning approaches. So one aspect we have to think about is that how do we standardize all the terms which are used in, say, with respect to IPM. So that is one we have to see, and ICT can gain in this very much. Then it is now I'm not talking only about English language, but I'm also talking about you have to keep this in mind when you want to convert this message in other languages, because people are not going to search for only in English, but maybe a combination of English and local languages. So how do you convert if somebody is saying, say we are all very easy to understand, or we are able to understand using scientific names, but farmers or any other person, they're not very comfortable with scientific names. So how do you convert this scientific name to a local name, and how do you link all these things, so that if somebody is searching partly in Hindi, partly in English, whether we will be able to give them our websites or wherever our information is there, Google search engine or anything, can it pick it up and give it to that? So for that, what is called as control vocabularies are required. FAO is trying to create this so that every document contains these kind of control vocabularies, so that people, whenever the people search these terms, these documents will be, it will be covering all the languages. FAO is working for all the languages. So they are trying to bring it in a common system, so that once people start using this, or when they are searching it, all our knowledge is shared among all the people, not necessarily with the scientists, but also with the farmers or whoever the stakeholders are there. Because everybody is interested in, say, for example, growing their own vegetables in their rooftop or any other. Now they know some of the terms, but they may not be knowing all the terms. So we have to think about all these stakeholders. It is not only the farmers, but there are also so many other people who are interested in. And the other thing is one of the problem in using or increased use of why ICT is not very much used is the collection of data. The data collection cost of collecting the data is very, very high. Still, it is very high. So whichever ICT applications you see in other areas, the cost of data collection is very, very small, very minuscule. And the amount of data they are able to collect is very vast. In our biological system, particularly in agriculture, what is happening is that we are still, dependent on individual field visits and working on, collecting manually or even using any tools. So the data collection cost becomes very high. So how do you overcome? It is not that only our subject, our agriculture sciences, our agriculture industry is only facing this problem. There are other areas where it is this is the same problem. One approach you can think of is that particularly those who are working in field, can you think of what is called as crowdsourcing? I think this word you might have heard about it, crowdsourcing. Crowdsourcing is done for various purposes. For example, people collect money from this crowdfunding, it is called. Crowdsourcing is mainly for some news and other things, information collection. Crowdsourcing is used. Crowdsourcing can be a tool to understand what is going on at a larger area with a smaller cost. See, what Google Map does is that it collects data from all of you, and then it is trying to show you where there is a traffic, where there is a less traffic, in which row traffic is there. Now, can you create or can you make some kind of tool or it is very easy, it's not very costly, but can you mobilize people who can give you some kind of say what is a pest load, or what is a crop appearance, or what is the weather conditions in the local area. And then this can supplement with a project where a proper scientific pest surveillance studies are there. So with that, what happens is that if you can integrate these two, then you get a large amount of data. Only problem in crowdsourcing is that it may not be 100% reliable. So that is the challenge in using crowdsourcing data for any decision making. You need to, because anybody can give any information. So you need to have a kind of, a 70 to 80% it may be reliable with that, but even 80% reliable, if you have thousands of data points, it becomes much more larger data through which you can give a better advisory. So my take in this is that how do we formulate this kind of action plan? Because it requires, if you want to show some kind of impact, then you'll have to do it at a larger area, maybe at a district level or even at a block level. You have to show it. So this will get good funding sources and other things. But one has to take a lead and start working on this kind of use of this crowdsourcing or other ideas which are used in different subjects or different areas. Can we use them for promotion of IPM at field level? So I don't want to talk more. If you want to ask me anything on this, I will be more than happy to share.
Thank you, Dr. Nanpani. I have one point is to ask that we are making effort. I hope Dr. Niranjan Singh is nowadays making effort image-based identification.
Yeah. So let me give one issue with image-based are not issue, but what one has to understand is that it is easy. People, if I have 1 million images, then it will be easy for anyone to predict what it is, be it a disease or a symptoms, any disease symptoms, or even insect damage. So it is not a very, with a 90 to 95% accuracy, one can build a model. But the problem is that how do you convert this into a decision? Okay, you identified that this is a particular disease. So somebody has uploaded a photo, and that photo, based on that, your model is giving you that this is the probable disease. Now, for me, I don't know, whatever I learned at ICAR-NRIIPM is most of the time when the symptoms appear, you don't have a management plan. Maybe at some crops and some diseases, you may have an option for management. So it has a role to play, but it has a limited role to play. But the thing is that what will be the management option for us? So it is not a big deal, because we are just working with one private company for measuring the say like number of kernels and number of rows in maize cobs. So the model is about 80 to 90% accuracy with a proper background, say black background. If you keep a cob with your phone, it is able to identify a number of kernels per rows, a number of rows, all these things. It is able to measure it with a single photo click. So that 80 to 90% accuracy is there. So that's not a very difficult thing to do it, but you have to keep in mind that how we are going to use this information in providing the advisory. Do we have a management option once you identify that this is the disease? So what will be the management option? So that one has to keep in mind. So the other thing is that one can think of, maybe, I don't know, for all other soil parameters and other things, sensors are available. So I don't know whether somebody can work with some engineers and other things, whether plant is showing some kind of stress before or when the disease is when it is affected by a disease, but it is still not completely affected, but it is whether it is releasing some kind of stress in there, maybe in the stem or leaf. With that, can you identify it? Because earlier using remote sensing and all, it becomes difficult. But can you identify at maybe keeping at a sensor at a plant or nearby this one? Can it identify? But it has to, I mean, you have to work with some kind of engineers who are very good in creating the sensors, but plant protection specialists are required. So to make them understand that this is our problem, so can you create a sensor? So if they are able to create a sensor, then all other tools are available. So that is the thing. But now what is happening is everybody is working in isolation. So engineers think that they can develop a solution without knowing in the subject. Right? That is not going to work. And we are thinking that, oh, sensors are so complex, so why I don't know anything about sensors, so I don't want to enter into that area. So unless and until we work together with them, then only it will be possible. So that is the kind.
Thank you very much for this. Some effort in static way. The number of apps were developed by Dr. S. Vanilla. I hope Dr. S. Vanilla is with us. She can share something that's the number of apps she had developed, and these apps are also available in Google Play. Ma'am, can you share some of your experiences with us? Dr. Vanilla, ma'am. Ma'am, hai kya?
Sir, am I audible?
Yeah, ma'am. Yes, very much.
Yeah, in the era of ICT, am I audible is the greetings to be given first before even telling good evening to everyone. I think Dr. Dandabani from his discussion had put in a broader way the application of the ICT into biological field, which includes plant protection also. Sir, actually, I would like to talk about the areas of application of ICT because here the group is wider, and I do not want to actually exclusively tell or show the apps that we have developed. Definitely, at the end, I would try to tell them if they have found the importance of ICT, they would directly go to Google Play Stores and type ICAR-NRIIPM and look into the applications which we have uploaded from ICAR-NRIIPM. We know ICT every day. Our life starts with ICT and ends with ICT. Always holding the mobile and moving around and looking for information. And we also communicate, and that is through technology. So these three words together has made an explosion across the globe. And talking of IPM, you have been hearing during the last 2 days how it is knowledge intensive, various practices are being used, and we have to integrate them, and they have to be economically sound, ecologically safe, and socially acceptable. All of these things need to be integrated into IPM. Like during COVID pandemics, as mankind, we experienced the existential crisis, which we all know. The same thing, if we move to the pandemics of the pests, be it insects or diseases or any outbreaks that is happening on the plants or the animals, do we attempt to manage with the same spirit, which means in an integrated plant health management way? That we have to think. It is a food for thought, just I thought, because being human, we in the evolutionary ladder, we are up, we think about, but when the outbreaks happen on plants or animals on whom we are dependent for our food and lively security, I think the plant health management would be the better option. I think, of course, we as stakeholders, plant protectionists, must improve our standards to contribute more so that even lives, be it nutrient-oriented agriculture or natural farming-oriented agriculture or organic agriculture, everywhere we can practice IPM the way it should be, and then we can achieve the goals. That is one thing. And when we talk about IPM, I would like to say whether it is pre-Green Revolution period, when we were not applying any insecticides or not using any improved varieties or hybrids, or the Green Revolution period, which has said improved, increased production by means of cultivars, fertilizers, and these, including the use of pesticides. And we are in an era currently where ICT boom is there, and in a mode of agribusiness. We are talking about agribusiness, which means even we have been hearing in different ways, because we can put the same thing in different ways, like doubling of farmers' income, how it can be
It's 3
achieved,
o'clock.
whether we are going to reduce the cost, increase the productivity, how percentage share from the consumer price can be shifted to the farmers without the middleman. And on all of these things, ICT can play an important role. That is the broader outline I wanted you to have. And coming to the pest management per se, like ICT can be used in diagnostics, and Dr. Dandavani again discussed in depth about the image-based identification, use of the recent advancements of AI, and again linking of it to the quantification and decision making would be a problem, and that should be addressed only through collaboration and convergence of the specialists, be it an engineer, ICT, or the plant protection specialist. So we should actually have the mindset of working always in a multidisciplinary mode. That is the basic thing here I would like to emphasize. And even ICT is used, even the morpho-molecular characterizations, and wherein sequences are made, bioinformatics and ICT is used, and we convert the same information into small barcodes and we use them for detection. So that is again a diagnostic aid. So that is the diagnostics. And the second, it is the ICT is the central pillar for the survey and surveillance. Survey you carry out at any one point of time for a particular insect or disease. Maybe in the case of invasives, we can apply this. And again, that helps us to use pest risk analysis, or even drafting the pest-free zones. All those things can be done once we do such of those surveys, which DPPQ is involved. And like as is the experience of the NCIPM, how pest surveillance over a period of time is being done. And when we do it for the insects or diseases or weeds, it is always referred as monitoring. Here it is the importance of the usage of the words which Dr. Dandavani was mentioning. Definitely we need to be very specific in using the words in plant protection. Even I think everybody here is highly educated. We invariably use insect pests combinedly, or pest management means it is always insect management for some of the entomologists. And we are not sure of it. We still continue to, even we debate upon among ourselves as scientists. Like, at least according to me, when I was taught, it was only told that when the insects or the diseases reach level when they cause economic damage or of economic significance, that time they are referred as pests. So in that case, that's what we find insects in our fields. That's what, if we understand this terminology use itself, we will not be forcing that management has to be done with the pests. Definitely pest management, when the insects or disease reach a stage, occupy the pest status, then we have to manage. So that is one thing. So in that way, you try to think yourself and where to use insects or disease, or when you want to describe that insect or a disease as a pest. So that way we can apply our management options. So that is also one of the suddenly I thought when Dr. Dandavani was explaining about it. So I'm just telling, I think there may be some of the assistant professors who can take this point and teach from the beginning that the students of MSc also, they get corrected in that way. That will go a long way. And when we talk about the pest surveillance, I think you have the lectures tomorrow. What are the requirements for implementing area-wide pest surveillance, which even I think I leave it to Mr. Niranjan, who can explain it to you in different programs we have implemented. So there you can have the steps in what way we can approach the pest surveillance for pest management over wider areas. That is one thing. Second one. And the third area is for the database. Like database, data could be numerical or even the image also. So building up a strong database is important, and the quality database is important if you are to arrive at any management decision, be it at research level or the developmental level. Any data collected with regular frequency in a following the sampling plan, methodology, all those things, that would help us to compare in a common way and arrive at a decision. Otherwise, each one of us would be working in our own, using our own methodology, and we will be reporting in different ways, and that would be of no value even for ourselves at the present time or for the future generations. So which means we need to bridge the gap, or by creating a standardized protocol, or even in terms of the reporting units under each of the crops for insects, diseases, and all of those things. So maybe we have to just revise the approach which we make in our research or at the field level. And also see, doing making observations or quantifying the population of the insects or assessing the damage for research purpose. It can be different from the one which we advocate for the field level when we go to the farmers. Actually, we should be in a position to convert these into simple categorical basis of having some indicators. Like recently we tried to create some of those what we called as severity thresholds, even for insects as well as diseases. This was actually asked by the government of India, the Prime Minister Fasal Bima Yojana or so, but somehow it has not taken off, but that is being validated by the meteorological department, where we know our ETLs, all of those things, use them as a base and construct a scale where you can attribute to different levels of maybe a normal crop, mild infestation, and then nearing ETL or the ETL or above ETL, such of those things. And when we offer training to the field level people, there we have to take care to infuse these sort of the scale of the categorization under each crop for each of the insects or diseases, so that instead of carrying out the same scientific sampling, like Anup sir was telling about 20 plants in 5 different places from those many hills and calculating to arrive at 5%. So we have to convert them into, see, it is 5%, say 5 out of 100 plants. So actually in rice fields, it's very difficult that they don't even go into the fields, they assess from the bund. But under such situations, how we can bridge the gap between the real level that is existing in the field and what we are recording. So that way there needs to be a conversion. I think field level workers only can offer suggestions to categorize these quantitative methods based on the ETLs into categorical way of measuring, and that can go a long way for field pest management. This is my experience based on 15 years of working with cotton crop and also with the different crops of rice, pigeon pea, groundnut, and tomato while I'm at ICAR-NRIIPM. That is one thing. Okay, that is about the pest surveillance I was trying to say. And of course, when we are talking about integration of the different tactics, the methods. You were hearing the preventive methods, then the curative measures. But even talking of ETL also, I think you should pay attention whether the ETLs which we use, call them as action thresholds or the nominal thresholds, even now they hold good for that type of crop production systems or the cropping systems involving resistant cultivars, all of these things. I think there is scope for using a higher level of ETLs, which means we ourselves are definitely going to avoid unnecessary insecticide applications. I think each of the commodity institutes or those who are working in the specific crop need to think that we have to strive to increase the ETS, and we are even talking about the natural biological control, conservation biological control. Where are those? They are going using the same ETL for the last 20 years. I think there we are making a big mistake. I think there is always scope for revision, and wherein we can simply arrive at, if the database is good and we have for multi-seasons, we can arrive it through checking them over different periods and give a decision, and for which the mathematical models, and definitely they would be helpful and we can arrive at it. That is one of my suggestions, are the missing links
Thank you,
where
ma'am.
the ICT can be used.
Ma'am, time is constrained. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, so just 2 minutes, sir.
Okay.
I'll say, even do we have the comparative table of the label claim pesticides with their prices that one can choose? Just I will list out, are we successful in prediction of the insects? Having had the quality data over historical period, at least we can arrive at the pest alerts. That we are not doing. At the end, I would like to ask each one of you, do you maintain a digital field book? If the answer is yes, you are using ICT effectively. If the answer is no, it is for the individuals to think about it, and probably we have to come to a common platform to use the customized applications. And relating to applications of NCIPM, kindly visit Google Play Store and then try to download them. And there's some more information systems like ICAR-NRIIPM is a dynamic one where you can use it in the field to enter the data of the surveillance and get to know the plant damage and go on, if it is above ETL, to recommend any of the insecticides. So some are dynamic. So applications are, so how we use, so it is the felt effect of the ICT depends on the users and the comfort which we get. With this, I conclude my discussion. I thank Dr. Mukesh Sehgal for giving me this opportunity. Sorry if I have taken more time, sir.
No worries. Thank you, ma'am. It's very important you are discussing. Before I request Dr. Niranjan Singh, we have with us Dr. Aditya also from Sabor University to find out what are the gray areas, or in a brief, very brief, what is the experience about ICT. Dr. Aditya, please.
Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. One second, sir, just a bit of settings. Thank you for this opportunity. I would like to just further start my video. Yes. Yes, sir. I would just like to further the talk given by the strategies suggested by Dandapani sir and Vanilla ma'am. So there's one thing that I was noticing since the last few days. Actually, there is not a very good, from extension point of view, the market for IPM products is really missing. So as we have a lot of branding strategies for organic farming, and we also have a separate logo for that, we can also adapt similar things in the IPM so that people get aware, people get to know about IPM, what actually it is. Because most of the people you will see, they are aware about organic crops, but they are not aware about integrated pest management and all. Secondly, as far as ICT is concerned, there was a point which says that nowadays a lot of apps are there which are dynamic in nature, and they are based on artificial intelligence. So most of the apps that we see today are mostly static, and they are mostly used by people who are from that organization, but it is not widely used. So can we make a mega app which will assimilate all the functions and which will work on the real-time basis? It can integrate different machine learning technologies and all, and it can work on a real-time basis. As I got to know that ICR is in the process of creating a mega app. Pusa Krisi was the app which was used earlier, but now they are planning to make a mega app which will integrate all such apps from ICR institutes, and also it will be on real-time basis. So such things is really needed in case of IPM also. And third point that I would like to make from extension point of view is that we mostly don't see that much of incentives in the IPM sector. So a lot of incentivization needs to be done in this sector so that farmers get aware about the benefits of IPM and they really integrate it in their day-to-day farming practices. So this was in short which I wish to say.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Aditya, for your raising a very good point, flagging a point that the mega app is required. That is definitely, you've given a very new road map or road thinking to us. Before I request other people, we have Dr. Dinesh Singh. We want to have certain 2-3 points from you, sir. Dr. Dinesh Singh, sir, is a principal scientist, plant pathology at IRI. That what will be a new initiative required in IPM? Dr. Dinesh Singh, please.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, sir. I will not take much time, and I want to draw kind attention here. 2-3 points I would like to highlight. One is to, as Dr. Dandapani and Vanilla has said, that survey and surveillance of the disease, insect, pest, and diseases. So that is required as a discussion with the other information by the other scientists. They said that the data should be collected at least go to the 17 years, more than 17 years, for that develop a prediction model for any that occurrence of the disease or any whatever the pesticide applications or any control measures if I want to use, that should be required to the survey and surveillance data that up to more than 17 years, that is required. Every year, I think NCIPM have collected the data, and that should be specific also. It should not be the generalized data. It should be because each crop has the own the environment, micro environment and macro environments. So based on that, can we generate that data for that, and that can be used for that your prediction models. Second thing, in the component of IPM that as Anup said that can be include this biological control, one of the component. And I said that Dr. Anup that Pseudomonas fluorescens is found effective to control the Bacani disease, and that is effective. As also we have also tested in the Bacani as well seed blight, that is found effective, and also the foliar application of foliar disease of the rice. That my submission here is we have also applied for the Bacillus amyloleucopenia patients and Bacillus subtilis for the foliar application of rice as well as the pulse crop mung bean. That was found effective better than the Pseudomonas fluorescens. Second thing, it should be climatic conditions. If the temperature above to 35 degrees centigrade, Pseudomonas may not be the much effective as compared to the Bacillus. So that should be when you go for incorporation of this biocontrol agent. In that which area you want to use that one, that should be based on that climatic conditions, that can be used the biocontrol as one of the component, and which method you are applying for that. So this should be also considered when you're going to as a component of biocontrol agent in the IPM module. So when you're developing the module, it should be considered all these things. And also you go for the compatibility of this biocontrol agent with the fungicides or insecticides. So before you have got any selecting that biocontrol agent, should be also see the compatibility or which crop you are applying, whether it is compatible of that any the insecticide or pesticide you applied for that, whether that biocontrol is compatible or not, that should be also considered when you as a one of the component for that. And also this for the selection of the biocontrol agent, it should be also considered whether it is have the plant growth promoting activity, like it is have the solubilization of phosphorus, potash, and zinc. If you have the ability of that biocontrol agent, it should be considered that we give the priority for that. And also make one important things I want to highlight here. It should be make a mandatory for that farmers in your module true that use a biocontrol, whether disease is there, insect are there or not. That should be one of the package of criteria should be followed by using this. So that can be incorporated in the soil or in the form of FIM or in application with the FIM that will enrich that the soil microbial population and also increase the soil health that will ultimately that would go for the plant health. So that's my submission for that. So it should be considered when you develop the module for that. So these 3 points I want to highlight here. Okay, thank you, Dr. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh. It's a very good point you have raised. Definitely, we have to go some mandatory steps. Then only there will be a good success will be there. That's why I'm also saying we need to have the IPM approaches to be legalized, just like we could able to success in the Sikkim. NCIPM also developed a good dent in Sikkim in large cardamom and the rice, and
Yes.
it is not reduced, and the cost is more healthy. So that is mandatory is important. That's your right, very raised point. Now I request Dr. Niranjan Singh, because Dr. Niranjan Singh made a very good success story in ICT in the country. He's one of the pioneer worker in the ICT. And now, what are the future challenges and how he can push out of us from that challenges or to reach easily in that challenges. So I request Dr. Niranjan Singh to share his experiences in very brief, sir. Dr. Niranjan Singh, please.
Yes, thank you, Dr. I think I am audible to all. Hello.
Yes, sir.
Hi, Dr.
So as this discussion is going on, I would like to put forth my views in this regard, that which are the areas where ICT could be beneficial to the IPM practitioners. Already Dr. Dandapani, Dr. Vanilla has elaborated about the work done in NCIPM. I have also been associated in this work. Since 10 to 12 years, we have been working on this application of ICT in the field of pest surveillance. Because as far as I could know from working in NCIPM, there are 3 steps for successful IPM implementation. The very first step is the pest identification, then is the pest monitoring or surveillance, and then finally the selection of appropriate pest management practice. These are the 3 important steps, and in these first 2 steps, the application of ICT can really facilitate and speed up the whole process, be it pest identification or the pest surveillance. So on the second step, NCIPM started to work from 2009 onwards in association with state departments in the form of e-pest surveillance and advisory services, wherein initially we developed an application, a web-based application, wherein the state department officials or the pest scouts used to collect data from farmer fields, from sampled farmer fields, and then that data used to be transferred to NCIPM server. And on the NCIPM server, a web application was developed and hosted, which used to provide this to present this data to the pest experts in the form of pest reports. And on the basis of pest reports, the expert used to take to make decisions, pest management decisions, based on the concept of ETL. And these decisions of pest experts were disseminated to the farmers through SMS in the form of pest management advisories. And ICT was used in this whole process to reduce the time lag between the first step of data collection to the dissemination of advisory to the farmer. So that, because earlier this whole process used to take a hell lot of time, to the here and there the people used to take collect quantitative data, then bring it to the table of the pest experts, and they will make the decision and advise to the farmers. So this used to take quite a long time. So to reduce this time and to simplify this process, the application of ICT was started. And for this, a system was developed by ICAR-NRIIPM, e-pest surveillance and advisory system, which was implemented in many projects, external as well as internal projects in ICAR-NRIIPM in various states of the country. And it is still going on in some of the states in horticulture and cereal and other crops. But we did not touch upon the first aspect, that was the pest identification. And once this, because earlier I tried to develop a application for pest identification, but based on the symptoms, a expert system kind of application. But it did not give me any confidence when I took it to the implementation. Then once after the emergence of this artificial intelligence, I acquired some capacity in this area and started to develop a CNN based model for this pest identification using the Google Tensor Flow platform. And already we have developed a model for 4 pests of the maize, and the model is giving quite good accuracy, and we are in process of implementing this model in a Android based mobile app. And as somebody told that the comprehensive app would be very useful, which consists of this whole pest management, all the pest management processes, and for all the crops. Actually, it is easier to say that we should develop a comprehensive app like this, but the problem is the availability of data for modeling. That is quite cumbersome. The biggest problem when we talk of the application of ICT in pest management, it's easier to develop the applications, but it is getting difficult to have the quality content for those apps. And the regular updating, that to the regular updating of the content. So this is the flow of the content is very staggered, and sometimes we as computer scientists find it difficult to get the correct and right content for the application. So but anyhow, we have taken the initiative first in the form of this to develop an application of pest identification for the key pest of maize. And I have also integrated another module in the app, because as through this e-pest surveillance and advisory system, we found that this implementation of this application across the state was a very resource hungry initiative. It requires hell lot of investment to recruit the pest scouts and the ICT equipment, and the most of the states were finding it difficult to make such huge investments. So what I am trying to do now, I am making the mobile based applications which will have the, as Dr. Dandapani told, for the crowdsourcing, the to this concept is being applied by me in this application, wherein I will make an application of pest surveillance, and this will consist of the 2 modules, the one module of qualitative pest surveillance and another of quantitative pest surveillance. And the targeted user will be farmers, those farmers who are literate and can gather the quantitative information of pest. They can feed their data into the application as the pest observation, quantitative pest observation observed from their fields. And once they submit this information into the app on the spot will process this information and will let them know whether the level of pest incidence in their field is below ETL or above ETL. And based on that status, the pest will also provide them the pest management, appropriate pest management option to them. So this is the This is the process. This is the initiative we have already started working on, and hopefully within 1 or 2 years will release this application on the Play Stores. And presently we are developing it on Android platform, wherein it will consist of the all three steps of the IPM: the pest identification using artificial intelligence, the image, the computer vision, and then the pest surveillance, and then providing the pest management advisory to the farmers. So that's how we are trying to work on this. Another initiative we have started in the same area, funded by the Directorate of Horticulture, Haryana, recently, and for 2 vegetable crops, okra and brinjal, and therein also we will develop the same kind of mobile application which will have the artificial intelligence capability for the pest identification. So that's all I wish to put forth to the.
Thank you, Dr. Niranjan Singh.
Thank you.
And we wish also that the same will develop very soon, so that all our SMS, all our plant protection specialists will be helpful along with the farmers. Thank you very much, and
Sure.
best wishes from us.
Thank
And
you.
because of time constraint, I really sorry those are not able to put their views. We sometime other time again will have interaction during this training program along with the participants, and we tell you summarize in story what I done today. That will be also will be done. I thank all one and all those have joined this program. I find it is very successful, very interactive, and very you can write very informative. So once again, I thank all on the behalf of NCIP and on my behalf. So in future also we will have such programs. I hope we will have definitely program, specialized program, once in a month in Planet, so that we are able to see what are the weak in our road and what how we develop a good roadmap, so to have a good success in IP. Thank you one and all. Thanks. Because we have another speaker is eminent speaker is with us, Dr. R.K. Thakur sir. Dr. R.K. Thakur sir is the uh, at present is the head of department and head of department of entomology at Solan University. Dr. Thakur is very expert in, and he also remained as a CRIP coordinator for 5 years. He is a well expert in has a well experience in the honeybees and pollinators. He developed a very good success stories in pollinators and honeybees, especially I find from last 7 8 years when we are working with him that Dr. Thakur had developed a certain techniques which have brought the you can say Madhu revolution or honey revolution had brought in India. He brought many international projects, Norway, Australia, from to the India. They show a confidence and industries. So Dr. Thakur has a wide experience while working with the industry. Also, initially worked with the flower honey, and then he joined a scientist at Solent. Then he came to coordinator, and now back to head of department. Sometime he's also working as the head director of extension. We always request and we place our thanks to Dr. Thakur to share his experiences with us always. Um, role of pollinators in IPM. So I don't take much time because it's a long biodata. He has awarded with many. You can when you see his lecture or when you interact with him, you find nobody can else can do more justice to this topic than him. Dr. Thakur, sir, please. Sorry for delay, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thanks, Dr. Sehgal, for the nice words, and it's my profound privilege, and I'm so happy to delighted to be part of this very prestigious training program, because it is this time it is being managed in a collaborative way with the Manage Hyderabad and NCIPM. So both are premier institutes in the country, and it's a rare opportunity for me to have interaction with the esteemed scientists, young scientists, other uh, uh, field people, maybe I think some farmers, to share their views and to interact with them on the topic which has given to me. What is the role of pollinators and how best we can go side by side with IPM as well as pollinators together. So, okay. As we all know that the recent policy of the government of India that pollinator or beekeeping, it has to be an important component of all agriculture ecosystems now, because it has been now accepted as a input. So this is also equally important now, like other components of all agro ecosystems. When we talk of fertilizers or we go for spraying of the pesticides or whatever agronomic practices we have. So now this is a time then that we have to give due importance to the pollinators in whatever agronomic practices we follow. And with this, I'll start my presentation that what is the role of pollinators in IPM. As Dr. Manera was narrating in her lecture about doubling farmers' income, and everywhere we listen right from many years now, and the target year was this year only for doubling the income. So definitely these pollinators can play a very prominent role as an industry. We all know that honey industry or honeybee industry, and now the pollination or pollinator management is also is coming up as an industry with the efforts of scientists, then various state governments as well as government of India, and with the new concept of now natural farming, or earlier we used to say organic farming or natural farming, we have better opportunities now to integrate the pollinators in our IPM programs or whatever agronomic practices we'll have. So with this background, I'll start my so we all know that insects can play both positive and negative roles, as you were discussing about in all the lectures, particularly when we talk of IPM, that it can damage crops, but they also help in pollination. We should accept it, because the insect pollinators, they pollinate about 80% of the flowering plants, and they play a major role in maintaining and preserving biodiversity. On global scale, the estimated annual value of insect pollination services is, if we see economically, is US $217 billion. And insect pollinators are susceptible to pesticide applications, and the indiscriminate and excessive use of insecticides, they affect plant pollinator interactions. So IPM is the best practice to minimize crop loss and conservation of insect pollinators. The conservation and augmentation of wild pollinators, it ensures effective pollination, and there are global efforts of efforts on all these things. And in India, we have 50 million hectares. In India is under entomophilous crops. So we can see the importance of these pollinators. And the pollinators, they are diverse group of animal kingdom, birds, bats, reptiles, and variety of insects, such as flies, beetles, moths, butterflies, wasps, and bees. And the insect pollinators are sensitive for yield increase of most of the crops grown in different systems. We may take the example of, for example, southern India. And the honeybees, they play important and major role. And the insect pollination is thought to benefit the yield of 75% of the globally important crop species, and it is responsible for an estimated 35% of the world crop production. So out of 150 million hectare of total crop area, under 60 million hectare is under 50 million hectare out of this is under bee-dependent crops. If you see the crop pollination scenario, the most of the flowering plants, the different kind of pollination is accomplished. So self-pollination is there only in 5% of the plant species, but the cross-pollination is around 95%. And out of this cross-pollinated system or the crops, the abiotic factors, that is wind, anemophilous type of pollination or hydrophilous type of pollination, it is only in 10% of the plant species, contributed by these abiotic factors, but rest is by 85% is by the insects. And out of these insects, 80% of the cross-pollinated plant species or these services provided by the bees. So basically, when we talk of pest management, so it helps in increasing farm income, it conserves the environment, it helps in maintaining the genetic diversity and biodiversity, then livelihood security and poverty alleviation, and ultimately leading to food security and nutritional security. So when we talk of pollinators, we are lucky enough that we have great diversity of different kind of honeybees like Apis florea and Raniforis, Dorsata, Laboriosia. So all these species are present in our subcontinent, and it is our country is center of this diversity of honeybees. Besides honeybees, then we have sweat bees, bumblebees, polyester bees, carpenter's bees, mason bees. Why I'm showing this is that all these pollinators are part of the ecosystem which we are talking about, agriculture ecosystem or horticulture ecosystem. So they are also part of these components, these systems. If we take the example here, different agroclimatic zones of southern India particularly. So southern India, plateau and hills comprising regions of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu. Then the east coastal plains and hills, then these are the Andhra Pradesh, Odisha, Pondicherry and Tamil Nadu. And then west coast plains and ghats comprising regions of Goa, Karnataka, Kerala and Maharashtra and Tamil Nadu. And these are the major plant species. When we talk of rubber honey, we can see this tiny drop on the rubber plants, which are the extrafloral nectaries, and the bees are collecting this. So why it is being shown is that our country is a diverse country, and definitely we have different type of plants, right from the seashore to the desert, temperate regions of Himachal Pradesh. So different geographic zones, different cropping patterns. Naturally, there is every likelihood of having different type of the pests or insect attacking the different types of the crops. So likewise, we have different type of pollinators, and we have different type of plant species which are sustaining the bees or apiculture, or they are helping in the natural conservation of the pollinators which are occurring naturally in our agroecosystems. So when we see the crops, because this is more linked towards the IPM strategies and pollination, so I would like to concentrate the lecture in that way, that what are the major crops, particularly when we talk of Andhra Pradesh, Karnataka, Kerala and Tamil Nadu. So we have major crops like rice, and of course these crops are, these are the examples I have taken, but these crops are being grown in other parts of the country also. Then jowar, bajra, maize, ragi, smoke. And in Karnataka, the major crop is the rice crop, sugarcane, millets, paddy. There's a long list of these. And then Kerala, rice, pepper, rubber. They are different than other part of the country, because when I'm working in the northern India, we don't find any pepper here or rubber here or coconut, tea, coffee, and all these species. But for example, in Tamil Nadu, we have mango, spota. Spota is not in Himachal Pradesh, but mango is, of course, it is there. So these are the general examples, and we grow vegetables across country. Our country like tomato, onion, brinjal. Then drumstick is again a very important plant, and particularly in the southern region. For me as a apiculture scientist, it's a very important plant, and we understand the importance of drumstick in the country because there is already a mission on drumstick. So it has a lot of medicinal properties, but for me as an apiculture scientist, the drumstick is a very important plant, and it gives very nice honey, basically. So if you remember that in 1997, the World Food Prize, it was given to Dr. Ray F. Smith and Dr. Perry Atkinson for their pioneer work on development and implementation of IPM concepts. So it is a globally accepted phenomenon. And in India also, we have a lot of sport on the IPM strategies. And this IPM concept, basically, it came from the book, The Silent Spring, which was written by Raquel Carlson. And this changed the basically whole scenario of application of the pesticides. What is the effect of pesticides? Then what are the residues? So her concept is changed the world, the thing which we are discussing today and in the future also. So all the strategy uh, got changed after Silent Spring was published. So basically, there are a lot of lectures on it, but IPM is the best pest management system that in context of associated environment and population dynamics of the pest species utilizes all stable techniques and methods in as compatible manner as possible and maintains pest populations at below those causing economic injury levels. So there is the ETS concept, but it's a philosophy that utilizes the all stable pest management techniques and methods to keep pest population below economical injury levels. And each pest, it means when we have to manage the pests, definitely there will be application of some sort of chemicals which are essential for it, or maybe biocontrol agents or biopesticides. We have to have certain practices or rotation of the crops or other attractive crops for the biocontrol agents. So there are so many strategies for. So the basic principle is for IPM, we must have understanding of the crop, pest, and the environment and the interrelationships. Then it requires to have advanced planning, and it balances cost benefit of all control practices and requires routine monitoring of crop and pest conditions. But when we talk of all these strategies, whether in one particular crop, all these strategies, that may be chemical, that may be mechanical or cultural, whether they have certain effects on pollination or one particular crop has the pollination need or not, that is a point of concern over here. For example, if we take rice, both wild and cultivated rice, there are only few varieties have scented flowers and attract bees, causing greater output, outcrossing. But the reliance on pollinators is very limited in the self-pollinated varieties of rice. So the pest management in rice system is the reliance of rice crop on pollinators is very limited because we have all these practices for pest management of rice, the release of trichogramma, then avoiding excessive nitrogen fertilizers, spraying neem seed kernel extracts, trichogramma japonica for the management of rice yellow stem borers. Of course, I will not go into details. My concern is about the pollinators. So when we talk of rice crop on pollinators is very limited, and hence use of insecticides toxic to honeybees will not have much significant on the insect pollinators because it's not a very attractive crop for pollinators. When we talk of maize, jowar, bajra, ragi, wheat, barley, and small millets, so maize is also predominantly cross-pollinated and wind-pollinated as a general rule, but pollinated by insects also to a certain extent, particularly the carpenter bees. So it's not only the honeybees, other natural pollinators and honeybees are also involved in providing certain pollination services to the maize crop. Then bajra is cross-pollinated, naturally cross-pollinated, but the anemophilous it is because wind acts as the chief agent. The pests are fruit flies, stem borers, and sucking insects. Then in sorghum, BBC, it's naturally self-pollinated and about 6% cross-pollinated in some florets. And the wheat, barley, and small millets, they're self-pollinated. The general rule, then wheat and barley not affected seriously by insect pests, but small millets affected by fruit flies, stem borers, and sucking pests. So all these crops are not dependent on pollinators. The eco-friendly and IPM approaches will aid in preserving natural enemies of insect pests and also leave the insects that collect pollen unharmed. In pulses, the red gram or pigeon pea is cross-pollinated. Apis dorsata and some other are dominant visitors, and pod borers are the major problems. And the other pulses are self-pollinated as a rule, and pod borers are the major problems. And these are our approaches: the use of pheromone traps, installing word perches, mechanical collection of the grown-up larvae and blister beetles, and application of NPB, and the use of azadirachtin, BT, neem oil, and all these practices are being followed for combating the pests. Then the other major crops are the wild seed crops. Here, the role of pollinator is very, very prominent, and whatever IPM taxes or whatever pesticides we follow or we employ for controlling or managing the pests, we have to take care of the pollinators, because for sunflower, honeybees primarily are the primary pollinating agents for getting higher seed yield, and it has the pest like capitulum borer. But sesame, production of hybrid seed, insect pollination with Apis indica and Apis dorsata, they are the most frequent visitors. Then the mustard, we have all the pollinators. If we see Punjab, Haryana, Himachal Pradesh, a lot of mustard is grown. In Rajasthan, is grown. So the major pests are diamond backmoth, Plutella jalostella. In coconut, we have Apis rana, Apis mellifera, Trigona species. Coconut pollen plays an important role when we talk of what the honeybees gets from the coconut. Then wild palm is wind pollination, honeybee pollinators are also there. So IPM tools are, these are the IPM tools for this, the use of pheromone traps, setting of light traps and all. So different practices are being followed for. So for the cotton is the most dangerous crop for the bees, because 50 to 20 insecticide application at shorter and regular intervals, they are recommended for the control of various cotton pests. So flowering, it continues gradually for 2 months, and during this period, insecticides are regularly applied for the control of many pests like ball bombs, aphids, bugs, etc. American foulboard, we all know, Helicobacter armiger can be managed by non-chemical measures also. Use of nitrogenous fertilizers, and then judicious bottom management, crop to prevent excessive vegetable growth, and larval harborage, application of NPB, etc. Then conservation and augmentation of natural predators and pesticides. So these are the practices they are being followed for combating the cotton pests. Then fruits and vegetables, mangoes are mostly, they have cross flowers, wind pollinated. Also, this is mango by insect pollinated plants, bees, ants, and flies plays very important role. In grapes, cross pollination was not only essential in self-style cultivars, Apis dorsata, and in some other parts, other plant insect species, other pollinator species, sylphid flies, they play a very important role. Citrus is chiefly pollinated by honeybees. Banana do not need pollination. Fruit trees attacked by caterpillars at the blooming stage. Insects are used suggested by economic entomologists. So there are a lot of pesticides on mango also being poured in. And in vegetables, tomato, eggplant, pollen held inside the pollinate these flowers, they need to have buzz pollination, particularly the solanaceous vegetable crops like tomato as well as bell pepper required to have buzz pollination. Then eggplant, it is pollinated by stingless bees also, Jalocopa species and solitary bees also. Drumstick is chiefly visited by Apis indica. Then bees, potatoes, flowers have no nectar and very little pollen. Onions, 100% dependent on the pollinators, particularly honeybee. So these are the various practices which are being followed for controlling these pests. So when we talk of flowers, marigold, roses, chrysanthemum, red roses are unappealing to the bees. Roses, they don't attract bees. Wallflowers, chrysanthemum also don't attract the bees. So bees minimum in the ornamental flowers. So IPM measures against insect pests in the plant do not have much impact on the pollinators. So we can have the strategies without caring for pollinators even. For the spices, cardamom is chiefly dependent on honeybees, constitute about 98% of the visitors, and even but the bees are sufficient to pollinate. Nutmeg, beetles, thrips, and flies are the important pollinators. Pepper is bisexual, cross-pollinated is necessary. In vanilla, bisexual, self-fertile, requires small insects to transfer pollen. Turmeric is bisexual but appear to be sterile. Fruits are not necessary. Cinnamon is bisexual, pollinated by very small insects. Pests of the spices can be judiciously managed by cultural, mechanical, and biocontrol methods. Avoiding insecticide sprays during blooming is essential. Likewise, beverages and rubber bee, if we talk, male and female flowers in the same panicle. Leaf nectar attractive to the honeybees available during February, March in Kerala and Karnataka. Indian bees migrated from different places to rubber plantations. So not many pesticides are used in rubber, and hence honeybees are unharmed. So need not to bother much over here for the rubber. Likewise for coffee also. So basically, bees are always, affected by the bee poisoning. And so what are the factors of our type of applications or the type of pesticides we employ in our IPM strategies, we can see, or direct applications. So pesticide formulations, if you go for the dust, are highly hazardous because they drift to long distance and remain adhered to the plant surface for long. Batable powders are also being unabsorbed on the plant surface for longer periods than emulsifiable concentrates. So ECs are relatively safer. Granular insecticides are the safest. So when we talk of selectivity, the broad spectrum insecticides are hazardous. The selective pesticides is safer to the pollinators. And when we talk of when they are to be applied, the insecticide applied to crops may be hazardous to the bees, and the pesticide applied to non-flowering crop, attractive flowering beads, or has results in bee losses. Because bees in the orchards, in the wild seed crops, or wherever flowering is there, they are also attracted to the flowering beads around our crop ecosystems. And the bees attracted to the mango orchards are mostly to the honeydew secreted by the mango hoppers, and they killed when insecticides have been applied. So we know that in the mangoes, we have a lot of mango hoppers. So when we go for the pesticide application for killing mango hoppers, definitely the bees are going to be killed, because if you see the glistening leaves of the mangoes, you will find the signings, or sometimes it's below the bigger huge mango tree. If you stand, you will find that there are certain trickling drops. Maybe it looks like raining. So basically, that is nothing. That is honeydew being secreted by the hoppers, and it gets trickled down. And the bees are attracted to collect that honeydew in the form of honeydew honey. So when we go for application of killing or managing mango hoppers, the honeybees or the other pollinators are the candidates which are going to be very badly affected if the care is not taken for the application. So we know the time of application. The best time is during late evening or early morning, because it is relatively safe. Because during daytime, it's very hazardous to the bees, because they are there's a lot of fledging activity of the pollinators during daytime. So they are directly affected by the application of the pesticides. So different bee species are active at different ambient temperatures. So we have to understand all phenological aspects of the flowering plants, as well as our approaches, that may be IPM approaches or other approaches. So how best, in what strategies we have to avoid the killing of these tiny pollinators, which are contributing a lot and providing a selfless service to our cropping systems. So when we go for the macro application, the aerial applications are more hazardous than the ground applications, and the bees get less time to escape the drift of the insecticides when we go for this sort of aerial application. And the finer sprays are safer than coarser sprays here. But IPM can be a tool to reduce these pesticide hazards to the bees, because IPM is an important approach to controlling insect pest, weeds, and disease of the crops. And it recognizes the existing biological control and evaluation. The pesticides less harmful to the beneficial insects, timing of the pesticide application of the organism, biological control and effectively controlling even though not recognized. The spider mites on field corn or green bugs on sorghum effectively controlled. The field should be examined in large numbers of present pesticides used may be deferred or avoided. So these two tools can help. Then repellents can be used. They can be added to the pesticides to discourage bees from visiting till the pesticides become non-toxic. So use of third generation molecules, target specific third generation pesticides can reduce the bee loss and can be integrated in IPM program and is safer to the insect pollinators and other beneficial organisms. So how we can overcome this menace? We should understand all we are dealing with agriculture husbandry. We need not to work in isolation, as previous speaker was saying. So all breeders, all agronomic scientists, all plant protection scientists, we should work together to understand what are the plant pollinator relationship, what are their interactions, what are the ecological consequences, and then only we can go for the conservation of natural ecosystem or buffer zone as congenial niche for the pollinators, because the pollinators are also part of this earth or the ecosystem. So we have to give them congenial niche for their conservation, for their augmentation, or for their sport around our farms. And then we have to go for the judicious use of agrochemicals. Our farming practices should be such that there's minimum tillage. So this way we can assist the pollinators. And minimizing human interventions. Of course, this thing is linked for maintaining the natural the population of the natural pollinators, because if you go for more and more tillage, we cannot assist pollinators, because we are going to disturb their nesting sites, because the natural pollinators, they are nesting around the fields, around in the forests. So unfortunately, we are heading more toward monoculture. When we go for more and more toward monoculture, having less diversity, we are snatching away the homes of the natural pollinators in particular. And once the population of these natural pollinators get declined, we have to switch for the managed pollination. Then we have to go for this will be the major requirement for having optimum pollination. We have to employ the managed pollination by way of employing honeybees for optimum pollination, or bumblebees, or sylphid flies, or we can say jello corpates, or stingless bees. So they are to be conserved, they are to be practiced, and then we can have optimum crop productivity. So pollinators, congenial farming practices are to be promoted. We have to maintain natural areas as refuge for pollinators, which I have explained in the previous this thing, and avoid monocropping systems and incorporation of crops that blooms during lean periods also, because every time people say, no, this is honey, we have added sugar into it, we are feeding honeybees with the sugar. Dear friends, when we don't have anything to eat to give to the bees, there's no natural flora available which is providing protein as a pollen, or carbohydrate as a maduras or nectar. They cannot be kept without food, so they are to be fed. So if we have an approach that we have certain flowering plant species during lean period or the dearth period where there is no flora around, so if we have that strategy, then only we can avoid all those things. So there's need to have public awareness about importance of pollinators and their conservation practices. And I'll request all the audience that 20th May is the Honeybee Day, and in your institutes, you please celebrate the Honeybee Day or the Pollinator Day for creating public awareness among the masses, the school children, small nursery children, that what are the pollinators, provide them to have awareness about the use of honey, and they can just taste the honey. So this is the idea I'm throwing, that this year you can celebrate this 20th May, this honeybee day in that way in your places, at your places. So it's a matter of trying everything together, that adopting an integrated pest and pollinator management approach to protect pollinators. So it is not only IPM, so we have to go for IPPM if we have to do the real justice with the pollinators, the smart pollinators, those which are contributing a lot in overall qualitative as quantitative increased crop productivity of various crops, which I say is around 80% of the crops. They are being boosted by, they are being aided for optimum pollination. So we have to have this approach, the spray in the evening when pollinators are not foraging. We should select the pesticides. They are effective against target pests, but less toxic to the bees. We have to choose spray nozzles and setting that reduce drift, and we have to develop a communication strategy to alert nearby beekeepers, because I hope that many scientists are from KVKs also. So we have a long chain of KVKs all over our country. So let us make it a point that we communicate. We should have a strategy. We should have some apps of this kind which can automatically we can make use of Android phones. If you are going to spray the fields, automatically the beekeepers are informed. We have to have the use of ICT, as the previous speakers were saying, that how we can integrate the orchardists as well as the beekeepers, or the mustard growers and the beekeepers, those who are keeping their honeybee colonies in their orchard for honey production, but on the other way they are providing a UN service of accomplished pollination and increased crop productivity. So we should have that strategy. I think the ICT experts better know it, how they can develop all these things, that automatically the messages are flashed to the beekeepers and they take care of the bees, because there is no perfect law in the country in the moment. Though other advanced countries, there is very heavy fine if the bees are killed by injudicious use of pesticides by any farmer or any. So all that systems are to be in place in the country. So prevent the bees from visiting between crop rows while pesticides are being applied by mowing flower beads. So this thing lies with the beekeepers, that how they can go. When we talk of conservations, there is already if we say this is a traditional knowledge. For example, the stingless bees are being kept by the tribals of Nagaland. You can see their houses, how beautiful they have decorated, and they have kept these stingless bees in the logs itself. So this is a traditional knowledge which needs to be explored for better use. And then we have certain drives for conserving soil nesting pollinators, and a lot of efforts are there all over the country for this. So for conserving and for augmentation of the pollinators, as I told, that we have to protect the habitat. We have moved more towards the monoculture. So if we have the greater functional diversity of the pollinators, better will be the pollination, because we cannot rely on a single species, particularly on the honeybees, because they may also be affected at one time by the attack or by the menace of different type of diseases or different type of mites, which are the major pests in the hive itself. So it's not only the IPM for the crops when we talk of honeybees, it is also IPM within the beehive, that how we are going to control. So bees are going to be affected both ways, IPM in the field as well as the pest management in the field, and the pest management within the beehive. And ultimately, we are going to have a product like honey, which we are going to have directly, or royal jelly, or pollen, or other hive products which we are going to have from apiculture industry. So we need to have functional diversity for the pollinators. So bees are more sensitive in both type of the systems. So if we have great diverse habitat around crop fields, we can enhance and protect the habitat. We have to choose diversity of native or natural plants that provide abundant nectar and pollen from flowers of various shapes and sizes. For sustainable apiculture, we need to have a succession of the bee forages which are blooming throughout the year, especially early and the late, which can serve as a bridge between the crops. If one crop is flowering today, then this month, the next crop is flowering after this. In between, we should have something. And we have to create or protect nest sites for the bees. There's a concept of bee hotels or the pollinator hotels. So around the fields, we can have that concept. The diversity can support wild bees and provide significant pollination services for many crops. And we have to minimize pesticide risk and disturbance of the habitat. So we should, as scientists, we should follow these models. This is a beautiful house, particularly from Kohima in Nagaland. You can see all these stingless bees. So they get very highly precious honey, and they are helping in conserving these stingless bees in Nagaland. So the approach should be for conservation, as I shown in the slide, and utilization of pollinators. We have to conserve them, and we have to employ, or we have to utilize the pollinators for increased crop productivity. Automatically, if we have this approach, we will have increased in the income of farmers, because bees, if they pollinate adequately, there will be optimum pollination, there will be good seed set, there will be greater oil content. We will have, for example, in the apple, we have very good apple crop. If we keep the bees, it is up to 22% increased apple production in the orchards. So that's why in apple ecosystem in Himachal Pradesh, the orchardists, they are renting bee colonies, and this year the price was 1,200 rupees per beehive just for keeping one beehive for 22 days. So that's why I told in the beginning that this honey industry is one thing, but we have a pollination industry also. So if we follow it in the direction of increased crop productivity in other states also, maybe different type of cross-pollinated crops. Like in Maharashtra, we already have pomegranate and onion seed production, and there the bees are being utilized. There the honeybee hives are being, they are rented for having optimum pollination. So this way, it will increase the productivity of the crops, and it's a win-win situation for the, for beekeeper also. They'll get variety of honey, and our honey production will also increase, and we can be leaders in that. So for sustainable apiculture, we can establish pollinator gardens and other retreats for the bees, birds, and butterflies. It should be encouraged. Then pollinator conservation and management, it has been proposed as a way to preserve or increase pollinator by preserving and managing environments suitable for bees and other pollinators. And there must be some improved strategies for conservation of the stingless bees, bumblebees, and other natural pollinators. Because there is always a link between biodiversity and pollination effectiveness of individual plants or crops. The pollination services have direct correlation with biodiversity. In several studies, pollination services are the best rendered not by a single pollinator, but by many pollinators. If we go close to a flowering tree, you will find, if you have interest in watching them, you will see their activities, and you will find variety of pollinators which are visiting the flowering tree or flowering species. So pollinator population, it rise and fall, as do all animals in response to the environmental variables such as weather conditions, levels of parasitism, or abundance of nesting sites. The same plant may be pollinated by different pollinators in different places, but is being specific at its locality in that season. So for many crops, the more pollinator visits, the better it is, because it helps in increased seed set and better quality fruit, and it may result from multiple pollinator visits. But there are certain reasons that the bees are getting extinct because of certain use of industrial agriculture, the pesticides, the climate change, the different type of diseases, and one of the most dangerous which we are discussing today for the bees is which causes the bees to die is the injudicious use of pesticides. And these are the chemicals assigned to kill the insects. And these chemicals are widely applied in the environment, mostly around the cropland areas. Definitely, the bees are adversely affected. Of course, there are several other reasons for the bee losses. There may be seasonal effects, there may be genetics involved, there may be physiology, behavior of the bees. So pesticides, environment, diseases, apiary management, and climate all can contribute to the bee losses. We cannot say the only pesticides, but injudicious use of pesticides is definitely going to adversely affect the population of these pollinators. Because when we talk of IPM, for pollinators, it is a method to control pests using a variety of strategies that are safe, effective, and economically, and leads to a sustainable level of control. So integrated pest management is a well-known decision-making tool that stresses the employment of several pest control approaches. But IPM includes monitoring and long-term planning, the conservation of beneficial insects. Maybe Dr. Nagesh will speak tomorrow, and then which include bees, like insect predators, parasitic wasps, and butterflies. Is an integral component, integral part of IPM. So we have to conserve the beneficial insects, which includes, of course, pollinators also. And the IPM can generally be divided into two fundamental approaches. It focused on the judicious use of pesticides informed by monitoring and threshold levels. And there must be emphasis capitalizing on agrosystem functions, which are not required to be disturbed at all, whatever practice we follow, prior to the intervention with reactive pest control alternatives such as chemical control. So pollinator management has been advocated as part of integrated pest and pollination management. So it is IPPM. IIPM was initially similar to IPM methods since it is concentrated on modifying chemical control to preserve pollinators while ignoring more comprehensive potential for pest control and pollination management. So both the things have to go hand to hand. So if we talk of benefits of IPM, it fits better in national economy, more efficient and cheaper methods, avoid upsetting the balance of the nature, and minimizes the use of hazardous pesticide. And for the long-term management of agricultural pests, integrated pest management typically provide direct benefits to the growers, such as increased comprehensive pest control and delayed pesticide resistance. So IPM approach can improve particularly the wildlife conservation, the pollinator conservation, the ecosystem service such as pollination and biocontrol, in addition to pest reduction by altering the sources and the risk factors for those organisms. So it's very important conclusively that we need to conserve the pollinator diversity. If we realize the yield potential of several cross-pollinated crops, hybrid seed production, the crops which are being grown under polyhouses in the moment, the polyhouse or the protective cultivation is increasing. The area has increased already. So we have to conserve the rare and endemic species of honeybees and other pollinators. The survival of plant species through mixing of gene pool is in intensified and diversified sustainable agriculture. So with the sustainable agriculture, we should have sustainable use of pollinators also. So in this direction, we have to disseminate information on pollination in agriculture environments through databases, websites, and where ICT can play a lot of role. And we have to establish a roster of existing pollination and pollinator experts to serve as pool for consultation in technology transfer. We should promote applied research on pollination in agricultural ecosystems through training of postgraduates, which we already were doing in our university, and to work on gap issues. We should protect natural habitats within agricultural landscapes as sources for wild pollinators and for crop improvement. And we should evaluate positive and effective effects of alternative practices and technologies in agricultural production on pollinator conservation and its effectiveness. And we should evaluate impact on pollination of practices and technologies used in agricultural production, or improve the knowledge on real needs of pollination of agricultural crops and fresh trees. We should have to think holistically. It's not only crops, of course they are important, but we have the forest ecosystems which are when we see the climate system, when we talk of resilience of climate, the climate changes. So they're the forest species that so we should gather and disseminate, exchange information of best practices. We should conduct risk impact assessments of main causes of pollination decline in one particular area. We should develop guidelines for the policymakers and for the farmers for this. And when we talk advantages and disadvantages of beekeeping in IPM, so it's more sustainable. Decreased use of chemicals will be there. It will be good for our beekeeping. Additional time and commitment required to implement. It extends the useful life of chemicals used by lengthening time between application. So more economic return. So overall, the IPM has great impact on bees and for the sustainable apiculture. So IPM in the IPM pollinators, by combining biological, cultural, physical, and chemical tools in the way that it minimizes the economic, health, and environmental risks. So it's a long-standing science-based decision-making process that coordinates the use of pest biology, environmental information, available technology, then prevent unacceptable levels of pest waste. So bee pollination, it made an essential component of IPM. Honeybees and other pollinators help in increase of cross-pollinated crops. So use of pest management practices aid in increase yield of the crops, essential to devise IPM methods which do not affect pollination, and the chemical pesticide use as a last resort, that too using safer newer insecticide molecules and also newer insecticide formulations which are selective against insect pests and kindly spare the pollinators or which spare the pollinators in total. So thank you so much for the patient hearing.
Thank you, Dr. Thakur, for a wonderful, informative lecture on role of IPM, role of pollinators in IPM. Now the panel is open for discussion. Participant can ask their questions, please. Participant can ask their question, please.
Namaskar, sir.
नमस्कार.
बहुत अच्छा सर चल रहा सर. मेरे माइंड में एक क्वेश्चन था, मैंने लिख दिया इसमें चैट बॉक्स में भी. सर, can you please share the recent updates on the insecticides which are compatible with honeybee and any biopesticide which are not compatible with honeybee? Any information? This will be helpful in taking decision in IPM.
Yeah, that's true, but so far, many pesticides, neonic pesticides, वो सब हाशिए पे है.
अच्छा.
ठीक है. So, we all know entomologists that, around 37 pesticides, there's a question mark. And when we talk of bee losses, then colony collapse disorder, it is being focused at that it is the, neuro effect of these neonic pesticides. And it is a all over world over problem. And so far now, we don't have very clear list of these pesticides, new pesticides now in the moment, in fact, which are very safe to the bees. But I can say the EC formulations and the granular pesticides, they are better one because we have array of pesticides against different pests. That's why I gave you, the overall account of various types of the crops. Of course, every crop I could cover in this short lecture, but definitely we have different sorts of pesticide sprays, schedules, and type of pesticides. And you also agree that we don't have much choice in the moment. Maybe in 6 months' time, we will have newer molecules if we ban all these pesticides like that.
Any studies going on regarding spraying of pesticides against honeybees? The latest pesticides that are coming in the market, they are claiming that they are safer to honeybees, like flunicamid.
Like?
Flunicamid. Whether it
Uh,
is safer or
Yeah,
not?
maybe, but it is not here. We got a mega project which I led as a national coordinator. In that project, it was private funded project by the pesticide companies regulated by Ministry of Agriculture. It was 11 crore project and it ran for 5 years, particularly for the for the safety of bees against these unique pesticides. But I have not come across all these molecules so far, because until unless these molecules are not registered by CIBRC and it is being recommended by CIBRC, we cannot say that they are safer. Yeah, definitely the companies will claim, and but until unless we don't have uh, proper recommendations, because for example, if we see the university will recommend any pesticide which is safer to the bees, or which is effective against any pest in Himachal Pradesh, against in the apple crop or anywhere, we have to have 2 years trials for that, and the company is paid for that. So if it is registered, definitely it has to be on the basis of what are the safety measures of that. So I can't say that thing because it is not under our purview in the moment.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
Sir, good evening, sir.
Yes, sir, please.
Sir, I am in NRC banana.
Yeah.
Actually, in banana, that is parthenocarpic fruits, are still most of the bees, flies are visiting the flower.
Yeah.
Is there advisory to keep bee heaping? Shall we keep in banana field?
Yeah, definitely. If it has abundant nectar, of course, I think as per my knowledge, it is self-pollinated, your banana. But yeah, definitely bees, they are not going to harm. If they collect nectar from the inflorescence of banana, there is no harm. You can keep it and it can be promoted. But we require to have certain data for that.
Okay, so actually, that for pollination purpose, we don't want in banana crop.
Yeah,
But
yeah, that's what.
I used to see so many flies or bees are visiting banana flower.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, that's great. So if they are visiting, naturally they are collecting nectar out of that. Like your rubber plant, where you have a lot of extrafloral nectaries. So I saw the drop of those nectaries on the leaf and the joints. So bees goes there and they collect it. Likewise in mango, they collect honeydew honey. If you go to Lord Spiti, they collect honeydew honey from say beating below, because there is one aphid species which is feeding on that, and the aphid they produce a lot of honeydew, so they collect that. Like mango hoppers, they get a lot of honeydew from the excreta of this thing. So they are attracted to the all sweet material. So definitely, I have seen in the south that the bees, they are going to the tadi. Okay, so because the sweet the juice it is coming, so bees are getting there, so they go and they visit. So likewise in banana also, if a lot of nectar is there, definitely they are collecting that.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other question, please?
Sir, have you any time observed that bees are visiting the plant which has been infested by sucking pest? Sucking pests are secreting honeydew. Any observations, sir, you have in your
Yes, sir. I have already explained in my lecture that if you have a huge mango tree, and if you are standing just uski chaya mein agar aap khade hain, you will observe that there are certain trickling drops from sky is coming. Okay, so basically that is honeydew secreted by the mango hoppers, right? So it looks like a rain. If you go to Lal Spiti, and you will see that I have seen myself that below the tree you will find that it is always bat. Okay, so bees goes there because there is one aphid species, giant below aphid is there. It sprays a lot of honeydew, and bees are going there and they're collecting that honeydew.
During the dust period, similar case will be in the rice also.
In the rice?
In rice also sucking pests are there. They must be secreting honeydew.
Yeah, it depends upon that how much is the population of the aphid, because
Not aphid,
it depends on the quantity also. Yeah.
Sir, I was in Lac Insect Institute previously. The lac insect usually secrete honeydew. During that period, we can lac insect, sir.
Yeah, sure. Whatever, whichever aphid is, for example, secreting honeydew, the bees will be naturally attracted to that, and they will collect it as a carbohydrate. And even certain countries, they demand honeydew honey. While working in our group, we got a demand from Finland that we want to have honeydew honey. So that's why we moved our 1,000 bees boxes to Lord Spiti, because I had the feedback that there is a lot of aphid, which is giant willow aphid, which is infesting those plantations. So we produced that honey, then it was exported to Finland.
Again, the new challenge
So
is.
what about the quality of honey, sir? The honey that is collected from honeydew and the ones that are collected from.
Yeah, definitely quality will vary from species to species, because the plant species, if they are different and bees are collecting, so definitely there is some difference is there, because the sugar is not that much in honeydew honey. It is more in natural honey.
That might be due to the enzymatic. Some enzymes might be there in the honeydew. Already processed food is there.
Yeah, actually, honeydew, the basic phenomenon, if you say that it is a undigested material. Okay, so enzymes are added into honey when they bring back the nectar. So it is because of the regurgitation from the crop to the cells again, right? So enzymatic action took place there. When the bees, they suck the nectar, they store in the crop, and during that process, right from the flower to the beehive, when they deposit it, at that time that thing is added.
Yes, sir. Whenever sucking pest population is there, we always recommend insecticides. And again, the challenge for the pollinators.
Yeah, definitely. That's there. That's why I was telling you in my lecture that we have to live together now. Your mustard is there. There 100 of kilometers mustard is grown in Jind area of Haryana, and then your Bharpur area of Rajasthan. And then again, your 1,000 of beekeepers are there. And then mustard aphid is there. Definitely you go immediately to the spray, metastocks or whatever, right? So when you go for that, if you don't take care, definitely we have many instances. Last time our bees were there in Ambala. So my beekeeper sent me a photograph that they are killing, because the farmers, that's why we require to have awareness now.
There is a recommendation of thiamethoxam, which is highly toxic.
Yeah, that's there. So there was a lot of discussion, and we have already recommended our 4 years project, observations on, because mustard was also a crop, then cotton was crop, then citrus was crop. These trials were conducted all over India, in different active centers when I was heading the ACRP honeybees from Delhi.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
Thank you again, Dr. Thakur.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now participants are requested to kindly join tomorrow at 9:45 sharp. Thank you all again.
So once again, I thank you, the organizers, for this opportunity, and many more in future. Thank you so much. Namaskar.
Thank you very much. Namaskar.